on this theology, but I just recently learned about black people actually Israelites and everything.
But you're not able to understand that because you're bucking against it.
No, you heard God. I'm just a messenger. You heard what God said. All right. You can also email us at biblicalsmoke@gmail.com for more information.
I'm trying to build what I'm trying to build up.
You chose a bum, and now you're saying you're miserable for being with a bum that you chose.
Really? Hey, that we really got on this subject because y'all, you know, I really, because, damn, y'all really just, I'm trying to live my life, y'all. Now y'all making me being held accountable.
That's right.
Hey, man, but great weekend, man. Great weekend. All praises.
Man, memorable, man. Memorable, man. Iconic is the right word for it. Iconic.
I don't know about you, brothers, but I watch that video every day. Every day, just give me a nice little reminder.
Man. Yeah. I got to remind. I had a little, little water. A little water come from my eyes. I ain't go, it wasn't crying. It was just water that came from my eyes.
You know how nobody looked at each other? Everybody was just looking straight forward. Don't look to the left, don't look to the right.
You brothers, know it, man.
Yo, brothers' necks all stiff.
Hey, all praise to the Most High. I know y'all see these mighty men on stage. Hey, go ahead and share the link. All right, share the link to the room on your respective social media pages. Go ahead and hashtag Biblical Smoke on Twitter with the topic Black Women CEOs or Black Fathers in the Household. Which one is more important? All right, that's what we're talking about tonight. It's going to be a lot of smoke. So ping the people to the room, spread the word. It's going down tonight. All right?
Hey, what's going on, Shim, man? What's happening?
Hey, how's everybody doing, man? Shalom. How you doing?
Right, man. We all
hey,
right.
What's going on, Shem?
Hey, good, man. I'm still, hey, man, I made the vital mistake of thinking I was young yesterday, man, and tried to take my son on the court yesterday. My knees ain't what they used to be, man.
Oh, no. Damn. No. Oh, no.
It's gonna be at least 4 days to get back to
at least. but the smoke has healing properties in it, bro. The smoke got it. The smoke about to heal me. All praises.
All praises, man. So what you think about the title though, Shit? What you think about? Should black women be worried about being CEOs and starting businesses and nail salons or getting married?
And it's a great topic because when you think about it, I saw a podcast earlier, and the guy raised a great point. He said when black men acquire money, they think about how to build a family and build a legacy of some sort. When black women obtain CEO status to get money, they think about how they don't need a man.
Wow. Damn.
Wow.
That thing was so profound. I'm like, oh, and so the topic was right along the same lines, man. It hit
hey,
right
Shem,
home.
send it to me.
Yeah, so all praise, man. Yeah, I'll get that to you. I'll get it to you.
Hey, and one thing you're starting to notice is as you see an increase of black women entrepreneurs as well as CEOs, the head of these companies, you start to see a decrease in the birth rate as well as marriage rate and an increase in abortion rate. So when you see these things starting to increase, black women become more successful, they become less successful in their actual role in life, in nature.
Man, I was out teaching today, and I had a young lady tell me that women don't want to get married today. They want to have kids, but they don't want to get married today. That's why there are so many baby mamas. I thought to myself, that's a damn lie. I know it's a damn lie because they all want somebody to love them right? I thought that. But the main reason, maybe the reason why she said that is because black women don't want to be married where they have to take care of the womanly duties and things so they can focus on their business and their money, their reputation, being a bad bee or a queen diva. Maybe that's why they don't want to get married today, because they're so worried about keeping up with Esau's Joneses, trying to live like what they see in the movies. Maybe that's why. I don't know.
You know what? Along with that, there's be real. Weak men are marrying at alarming rates, and they're being married. They're married to these domineering women. These women who want to rule. They basically want an adult child, an adult child that has the capabilities of paying bills, being able to drive a vehicle. You know what I'm saying? That's what a lot of sisters want, and those who, like you mentioned, the sister said, no, they don't want to get married, or don't see in their future being married. What it is real men, and real men that a woman may marry comes along with real counsel, real advice, real solutions, real correction, real accountability. So all of these standards that have to be held are only going to be held by a real strong man, a man, especially a man of God. Simp men are not going to hold wives accountable, so of course they're gonna be scooped up. All they have to have is a bank card and the ability to provide for that household, but can't hold the woman accountable, can't correct them, can't construct them, as the Bible says. So those type of women who seek men like that, they're gonna get married. They're gonna get married because they're gonna wear the pants in the household, which is against God.
Hey, I find it profound also how, like I said, when you look at it, when you look at our women today, you ask the question, what would women rather be? What would they rather be, in a workforce or in a household? A traditional wife, taking care of the household duties, the children, raising up the children, educating the children, taking care of the house, cleaning the house, cooking and cleaning, as well as providing sexual attention towards the husband. And you look at it, a lot of women don't want to go back to the traditional values because of the society and in the feminist movement and that women's empowerment that they push. Women don't want to feel that need to be a subject under a man, so they rather go to the workforce to have that false sense of authority, even though they don't have authority with the workplace. There's still submission to some man, but the problem is they don't want to be submission to the black man. So they find that as an escape route. So you know what? Because I'm working, because I'm in this position, it gives me that empowerment that society promotes to me. So I'm starting to see that more often, even when you have black men that's rising up in the workforce, they're able to economically provide, financially provide for the household. Black women still want to go out there and work rather than building up their house, raising their children to be a reflection of their husband or the black community. Hey, but I see we got some people on the stage. Moderator.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey, brother Leonard. Brother Leonard, how you doing tonight?
I'm doing good, guys. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me here.
Hey, what's going on, Leonard? Leonard, he's been here a few times, man.
Yes, I have.
Good to see you coming back, man. Good, it's good.
Thank you.
What's your thoughts,
Thank you,
man?
guys, for having this room.
Yeah, what's
On
your
the
thoughts?
topic,
What's your thoughts as a? Because I look at your profile, I see you're a software developer. That's a pretty decent career. What do you think about the topic? Black women CEOs or black fathers? Which one you think is more important in your eyes?
obviously, is the black fathers, because that pertains to family, and family is the single smallest unit of society. So, if you look at the breakdown of every society, it starts at the family. So, if the family is broken down and destroyed, then the society gradually gets corrupt. So, and I think that's why we have this kind of discussions almost every day on social media, because people are noticing a pattern and seeing a problem. They're seeing the breakdown of families, just seeing single parents households, and seeing how the government might be playing a role, and influence of people might be playing a role to that. So I think you need both parents to raise a child, and especially for a male child, you can't raise a male child without a father. So to be a black CEO is basically business, and business is about buying and selling. Money is about currency and exchanging hands for value. Anybody with a brain can do that. But being a father, I believe father is not just a name, it's a title, it's a function. It comes with its own workload. So it's a very important unit of society and family. So that's my take.
Okay. All praise to the Most High. I like how you said, obviously, black fathers are more important. Because, I mean, this really shouldn't be a debate type of discussion. But of course, it's biblical smoke. We hear all type of stuff. It's interesting to see, the thoughts on the other end of it. But it definitely should be a no-brainer. I like the points that you made. Any of the other moderators want to speak on it? On
Thank
what
you.
the brother Leonard said?
Hey, I just want to make a quick point. And I like how Leonard said, obviously, right? Because the traditional role of a man has not changed. It's always been a provider. It's always been a protector. It's always been the leader of the household, right? That hasn't changed. If you ask what a traditional man is today, that's pretty much going to be the same now as it was 2,000 years ago. But when you ask the same of a woman, what is a traditional woman? That somehow has got misconstrued. It turned into now nobody wants to be traditional, but they still want that same traditional man. And they want to be a boss bee. They want to be, whatever the new terminologies are. But yet the standard of a husband has not changed. But for some reason,
Good point.
right. So for some reason, the desire or the position of the woman somehow has changed, but they still want that traditional man, and it's not going to happen because they're choosing the workforce and chasing, the almighty dollar over, building up the family, teaching the children. You see so much going on in the school systems, and how our children are being broken down mentally and being told they have all types of mental disorders, when oftentimes it's just the lack of that nurturing or the lack of attention that a mother normally would give their child. So then they lash out in school. Now the school system says we're just going to medicate them. So I agree with Leonard. The father is worth more than that CEO position or that dollar that the woman is going to bring in. I mute my mic.
Okay. All
Let me touch
praises.
that point real quick. Can we get Sirach 27? Because Leonard said something very interesting concerning anybody could partake in commerce, between buying and selling, working, getting a degree, getting a higher education. And the scriptures talk about that. The spirit that goes behind that always want to work, want to get the bag, because that's the spirit that society pushes. Society doesn't promote families or promote, staying with your children, a healthy environment, educating your children. It promotes working in order to obtain the materialistic items that they advertise every day on television, and that's why it's predominantly women. Like I said, and you look at the consumer reports, it's predominantly women are the consumers. Whether it be like I remember I had a conversation with a realtor, and he was saying that the first thing he does when he goes to sell a house, he doesn't sell the house to a man. He sells the house to the woman. He makes sure he directly speaks to the woman, and he pretty much shuns the husband. And the two best sellers, the top sellers, is the kitchen and the bathroom. They said,
Hey,
if you want to prosper in real estate, make sure the kitchen is top notch as well as the bathroom, because those are the two places that the women spend majority of the time. So
that's heavy point, man. I've been in situations where the people are looking at my wife and talking to her. I'm like, but you see me standing right here, dude.
Yep.
And my wife
No
don't even
lie.
say, she don't say nothing because she already know that I'm doing all the talking. She ain't even talking. They see she ain't responding to their sales pitches like you talking about, Joel. She's not responding to them. Like, damn, she's not phased. She's not oohing and she's not hours. She said, oh, they get that. They see like, okay, well, let me talk to him. They start looking at me, and I'm like, yeah, I've been right here waiting on your ass. Yeah, like, nah, I went that's too small. Like, nah, you gotta do something about this right here. Yeah, are they gonna fix this right here? How much it's cost? Is it gonna last? He's asking all the questions that a woman wouldn't ask because we just selling them on certain points of the thing. That's a good point you make right there, Joel.
Yeah, think about it. Why do men buy houses? Why do
hey, we buy houses to eat, shit, and sleep.
That's it. But why do we buy decorated houses? It's not because of us. It's because the woman wanted it. I want this. I want that.
Give me a lazy boy and a
man. That's it, man.
That's all we need. That's all we need. Check this out. I want to pull two scriptures real quick. Let me get Ecclesiastes chapter 1. Verse, and then we're going to get Sirach chapter 27, verse 2. Real quick. Give me that. The eyes are not satisfied with seeing. Okay, that's 1 and 8.
This is the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 1 and verse 8. All things are full of labor. Men cannot utter it. The eye is not satisfied with seeing, nor the ear filled with hearing.
The eye is not satisfied with seeing. So that's the point I want to stick to. The reason why you have these major corporations spend billions of dollars, millions and billions of dollars on advertisement, they can understand that the eye's not satisfied with seeing. Even though you could have a nice house, you can have the backyard, you can have the 4-bedroom, the bathroom, all of that, but for some reason, every year you want to constantly keep updating it. That's why you have these home improvement stores, these IKEAs, the furniture. Every year you have what is called a garage sale, and the reason why the majority of your items are you having a sale because think about it. Your eyes have adapted to society. Your eyes evolve when society evolves. As they as they increase or change the paint color. This year, we're gonna modernize the paint color. We're gonna modernize the lights. We're gonna modernize the furniture. These things we're gonna change it and make it more appealing. We're gonna say this is a acceptable thing that you need to have in your household. The eyes are not satisfied with seeing, and they know this, and that's why they spend millions of dollars on advertisement. And that's why now give me Sirach chapter 27, verse 2. Given that they know that, and the women, the women are attractive to materialistic things. That's why they get the Versace. They're always worrying about their nails, their hairs, how they look, what they have, worrying about the Joneses. That's why you have American Housewives, Atlantic Housewives, Basketball Wives. All these shows are catered to the woman, and all of the women are constantly parading, Versace, Gucci. It's all about fashion. In Sirach chapter 27.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 7 and verse
27.
2.
27 verse 2.
Ecclesiasticus, chapter 27 and verse 2. As a nail sticketh fast between the joining of the stones, so doth sin stick close between buying and selling.
So as a nail sticketh fast between the joining of the stones, just like a nail and a stone is joined together between those two, like I said, the nail and the stone joins the two together, so the sin between buying and selling. Meaning you will betray your own race. You will leave the black man. That's why you have, what is that lady in the Supreme Court? She was being nominated.
Ketanji Brown Jackson.
So they did an article based upon her that black women should marry white men because of the success rate. You have black women or women in the workforce that marry white men are more successful, and it all goes to materialistic items.
Hey Joel, that was in the New York Post at that.
And that's great. Cause somebody posted articles so they don't think they were lying. This is an attack on a black family, the black household.
Let's see what Tia, what you think about it?
Tia, you gonna speak?
Hi, I'm here. I'm at work right now, so I had to walk out of the office.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't really get that. I was doing something. But I didn't hear the question.
The question of the room or something that Joel said.
I think what Joel said was there's an article written by a black man from the New York Post right now that just came out about black women should marry white men because of the success rate.
Wow.
That's the article.
Damn.
So Tia, what they're asking you is, what do you think about that?
That's insane.
It's right above.
I don't agree with it. I don't agree. I think we should, stick with our other races. I mean, stick with our own nation. Um, yeah, I've never dated a white guy. I don't know. I don't understand it. You know. So I don't agree with the article. I believe they are trying to push this agenda, um, and because we are so, I guess, messed up as a people. Um, I don't know. I just think it's insane, and there is an agenda behind it. I see it, but yeah, those are my thoughts.
Okay,
I don't
so
agree with it.
Tia feels like it's insane and there's an agenda behind it. Nini, what about you?
Yeah, I agree with Tia. It's definitely insane. There's definitely an agenda being pushed.
Okay. All
Hey,
praise. Any
can I
other
make
moderators? Go ahead.
can I ask something real
Go
quick
ahead.
to Tia and Nini? Because Tia said she sees the agenda, which I agree with you, Tia. I see the agenda too, because you see commercials with black women with white husbands. You see the news; all the news stations now have black women with their counterparts are white. You see it in TV shows, movies. It's everywhere, right? So
Right.
my question is, what can we do to combat that? What's the solution to combat that? For Tia and Nini.
Hmm. The solution?
Well, oh, go ahead, sis. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I'm still pondering that question. So go ahead. You go ahead.
Okay, I think we need more black fathers in the homes.
So that'll change the image, you think?
I think so.
But what about images like on your television screen? What do we do about that?
We can't control the media, but we can just educate ourselves on what we should be seeing, what we should know was right, and what's just reality.
Okay, I got a solution for both of you guys, and
Okay.
for Jesseline too. The solution, if we have there's we know a group of brothers that are producing movies, uh television shows, short films, biblical characters. They're black. They're our images, and they're positive images of us. If you go to Matthew, there's a website. It's called Matthew213.com. And what we're doing, what they are doing, because I ain't doing it, but they are able to create short films, movies, cartoons, things of that nature with our images, positive images, black love, Israelite love, uh, um, positive images of ourselves. So you go to Matthew 2:13. You can let your kids see what's going on. You could donate because these things cost money. So go to Matthew213.com and donate, because unless we do these things for ourselves and uh put our dollar behind ourselves, we're always going to see these images in society, whereas the dominant society is casting the black man as he's weak, he's a homosexual, he's a sodomite, he's a gangster, he's a thug. The black woman is a thought. She got 3 or 4 baby daddies. She's loud, she's violent, she's vicious, she's this, she's manipulative, and all that. They're always gonna put these images of us in place, and we really, like you said, Tia, or Nini, we don't really have a solution, but we do have a solution. But the thing is, we got to put our dollars behind our images and our product. If we want to see positive images of ourselves, we're gonna have to be the ones to do something about it. Mute my mic.
Hey Benjamin, to your point, because I've visited Matthew213.com, and it's great stuff, really great stuff. But if you recall, a couple of years ago, there was a movie called Black Panther, right? And it became the highest grossing Marvel movie ever made. So what it is, a fictitious character, black people came out in droves to support. And you just gave a solution for a real life black savior that was on the earth. And he looks just like you, just like I, just like many of the brothers and sisters in this group. So here it is, real imagery, or I should say, imagery that's depicting real life men, real life women that once lived and walked the earth and did many great works for the Lord. And we have the ability to push real life people that once walked the earth instead of necessarily the fictitious characters that we just hope to one day be like. The Matthew213.com, I saw a trailer for a movie about the Messiah, and it was great. But here's the thing, that uh, short film or the trailers or what have you for it, again, are about real people. The Messiah had a mother, had a father, the apostles that walked with him, things of that nature. These were real life people that the Bible annotates the history of. So we should be supporting those real life films that really are depicting our past. That's our past, okay? Because we are those people who were walking during those times of Christ, walking during the time of the prophets. So that's really our history that we should be supporting. Wakanda, as entertaining as it was, it's not real. All right, I mute my mic.
Hey, and can somebody pin the Matthew 213, because that is the real solution right there. Please, somebody just pin it, at least for a little while.
Yeah, it's up.
Yes, I agree. I honestly agree. The media, we have to get the imagery out there. I totally agree with that. So I'll definitely check out Matthew213.com. I seen that somewhere too. I think I was watching one of you guys' videos and it popped across the screen and I didn't understand it. I was like, what is this? I thought it was a joke or something, but I didn't understand it. But now I do.
All praise to the Most High, sis.
Yes.
Can I speak to this, please?
Go ahead.
All right. In as much as the media solution is very good, I kind of think most of the work is supposed to be done like from age 0 to 7, because and it still stresses back to the topic. A lot of that work is done in the family, in the home, because growing up, there was so much teaching, and there were even times when like one had exams or things to prepare for, like okay, no more TV for the next couple months till I get this score, that score. That was like how I grew up. And so coming out and joining other people, I was really fully influenced at home first. So in as much as the media thing works, I'll say for the black kids and kids growing up, that groundwork has to be done at home by both parents. I mean, I had my parents sit with me even for like homework and assignments, till I got out of the house. So a lot of the mental conditioning and imagery comes from the fathers, the mothers, what you teach the kids. I feel like children should get their self-esteem first at home before they go out and join others in formal education. You need to know who you are coming out. I mean, that puts you in a very solid position and kind of like builds you to think. That's just how I see things, because if you already know where you're coming from and who you are, another person cannot tell you who you are when you know who you are already. So that's my point.
Hey, I had a question for the room. Can we get Psalm chapter 74, verse 9? This is for anybody that would like to answer the question.
The book of Psalms, chapter 74, and verse 9. We see not our signs. There is no more any prophet, neither is there among us any that knoweth how long.
Let's read it one more time, please.
Psalms, chapter 74, and verse 9. We see not our signs.
So we see no longer our own images. The images that's portrayed in society is reflected by the dominated ruling race right now. That's white people. White people pretty much make our images. They promote it, they televise it, they mediatize it, and we reflect those images that they portray. That's what it says. Life imitates art, art imitates life. So the art that they painted in Hollywood is the images that we reflect. So we don't see our signs. We don't have our own images. Read what it says. Well, there.
There is no more any prophet.
Now, when you read the Bible, a lot of people read the Bible and they first automatically think as it's European, it's Eurocentric, it's a white person's book. But the Bible is all about black people. You have many different foremothers, and the question I'm gearing towards to is, what do you think should be our role models? Should our women aspire to CEOs, to be entrepreneurs? Because that's what society is pushing, constantly pushing. Are these strong, powerful women? Or should it says there is no more any prophet, or should our women aspire more towards the women in the Bible, their position and role? Some of the because yes, Sarah, you had Judith, you had Sarah, you had Judith, you had Tabitha, you have many different sisters that were good examples. You have Mary in the Bible. So were they CEOs? Were they entrepreneurs? Or were they submissive? Were they subjected under the man? What should women be aspiring towards to today? Black women entrepreneurs, CEOs, or the women of the Bible? I want to hear your thoughts.
If I may.
Go ahead. Who's that?
I believe that women should aspire to support the black man. And now, not to say they can't get high profile jobs, because we had examples of that in the scriptures, but it has to be towards helping their nation. Now, when they get these high profile jobs, but the problem in the community is that they don't do that. They tend to bring that leadership role they get from Esau Corporation and they bring it home. And that's what creates the division between the relationship with the husband and the wife, because they don't know how to turn it off. So to answer your question, I strongly believe that it can happen to high profile positions to if it supports the nation, their people. That we have the example of that when we read the book of Esther. But today, our black women today in the communities, they don't do that. They prefer to seek these high profile jobs and get this high paying role and show that they in hindsight they believe that high paying job means they have the wisdom or the better counsel to go towards what they believe is the right direction for the family. And that's not the case, because money doesn't dictate knowledge. It doesn't tell you that you know more than your husband. But that's how the woman operates in some cases.
Okay. What about anybody else in the room?
Yes, can I speak?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, this is Shay. I think it's basically boils down to it's very deep rooted, and it's about us understanding and destroying the satanic systems that are in place to attack our youth, and us really researching and understanding wisdom behind what happens when we send our kids off to college and these so-called, like that scripture you just read, I can't go into detail, but these so-called secret societies. We look at, our kids, got a scholarship, the Rhodes Scholar, or they're going to Harvard, they're going to Yale, or even some of these high profile colleges in America. And even if they are going to a HBCU college, do we really own those schools? Just because they're historically black, who owns them? And unfortunately, black people don't. It's owned by a trust, whom, is, of course, made up of mostly white people. So this system that is in place to destroy us from the root of inception. They know when they get a hold to our kids, they then can fit the narrative of what they want it to be. So we send our kids off to school, but not off to school with the plan of, don't join this society, don't join this group, or why do they want to give you money for what? And what does it cost as far as your soul is concerned? And how is it going to affect you 10 years down the line when you are nominated to be president of this company, and then next thing you know, you're nominated for a judge position? It's a reason. There's no such thing as free lunch. It's a reason for everything. So my take on it is, it goes beyond just, we sit around and say, oh, the black woman this and the black man that, but we're not understanding, and we're not teaching our loved ones how to go out there and help tear down the systems. Stop joining these secret societies, because what they're doing is they're putting us in front of us to act like it's okay to be that way. And those that they put up there in the media, they have sold their soul without, a lot of times, not necessarily wanting to. We don't know what the cost was for them to get this. I'm just using this as an example of this Rhodes Scholarship. So a lot of things have been made before their career even starts. They watch our kids. They watch them when they win science fairs, when they score the highest on the SAT, when they come up with inventions. All of a sudden, people start popping up. So we got to be careful who we are putting our kids around. It sounds good, it sounds prestigious, but what is the price that not only our family is going to pay for, but our culture, our race? What price are we going to pay? So we got, to me, and understanding the Bible, we got to understand how to take down these satanic systems and how to put our own, not necessarily, well, I guess you can say secret society, because we're a great group of people. Powerful. Powerful.
Hey,
like
Shay,
no other.
I have a
I'm sorry.
follow-up question. I'm Shay.
I'm sorry.
So you say that, that's all right. You say taking down these secret societies and tearing down the system. You think we could tear down the system?
We could tear it down by stop allowing we got to teach our kids to,
Okay, that's what I want to get to. Now,
and I
what
probably,
do you think it's more, like I said, beneficial? Because you say that, we got to teach our kids when they go out into the world, what to look for. And, and pretty much not to be assimilated into society or whatever the school system or curriculums that's teaching us. We got to monitor that. Now, what is a woman's job? What is a woman's job supposed to be? Because, like I said, they constantly promote, women to get the bag, and because of, like I said, the cost of living is very high. So, should our women be sending the children off and enforcing the values into them, instilling those values into them as they um, push them off to school, or shall the women be educating the children themselves? What do you think is more beneficial and productive?
I think the women, they could go to schools that we've started, but going and joining these type of these groups when they get to school, that's
Whose
not the
job is it?
education.
Whose job
It's
is it to teach the children? Is it
the
society?
woman and the man, the husband and the wife, or the parents.
Okay. Can we get a scripture on that?
Yes, sir.
Second Maccabees.
Book of Second Maccabees, chapter 7.
27.
Yes, sir. Book of Second Maccabees, chapter 7 and verse 27. But she bowed herself toward him, laughing the cruel tyrant to scorn, spake in her country language in this manner: O my son, have pity upon me, that bare thee 9 months in my womb, and gave thee suck 3 years, and nourished thee, and brought thee up unto this age, and endured the troubles of education.
So that's the purpose. It says, "O my son, have pity upon me that bear thee 9 months in thy womb." Meaning the children that we produce come from the womb of our women. So think about it. The child is a connection from your child is connected to you, your values, and what your husband's supposed to instill in the woman, and a woman's supposed to instill in the children. Because why? The child is from you. It's a makeup of both the man as well as the woman. And it says, "and nourished thee, and then brought thee up into this age." So the problem now is we're not nourishing our kids. As soon as our children turn 3 to 4 years old, they're going into we're sending them to pre-K. And guess who? The majority of people that's always pre-Ks, Caucasian. And then after you send them to pre-K, you go to work, you come home, and then you might see it. You're tired from home, you cook dinner, you clean it, and then you barely have any time to instill your values, your education, your culture into the child. And it says, and endure the troubles of education. So it was always common knowledge within our community, our culture, or I'll say Israelite culture, because black people don't have a real culture in America. We have what is called hip hop culture or a fabricated culture. It was made in America. So our women's job was always to nurse the children and bring them up and educate them. Malcolm made a profound quote when it says, "Only a fool will let his enemy teach his children." So, what do you think the enemy is going to steal on our children? That's why you have an influx of homosexuality, transgenderism. You have Dwayne. You have a lot of our kids growing up confused because this is what society's portraying, teaching. Whatever is the wave of society is what your children's being taught and what they come home to. You be like, who taught you this? I never told you this. I never instilled this. Because why? The TV. You allow your child to stay in front of the TV for 8 hours, 4 hours a day because why? You're tired. I know because I'm a teacher. I used to be a teacher in the school system. And another teacher, she once said, "I don't allow my child to watch no more than 1 hour of TV a day. Throughout the day, my child is doing puzzles, doing something educational that's constructive and conducive to them learning."
Hey,
But when it comes to work,
Joel.
yes, sir, go ahead.
Hey, I'm sorry. Hey, well, don't forget. No, don't. You can unmute your mic. Don't forget. Disney the Disney CEO or one of them Disney people just said we're gonna make half the Disney characters transgender. I don't know if you guys saw that article, but these are the things that they are teaching our children. Why? Because we leave them in front of the TV. Good, Joel.
Yeah, so and we wonder why your child picks up something that wasn't your. They pick up values that you didn't instill in them because you have the TV teach them 4 or 5 hours of TV a day. Even when it comes to educational channels, you're not there watching, sitting around there looking at what's being taught, and you know that they know that the parents not sitting in front of the TV. So what do? They hide little secret, little thoughts, little innuendos. We're talking about secret society, but the secret society is influencing your Disney's, your children's educational channels. So that's why it's imperative that our women educate their own children, nourish their own children. That's the conversation I believe that we should be having. What's your thoughts? Sister Nini,
Sure.
what's your thoughts?
I actually agree with you 100%.
So are you married? Do you have children?
No, I'm not married, but I do have kids.
Okay. And do you educate them?
Much as I can.
Okay. Any other moderator want to say anything?
Yeah, I want to say something, Joel. One thing that you said that made me thought about something is that in today's time, a lot of women feel like teaching children, taking care of the children, guiding the house
They feel like that's like something that is minute or weak for them to do. They rather become CEOs and run the house, or be in charge, because they don't see the greater value of them raising their children to secure a better future for the nation. Like they're like they're them guiding the house and teaching their children is the first line of defense against the enemy.
Right. And because we allowed those things to happen in our homes, if you look above at what's pinned at the top, now you have Disney. They straight out telling y'all black people, listen, we're gonna make some transgender and non-binary characters for y'all. So your children are gonna grow up with male parts, and he's gonna say, "Don't call me he, I'm a she. Don't call me male. I'm non-binary. I'm cisgender. I'm this. I'm that." You understand why? Because we are allowing these things to happen and destroy our images and influence our children and each other negatively. Let me mute my mic. Matter of fact, let me get a script. Hosea 3 and 4. Watch this, y'all. Hosea chapter 3, verse 4. Once again, imagery is a way of communication, and what's being communicated to us via mass media, via the dominant society, okay, has been one of our downfalls. You couldn't tell me 15 years ago we would have black people as homosexuals in this manner, this much out in the open, happy and free, and if you talk against it, now your job is going to be on the line. You're looked at as a hater. You're hateful if you say you don't agree with it. That's total madness. Shem, you going to say something?
Hey, Benjamin, didn't they just sign a bill in Florida that you can't call someone gay?
Yeah, they did. Yes. Yeah, they did. You understand? You can't even listen. It's going to be a crime pretty soon to say somebody's gay. They just signed a bill in Florida. Guess what that means? It's gonna steamroll to other states. Once one do it, the rest are going to go with it. Come on, give me that.
The book of Hosea, chapter 3 and verse 4. For the children of Israel shall abide many days without a king.
Okay,
And without
so the Bible says we're gonna abide the children of Israel, which you are so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans in America, Central South America, scattered throughout the four corners of the earth. You are the children of Israel. It said you're gonna abide many days without a king, without leadership, right? Leadership. Go ahead.
and without a prince,
And without a prince, okay.
and without a sacrifice,
Uh-huh.
and without an image,
And what are we gonna abide without?
and without an image.
See that? So because we abide without an image, we have allowed the dominant society to influence us 24/7 on that TV, 24/7 on that smartphone via Instagram. You understand? 24/7 at your job, on your news, all the media. They're pushing images that are negative for you, that are to your detriment. And we are okay with this. For some reason, we don't see this. This is an epidemic, y'all. I don't think y'all really understand. This is an epidemic. Now you got the music that's influenced the young men to kill each other at alarming rates. You understand? So the imagery is very important for our nation to see ourselves as royalty, to see ourselves in as doctors, lawyers, the black man as the CEO. You understand? But we don't get that. We get the black man's a thug. He's a drug dealer. He's shooting up the block. He's emotional. He's homosexual. He's on TV kissing another man. We see the black woman as loud, obnoxious, um, free to start it out. She got movies, girls trip. You understand? That's the images that are to our detriment. You understand? Mute my mic.
All right. Hey, all praise to the Most High. Good points. Good points. We got a couple of new sisters on stage. Sister Elite. Well, I ain't even gonna try it. Sister E. How you say your name, sis?
I was gonna let you try it. It's Elise.
Elise. Okay.
Elise.
All praise. How
You
you
gotta
doing?
you gotta smile when you say it.
For sure. For sure. How you doing tonight?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Can't complain. What's your thoughts on the topic? We've been talking about it for a little minute. What's more important in your opinion to the black community? Black women becoming CEOs or black fathers in the household?
Okay, you said black women becoming CEOs or black fathers in the household. So that
Correct.
would that mean that the black fathers would be in the household because the black women have become a CEO?
Say that one more time.
I was saying, would the black fathers be at home now because the woman is now out there working?
No. So the black
Mm-hmm.
father being in the household, that's in general, right? Because unfortunately, the black community is plagued with single parent households, and that single parent is predominantly, usually, the mother, right? So our children, like myself and a lot of others, had to grow up without their biological father or any father figure at all in the household consistently.
Mm-hmm.
So, as pertaining to the black community, what's more effective for us going forward? Is it that more black women need to become more CEOs and boss up? Or, they need to start marrying one another and a black father has to remain in the household and run the household? What's more important for us moving forward?
Okay. I guess based off of experience and the field that I'm in, the father not being home um, plays a big role. So I think the
If I
importance
if
of
I may ask, what's your field?
in mental health. So I'm a behavioral coach.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm dealing with people who are suffering from addiction, trauma, marriages, and all these different things that would go on in our day to day. So it's a lot, but for the most part, for the women and the men, the biggest thing is when you go back to the root of it, which is childhood, and most of them have had no father in the home, and it plays a role, a huge role. So I definitely think it's more important and beneficial for the fathers to be in the home. Definitely, if we have to choose.
All praises, all praises. So okay. Since you're dealing in the mental health field, can you talk about just some of the things that you've witnessed, the negative effects of their black father not being in the household?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, just based off of my own personal experience, my dad was not around at all, um, but I had a wonderful stepfather. But even with him being present in the home, my heart and my mind was on my dad. So for a long time, I was still chasing my dad. And even in the men that I chose was still chasing my dad. I didn't even look at my stepdad like, oh man, you're the type of guy that I should be looking out for, because you've been righteous, you've been great, you've been doing this, you've been exemplifying what a man is, you're ever present, all these different things. But that trauma, it lingers, and the decisions that you make based off that trauma can be very detrimental. But I believe everybody can get on the right track. I got back on the right track, from being on the wrong track, chasing, the wrong people. And most of the people that I ended up with were exactly like my father.
So,
So
sis, let me
yeah.
ask you something. So you
hmm
said the men you ended up with were like your father. They left. Did you have children with any of them?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Okay, so that's really the point of when you have that trauma growing up without your father. and these are the decisions that we make when we don't have that father figure. Whereas if you did have that father figure, that well, your biological father, I'll say it like that, in the
Mm-hmm.
home, you wouldn't have been behind the 8 ball growing up in life and had to deal with certain men you didn't want to deal with. Well, you wouldn't have dealt with if you had your father in your life, correct?
Absolutely, and I blamed him for that for a long time, and then I realized like, well, the decision is all mine at the end of the day. Just can't go forward doing the same shit once you realize it. But absolutely, I had yes, a child with somebody that was exactly like my dad. We're great now as co-parents, but we had no business being together.
Hey,
Hey, go ahead, Joy.
go ahead.
I was just gonna ask, since we on the topic of mental health, dealing with this topic, can you talk a little bit about the mental health condition of the mothers that are raising these children without the father in the household, and does their mental state and how they act or whatever have anything to do or have any contribution to the fact that there's a lack of black fathers in the household? It may be a hard question for you, but I'm gonna try.
No, no, no. It brings about a lot of mental health issues, and which kind of boil into emotional issues too. And we try to get them regulated before they move, pour into the children. But unfortunately, a lot of times it's too late. But absolutely, that lack, it's like you're doing more work, and you already, no, not too many people actually want to get up and go to work every day, especially parents. We like to be around our kids, we like to see what's going on. So just having to make sure the kids are good before you make any moves, big decisions that you have to make, in terms of schooling, doctors, surgeries, or just anything. You really don't have anybody to kind of converse with and really help you to make those big decisions. You become the leader of the household. And then it gets even worse too at times, when you enter new relationships with even healthy partners. Leaving from toxicity to new, to healthy, you have a hard time not being the leader because you've already put yourself in a position, mostly by force, because you had to make a decision to kind of leave the household because you're there by yourself with the children. So it's a lot of mental health issues, depression. You start to get anxiety, all types of different things. And it can get worse if it's not treated or addressed.
Mm, that's heavy right there. Any other moderators want to speak on that?
Hey, Emmanuel, can I get a scripture real quick? Um, because as much as many of us know how important the role of the father is in the household, when the father is there, especially in modern times or more recent years, I would say, in more recent years, the generations have grown more disrespectful, have grown more disobedient, and it's only going to get worse, right? But let me have Numbers chapter 12 real quick, and I want verse 1. Numbers chapter 12 and verse 1. Something very important that we can learn from when it comes to the way our forefathers would handle or spoke on parenting. Or
The book of Numbers, chapter 12 and verse 1. And Miriam and Aaron spake against Moses because of the Ethiopian woman whom he had married, for he had married an Ethiopian woman.
So here we have Moses' brother and his sister were not in agreement with his choice in marriage. The children of Israel were in captivity in Egypt, and he had been apart from them for a very long time and had taken a wife while being away in the wilderness for 40 years without his people. He wasn't able to marry any of his people. So his brother and sister had they were in disagreement with who he had married, and Miriam and Aaron expressed their dislike of the situation, right? But the Lord didn't judge Aaron for it, but he did judge Miriam. So jump down a few verses to verse 10.
Verse 10. And the cloud departed from off the tabernacle. And behold,
verse 9, sorry.
verse 9, and the anger of the Lord was kindled against them, and he departed.
Uh-huh.
And the cloud departed from off the tabernacle. And behold, Miriam became leprous, white as snow.
So this is proving, first of all, if Miriam was a white woman, her turning white would be no miracle at all, or no one would be shocked at her turning white. Miriam was a black woman. That's firstly. But if you can see between the two of them, between Aaron and between Miriam, Miriam was the one that God passed judgment on. But go ahead.
And Aaron looked upon Miriam, and behold, she was leprous.
So now,
and Aaron said unto Moses, Alas, my Lord, I beseech thee, lay not the sin upon us, wherein we have done foolishly, and wherein we have sinned.
right. So hold on. So Aaron realized that speaking against Moses, who was called of the Lord, was their error. But as you can see, it was Miriam who God passed judgment on. Now jump down to verse 14, and I'm gonna end it there.
Verse 14. And the Lord said unto Moses, If her father had but spit in her face, should she not be ashamed 7 days?
So now it shows you that the father has the ability to humble his daughter, where she will not be up in a man's face, or her brother's face, or any male figure's face, chest bumping with them to show her displeasure. Today, just look at World Star Hip Hop. You have a bunch of sisters who's cussing out men up in men's faces, chest bumping, all of these things. Why? Because God says the father was supposed to humble her down. The father was supposed to be in the position to teach his daughter not to be a certain way. Okay. And when that father was taken out of the household, systematically or self-willed, of his own will, whichever it was, him being taken out of the household has a generation of haughty sisters, haughty women who that's where the terminology "I don't need a man" comes from. It's from haughty women. That's where the terminology "I'm a boss bee" comes from. It's from haughty women. And according to Isaiah chapter 3, God judges haughty women. So the necessity for the black man to be in the household is obvious. We're failing as a community, we're failing as a family structure, we're failing as a people when it comes to the building up of a family. But not only is the black man necessary in that household to lead as a father figure, the black woman has to humble down to that black man. So hopefully that's what y'all got from Numbers 12, and I'll mute my mic.
Hey, that's an excellent point. Excellent point right there. Hey, this topic is kind of segueing into a whole lot of other heavy topics. So, all praise to the Most High. Let's cook. Let's cook. Let's see. Let's hear from Tiniel. I think that's another tough one. How you pronounce your name, sis? Last name Rose. Okay. What about Toyana?
Okay, so this is Toyana.
How you doing tonight, sis?
I'm good. This is my first time I was invited to Clubhouse. Couple of friends, definitely to this one, Deb Smith. So we've been friends way back. We go way back to the 80s. They live out in, I think, North Carolina now. But at any rate, with everything you're talking about, between taking massive notes, because I don't have my Bible in front of me, readily available. So I'm on a phone, I'm on the computer looking up everything that everybody is saying, just researching it. And just with my background and what I've seen in my line of work, I'm retired from California. I live currently in Atlanta. I've been out here for a year, March 1st, 2022. So with everything you're talking about, with the imagery, with the HBCUs, with the mental health, I mean, I can speak on all of it. And I believe one of the moderators had spoke on, he was a teacher. So I just recently took a job. I'm waiting for my background to come back from California as a teacher out here. I guess I got bored being retired. I've been retired since, I think July 2018. So I came out here. My kids live out here. But I've been following Israel for quite some time through Deb and Chuck. So that's how I came to Clubhouse. Another friend of mine, she has a talk show,
Okay,
and
okay.
she
So,
brought me to Clubhouse. And
all
then I noticed
praises.
that Deb and them were in here too. So
All
that's why
praises.
I follow
All
you.
right, sis.
So
So,
with that,
so what's your thoughts on the topic?
I mean, I think that for me, my personal opinion is that I think it's possible for both roles to be accomplished. But however, me personally, I'm old school. So I'm really more on the traditional roles of the parents, the dad and the mom, the father, the mother, the submissiveness, the honoring the marriage or the relationship. So with that said, the mental health, how she was speaking on the mental health, I believe that does play a part in um, the transition or the lack of Black fathers in the home, because my children had to deal with that, through divorce. So I know firsthand, with the mental health and the mental state and, the emotional, you have to grow to emotional intelligence. And I wanted to raise a question on, the treatment and or the lack thereof, especially in the Black community. I can attest that, myself. But I want to say, aren't we covered the people that do have these mental illness or, the diagnosis of bipolarism or PTSD from, whatever. Aren't we covered under scripture? I want to say yes. I don't remember where I saw it. And I
What,
want to
what,
say
do,
with
what do you,
regards to, like,
what,
say, suicide and things like that.
sis, what do you mean by that? Covered under scripture. What do you mean by that?
When I say covered under scripture, meaning that persons that have, like, say, their mental capacity or lack thereof, that they're covered under scripture. Like, say, if something happens to them, or say they commit suicide, like that recent young girl that killed herself. I think she was a model or something, and she was Black too. So
No, sis,
that's
no.
I mean covered under scripture,
The
meaning
scripture
that.
says, "Thou shalt not kill," sis.
No, I get that part, but I guess what I'm trying to, and if I'm saying it right, maybe
That also includes yourself. You can't kill yourself.
not my comprehension, but trying to explain it to you. But I guess my thing or my question to
So you,
the mental capacity is that I thought there was scripture that covered like handicapped, mentally disabled,
so you,
you know.
if a super autistic person harms themselves in one of those type of episodes, then they covered.
Correct,
That's what you ask.
correct.
Okay, any other moderators want to speak on that? It's kind of off topic, but
Yeah. So,
Okay, so you know what? Let's get back on topic because I
yeah.
didn't mean to go there. But she spoke
Well,
on the
well,
of
well,
parents with the lack of a Black father in the home. The mental capacity of the mom or the dad. That I've seen that in my line of work. The dad, the children, and the absence of the mom in the home.
right.
Yeah,
All
and
right.
I just
Let
my
me. I got a couple scriptures real quick. Let's go to Matthew 4, and then I want Romans 9 after that. Matthew 4, start at 23.
The book of Matthew, chapter 4, and verse 23.
Mm-hmm.
And Jesus went about all Galilee, teaching in their synagogues and preaching the gospel of the kingdom, and healing all manner of sickness and all manner of disease among the people.
Come on.
And his fame went throughout all Syria, and they brought unto him all sick people that were taken with divers sickness and torments, and those which were possessed with devils, and those which were lunatic, and those that had the palsy, and he healed them.
So now, a healing. One thing that, as you read throughout the scriptures, as far as dealing with Christ, there has to be a level of faith, right? A level of faith in the Messiah, in the Most High, because then the mustard seed, of course, as faith is as great of a mustard seed. We've all heard that before. So what he did was, all those who came that were sick, he knew levels of faith in men and women, right? And he would heal. So this power walked the earth. So now we're in this latter day time, and that power is not here currently, right? So this is why I want to go to Romans chapter 9. Because here's what we have to have confidence in. It's not our will. What we do is we can make sure that the gospel is taught to everyone that has an ear and can hear. We're going to teach the gospel to them because we know that healing power is also through the word of God, right? And we fully trust in that. So here's what Romans 9 and verse 15.
The book of Romans, chapter 9, and verse 15. For he saith to Moses, I will have mercy on whom I will have mercy, and I will have compassion on whom I will have compassion. So then, it is not of him that willeth, nor of him that runneth, but of God that showeth mercy.
So it's not because someone wills something with all their might. They close their eyes, clench their fists, and they say, I think I can, I think I can, I think I can. It's up to the Lord to give mercy. And there has to be action behind it. So we know it's the keeping of the commandments of God. But like you mentioned, some are sick to the point where they might not be able to comprehend. They might not be able to or be verbally communicative. So you have to leave it in the hands of Most High, whom he's going to give mercy to. Because there are those who are born with palsy, born being a lunatic, born being having certain ailments, and it's really up to the Lord. It's scripturally, when Christ walked the earth, he healed many of those people. Not everyone, but he healed many of those people. And today we give the word, which we know heals as well. And if that does not heal them physically, then it's up to the Lord to grant them mercy if they're going to enter into the kingdom or not. But like Benjamin made mention, suicide is not an option. That's not an option at all. You actually cut off whatever mercy the Lord can extend to you. So it's up to the Lord to extend that mercy. When you read John chapter 9, mercy was extended again to the blind man who was born blind. And we know that sometimes it's the sins of the foreparents that befall on the children, so on and so. That's a little deeper topic, but for understanding's sake, it can be a multitude of reasons why that person is even suffering in that palsy or in that sickness or in that high level of autism. We know it's a spirit that's binding them. It's spiritual. So therefore, we have to trust in the Lord, granting whatever bit of mercy he's going to grant. All right. Hopefully that answers your question.
Praise to the Most High. Good stuff right there. And always remember too, if y'all do have questions, things you want to ask that may pop up in your head or whatever, there's, that kind of deviate from the topic and it's kind of somewhere else. You can always email those questions to biblicalsmoke@gmail.com. It's pinned at the top of the room. All right. So with that being said, I'm going to plug the room. Make sure y'all hashtag Biblical Smoke with the title. And share it on Twitter, share it on your various social media platforms, copy and paste the link. We just getting warmed up. We got some heavy hitters in here tonight, so let's make sure you pin your people to the room. This is a very, very good topic we got on our hands, all right? Next in the queue, we got, let me see. Next in the queue, Shay. Is it Shay? Shay, you spoke already, right?
Yes.
Okay. Um, okay. So I guess we'll circle back. Elise, how did you receive those scriptures, whatever, dealing with the just bagging up the points that you made and also bringing some clarity to it? What did you think about the points the brothers brought out with the scriptures?
It just basically helps me understand that, like, we are equipped with the tools. We are. And some people have to go down certain paths, regardless of if we understand it or not. We all have a path that we're going down. And we don't really get to choose that. We just have to follow suit and be grateful.
Okay, all praises. So Tini, yeah, I see you you kinda hopping in
Hey,
and out of the room. Am I catching you?
real,
Go
real,
ahead, Jim. Go ahead,
real
Jim.
quick. Sister Elise, question. You said we all have to go down a path, but do you think that, I wouldn't say sometimes, oftentimes our people choose a path that's a lot harder than it has to be?
Absolutely. I went down that path and I had to get myself right. Um, I went down that path for a very long time that I kind of already had. You know how you have this feeling, like you said, you know it's not the right path, and you know that you could have gone a different way where things didn't really have to be as tough as they were. So absolutely, I think most people are conscious enough to be aware, but maybe don't recognize their power and their strength that they have to actually make the changes necessary. So you really do got to do a lot of checking in with self. Sometimes it really circles back to just us and the way we think, the way we perceive things, the way we show up, and yeah.
Okay. So as I'm sure if whether you've been here for you're here for the first time, or you've been in this room before, as you can see, often most of the answers when I say all the answers we give are going to be biblically based. So the scriptures give us a clear cut guideline on how we should live. We've been discussing marriage a little bit, and God gives the order of marriage. He gives how a husband should be in the marriage, how a wife should be in the marriage, how children should be subjected to the parents in the marriage. All of those things are laid out plain as day, just like a blueprint. If you're going to build your house, you need the architect to do a blueprint, and you need the engineers to make sure the ground is solid. It's a lot of going into the building up of your house, right? And the same thing as, dealing with us as a people. It's a lot that goes into the building up of us as a people. And it starts with the nucleus, which is the family, right? So the family that we've been discussing is very important. And the way God, we were talking about going down the wrong paths. And we have fatherless homes where it's obvious that the father will give a different perspective than the mother. Not in the sense that they don't agree, but the way they go about handling methods in the house is going to be sometimes a little different. Fathers are more stern, more austere. The child is, his son is riding a bike on the street and he falls, scrapes his knee. The mother's going to be like, oh, my baby, and go pick him up and stuff. But the father will be like, hey, listen, get up, get back on it. Let's ride it again. That's the balance that a household should have. You have that austerity, then you have the nurture and care from the mother. Because we are without one, our households are naturally dysfunctional. No matter, I don't care how good a job your mother may have done, my mother may have done, all of our single mothers may have done. It's it's out of order and imbalanced, right? So with that, we have imbalanced children trying to make decisions. When you think about it, it can't work. And that's why we spend so much of our time making wrong decisions until you stumble upon a room, biblical smoke, who the brothers are going to give you what God requires of both you, both I, everyone in this room has a standard to live by. And at some point, we have to be tired of making the wrong decisions. Am I correct? um and in growing tired of making the wrong decisions, The right decisions that we think we're making is still wrong. It's still wrong because you made a statement earlier about going into new relationships from toxicity, so on and so forth. Okay, now you may have thought that was the correct way to do things, right? But biblically, it's not. There's none of you sisters should have the mindset in here. There's more fish in the sea. That is the gateway to being what the Bible calls a whore. Okay. And it's not a jab at anybody. It's to show you that even though we think we're going down the right path, it's still wrong in the eyes of God. So we have to start leaning back on what God says and start asking ourselves, okay, what does God say about this decision I'm going to make? What does God say about that decision I want to make? What godly man can I get in contact with that keeps the commandments of God, that can guide my actions according to the scriptures? What congregation can I join where there's sisters like myself that were once in my position that I can glean and learn from and follow as an example because they follow Christ? These are the things we need to start doing as a community, because as right as it may look, according to God, it's still wrong, if that makes sense. All right, I'll mute my mic.
Can I ask
Hey,
a
can
question?
I?
Oh,
No, ask your question, sir.
I guess back to the subject also, and that was a great point he just made. But back to the subject matter, and if we look at Genesis 10, and I just want to get clarity on this, because someone is Genesis in verse 10,
What chapter?
the first chapter. No, it's the third chapter.
Paraphrase it, sis.
The one when God spoke to,
Eve and the serpent.
yes, and in particular when he spoke to Eve.
Oh, verse 16.
It's verse 16. Okay, what does that say?
The book of Genesis, chapter 3, and verse 16. Unto the woman he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception. In sorrow thou shalt bring forth children, and thy desire shall be to thy husband, and he shall rule over thee.
Okay, so right there, and I'm just asking a question because it says that are because I keep hearing a lot of some of the blame on going back to the woman, but I think we got in trouble here because the man didn't initially know he was supposed to be ruling over the woman, and God made it clear after that situation happened. So my question is, it says a woman, her number one thing is that she should desire her husband. So are the men choosing women that truly desire them and not attracted, but desire? And that just from his presence in God and his walk with God, that desire should ignite some sort of way. I'm just asking the question. So are our men also choosing women that desire you?
I got you.
And secondly, then the second part, I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna finish. And my second
Okay.
part to that is, and the woman, it clearly states that he shall rule over the woman. So back to this title: Black CEOs or Black fathers in the house. What's more important? The man rules the house. It says it in scripture, but who are you choosing to rule over? And that's my question.
All right, watch this, sis. Read Genesis 3:16 again and give me Wisdom of Solomon 9:16. Watch. Matter of fact, give me Wisdom of Solomon 9:16 first. So your question is, what type of woman is the man choosing, right? Well, remember now, in this
Right.
society, it goes both ways. What type of man is the woman choosing? Because it's a two-way thing here. The man
Okay.
choosing the woman and the woman choosing the man, right? So watch this.
The book of Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 9, and verse 16. And heartily do we guess aright at things that are upon earth. And with labor do we find the things that are before us. But the things that are in the heavens, who have searched out.
All right, read it again.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 9, verse 16. And heartily do we guess aright at things that are upon earth.
Okay, the Bible says the Israelites, the black man, the black woman, the Hispanic man, the Hispanic woman, the Native Indian man, and the Native Indian woman, hardly do we make the right decisions in life. When we don't have the laws of God in us, we are winging this thing called life. Our parents don't teach us about marriage. They don't teach us about how to get a proper mate. And things go downhill from that. They don't teach us about having a marriage before sex. What type of man should a woman look for? We are traumatized with, like how Sister Elise said, the father's not being in the home. Mommy's at work. Who's raising the kids? Who's raising us and teaching us these values? Nobody. You understand? So now, give me Genesis 3:16. So now, remember, your question is, well, the man is choosing the wrong woman that he don't desire her. Let's read it properly this time. And I want you to hear something, Shay.
She
I want you
doesn't desire
just
him.
listen, sis. Sis,
Oh no,
listen.
I was just
Listen, she does desire him for something, or she would not have married him. Read what you got.
Genesis chapter 3 and verse 16.
Because guess what, Sister Shay? Guess what, Sister Shay? Women want what the major thing women want in a marriage is security. That's what women want in a marriage. Men want sex, love, and all that things that come with it. Cool. But women want security. They want to know, is this man going to be able to pay the bills? He's going to take care of the family. Am I going to be safe? Is he going to be a protector and a provider? That's what women want in a marriage, right? So she's choosing him too. But what did we just read? Hardly do we guess aright at things upon the earth. Hardly do we ever make the right decision. That's why a lot of us are baby daddies and baby mamas, twice married, twice divorced, things of that nature. Read what you got.
Genesis chapter 3 and verse 16. Unto the woman he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception.
So we're reading the judgment of the woman on the earth. This is the judgment now, right? Because remember what happened. There was laws given to Adam. Adam broke those laws through his wife bringing him idolatry. It wasn't no apple. That's not biblical. It was idolatry. Taught him different things that God did not allow. You understand? That's what it is. And that's the same thing today. The serpent is in our women's ear, propping them up as CEOs. She's the bank manager. She got her first black woman bank. Guess what? I just found out today Biden wants to put the first black woman on the moon. That's coming next for y'all. But what is this doing? It's creating a divide between the black man and the black woman. How? Because the black woman now is being propped up further over the man. And that's not how God set it up. Read what you got.
Genesis 3 verse 16. Unto the woman he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception.
So this is why our sisters have labor pains. I'm going to multiply your sorrow and conception. Go ahead.
In sorrow thou shalt bring forth children.
In sorrow you're going to bring forth children. That's those labor pains. Go ahead.
And thy desire shall be to thy husband.
The Bible says your desires, my sister, is to your husband, not to your boss, not to the job, not to Ned at the job that buys you drinks at the bar after y'all work at your little work parties and all of that. No, it's to your husband at home. That's who you have to submit to. That black man, right? Read on.
And he shall rule over thee.
So now we're talking about the righteous black. We're not talking about a nigga. We're not talking about a nigga that's gonna tell you, "Hey sis, I want you to go put this crack in your panties and get on a Greyhound bus and drive it to go to North Carolina." We're not talking about that kind of black man. We're talking about a black man that's following God. That's the alpha male we're talking about. Because a lot of you sisters, you know what you do? You want to get with Ray because he's dangerous and he's fun. You want to get with Tyrone and this one and that one. Oh, he gonna take you to the club and he's gonna do this and that with you. But he
Benjamin.
also has 4 or 5 other women he's doing the same damn thing with, and you think he's gonna choose you. And all he's gonna choose you for is gonna go up in you raw and leave you pregnant.
I got the magic stick.
Yeah, he's gonna give you that magic stick.
Hey Benjamin, isn't Jada Pinkett still choosing Tupac over Will Smith?
Listen,
Damn.
sisters, hey, I want y'all to think about this. Tupac ain't done shit for Jada Pinkett Smith, but her heart is knitted to this man. And Pac was banging everything moving. You understand? Regular girls as well as some of these celebrity old ladies that's still out here now that y'all call auntie. You understand? But Will Smith has put this sister in a big ass mansion. He's given her 2 kids and he's protected her. Matter of fact, he on her 40th birthday, he planned her 40th birthday since she was 37. And after the birthday party, I just found out she wanted to divorce his ass for that birthday party. You cannot please her. And a lot of our sisters, they have their soul is knitted to niggas. It just is what it is, my sisters. Whereas you see the righteous black man, and here's what the thing is. When you see that righteous black man that's following God, he's gonna set a standard. And a lot of times, sisters don't want to follow that standard. So you go to the Ray Rays and the Pookies and those kind of men, and they get you pregnant, you hate their guts, you look at the children and say, you act just like your damn daddy. You look just like your damn daddy, and things of that nature, and continue destroying everything because you're bitter at the men you chose instead of finding that righteous black man. But here's the thing. I see you, Dion. That righteous black man is gonna also hold you accountable. And that's what a lot of our sisters don't want. You don't want to submit to that righteous black man. Go ahead, Dion.
No, I just wanted to say, if you remember, Destiny's Child had a song called I Want a Soldier. And in the video, it was a display of men with tattoos, thugs. You understand? MC Light had a song called I Want a Roughneck. And many women gravitated to that mindset of wanting to look for that thug, wanting to look for that brother that may not necessarily have his stuff in order as it pertains to God. And that's what many of our sisters still continue to go after now. I remember looking at a little TikTok video, and they were asking the women, would you like a scammer, a drug dealer, or a man that had a 9-to-5? And the majority, by about 93% of those women said they wanted a scammer or a drug dealer. They just, I can't do a man with a 9-to-5. And you take that mindset now and you put that into our communities, and who's teaching our daughters? That's these women. Who's raising our sons? That's these women. So God talks about a divine order. And that divine order is for the man to be the head of the household in righteousness, and for him to guide his wife and his children on what righteousness truly is. We become disconnected to that. And one of the main reasons is Christianity and slavery. Those 2 things have totally disconnected us from what's really important. If I may, I want you to get Malachi real quick, chapter 2. It's going into divorce. God hateth putting away. And there's a reason for this. The reason divorce even comes up in our communities is because we don't know, or we don't understand what it means to choose a godly husband or a godly wife. We don't, because we ourselves have not been taught to be godly. So now we have divorce, we have single parent households, we have baby mama, baby daddies, and that was never God's intent. Could you read that for me? It's Malachi chapter 2. I saw you, Elise. You want to speak. 1 second, I'm going to get this one scripture. Malachi 2, I think it's 14. Read that for me.
Malachi chapter 2 and verse 16. For the Lord, the God of Israel, saith that he hateth putting away. For one covereth violence with his garment, saith the Lord of hosts. Therefore take heed of your spirit, and deal ye not treacherously.
So the Bible says, don't deal treacherously. Don't look for reasons to break up the godly marriage, what's supposed to be a godly marriage. Christ also said, What God has brought together, let no man put asunder. But the reason that many of us put asunder is because God didn't bring that marriage together, because it was not unified under his commandments, because of our ignorance of his commandments. Now, there's a verse, I think it's 14, it talks about that they may bring forth a godly seed. Could you bring that? Did you see that? It's 14 or 15.
Yes, sir. I'll start at 14, but it's 15. Malachi chapter 2, verse 14. Yet ye say, wherefore? Because the Lord hath been witness between thee and the wife of thy youth, against whom thou hast dealt treacherously. Yet is she thy companion and the wife of thy covenant.
See, this heavy. Hold on. Wait. We got to dive into this. That's heavy. God says the wife of thy youth. What does that prove? Our fathers and the father of the man and the father of the wife of the woman that will become the wife would choose who their sons would marry and who their daughters would marry. There was a covenant between the fathers on, hey, I see your son is an honorable young man. I know you. You're a great man of God. I see how you move. I see what you do for your household. I would like for my daughter to marry your son, and vice versa. The father of the son says, hey, I see the same thing in your daughter. I see her spirit. I know her mother, so her mother is a righteous woman. I see a lot of her mother in her. I would like to do the same. Let us let our children marry when they get of age. It was an agreement. It was a covenant. That's why it says the wife of thy youth. We don't do that in the black community. The father's not even there to help guide a woman on what it is that a man of God is supposed to be. We're completely disconnected from what God originally intended. That's why I first mentioned about divine order. There is no divine order in our households, right? We don't move in that divine order, and that's why everything's out of whack. Okay, so it's the wife of thy youth who you've dealt treacherously with, and you have broken that covenant. Go ahead.
And did not he make one? Yet had he the residue of the Spirit, and wherefore one, that he might seek a godly seed.
You see that?
Therefore,
That he may seek a godly seed. You want to know why our sons are out here with their pants below their ass, shooting their brothers, shooting their mothers, shooting their grandmothers? I saw a video where two little boys was kicking a older woman, and grown-ups were recording it, put it on Facebook. And you ask yourself, how do our sons and daughters get to that place? So I saw a little girl the other day, a 7-year-old girl, cussing her mother out, saying, you pay for the room, you clean it. I ain't cleaning SH. She's 7 years old on TikTok. And you ask yourself, what's happened to our children? I see another video where a little girl shot a little boy in the head with a 100-round drum in the bathroom. They locked themselves in the bathroom listening to drill music, and she shoots the little boy in the head, trying to make a Vine or a TikTok video. I said Vine. Vine been over. TikTok video. Then she's so scared, she shoots herself. And who do you hear in the other room trying to get in the room? Single black women. Single black women are knocking on the door. What's going on? What happened, baby? Oh my God. They in there dead. God says he wants us to bring forth godly seed. But when you deal treacherously with the wife of your youth, when we don't have a unified marriage under the divine order where the man is in the lead, this is what you see. This is the result. And this is why our communities are jacked up. God is calling us to repentance in these last days. So I mean my mic.
Emmanuel,
Emmanuel, your mic could be muted.
yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm here. All praise to the Most High.
That
All right.
man drooling over there, ain't
Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. All
Hey,
right. So let's
hey, Emmanuel, while you gather your thoughts, right quick. Hey, Benji, what's going on? Dion, what's going on? Hey, real quick, with what Benjamin was bringing out, and with what Dion brought out, with what the sister was saying concerning Genesis 3:16, right? And the scripture says, and thy desire shall be to thy husband. The thing we got to remember is when we're talking about the so-called black community,
most of these women are not wives. Willing. They're not willing to submit to a man. Most of these women don't become wives until they're about 35, 40. With the scripture Dion brought out, it showed that, our sisters got married young, you know, 20, 21, 22. They they had righteous upbringings, of course, and they had that age with their husband to get to know their husband to raise righteous children. That's not gonna be what we see in the neighborhood nowadays. The thing too we have to remember, these sisters, when they get washed up, used, that's when they want to look for the brother that they used to call the lame, the brother that was working hard and staying out of the nightclub, that they viewed him as a weirdo, a lame. Now when they get 35, 36, 40. That's the brother they want to look for to be a father to their 3 kids with 2 different baby daddies. And now because she put on eyelashes, she calls herself a CEO.
Hey, now you're right
Hey,
about
you
that.
said she
You
call
see,
herself a seal?
a CEO.
CEO.
There you
Okay.
go,
CEO.
Judd. There you go,
Come on.
Judd.
Hey, there you go,
Oh, oh,
Judge.
oh,
Jed,
oh,
what it do, Jed?
I
Hey,
thought he said she a seal, bro. Been about ooh
Hey,
ooh
oh,
hey,
oh,
ooh.
oh, oh.
oh. Hey,
Uh
so
oh.
hey, look. So a lot of times in the black community, a brother who he may be a straight A student or whatever, he's trying to get himself together, trying to get in college, trying to do something with himself. And he'll like a sister. And she won't give him the time of the day. It goes back to that Destiny Child Soldier, or what's the woman name? MC Light Roughneck type crap. She won't want him. She will want the thug, the drug dealer. You understand? The dude that's knocking people over in the hallway, getting into fights after school, shooting guns. That's the type of dude she'll want. Then she'll, like you said, she'll go get pregnant by the Negro, and then she'll see that guy on Facebook or social media doing well for himself, entrepreneur, doing real estate, trucking, whatever. And then she'll try to shoot her shot. And the simp, because he liked her back in the day, he'll take her. You see that happen in the black community all the time. She'll be worn out with a kangaroo pouch, and then this man, he'll take her back and fall right in that thing head first. Damn.
damn. He's a kangaroo pouch. Oh Lord.
Damn, that's depressing. Damn.
Fanny pack.
The flag.
Open her
Hey,
door
but to
against
your
every
point
arrow.
also, just briefly touching that, concerning, like I said, it's a perception that the society has portrayed our men, and our women has shifted towards that perception. Because when you look at the 60s or prior to that, you see our women desire strong leadership, strong men. Like you had the Black Panther movement. I'm not sure if anybody's seen the movie Judas and the Black Messiah. When you see Fred Hampton's wife, she admired him not based upon, you know, him thugging it. I need a gangster. I need a soldier. Your status ain't hood. It wasn't about that. It was about eloquence. It was about men standing up within the black community, setting up programs for the people. So our women desire men of action, men of structure, leadership, pillars within a community. But ever since after, like I said, you have certain organizations such as the FBI, CIA, infiltrated black communities, destroy a lot of our black movements. They also change the perception, place drugs within our community, and mediatize it. You have movies such as Scarface. They started to, in Scarface, like I said, what it did was it glorified gangsters. It glorified killing. It glorified drug dealing. And that's when you have Scarface made in the 1980s. I think when did Reagan, I mean, not Reagan, when did they push drugs in the community? Was it the 80s or late 70s?
It was the 80s. 80s. But
It was
remember,
the
no,
80s.
no, no, no. The 80s was crack. The 70s was heroin.
Yes. So you see that they start to put crack and heroin within the community, as well as they started changing the perception or started visualizing and promote it. And that's why our women now, like Brother Dion was saying earlier, how now, yes, about. Oh, I saw this. I saw the same clip too when it was saying the show. The interview was asking women, what do you prefer, a 9 to 5, a scammer, or a thug? And a woman, I couldn't believe my eyes. I said, wait a minute. Why is it that women understand? They say niggas ain't shit, but they still fall for the ain't shit niggas. And that's profound to me. It's because of perception. The way black males are perceived today, and by the time the woman gets older and they find out, damn, I should have went with that brother that studied, that was hidden in the books, that doing something with his life. I should have just stayed with him. I should have desired him. Now it's too late. All these men is taken up, and you're left single by yourself with a kangaroo pouch, with a dog dying alone. And that's
Hey,
what they said.
How
Go
are
ahead.
all these
hey,
men
real.
taken up when only 33% of black men are married?
Hey, 1 second. Oh yeah, okay. Real quick, Toyana. Earlier you made mention that I know you said you retired in Atlanta, but you. I think you said you were divorced. Is that correct?
Yeah, that and that played a part in
Uh, real quick. So can I ask a question? Who initiated the divorce?
he initially did, but to answer something, one of the moderators, I believe, had spoke on the thug versus the straight lace. So me personally, I can speak on that. I've had the drug dealer boyfriends back in the day. I did marry a straight lace guy that was military and from the South. Their dad is from Sonoya. They call it Blackjack. I'm from Los Angeles, California. So we met through one of my first cousins in California, and we married, had kids, and he was, and we did try to do, or I thought we did the traditional, he was the breadwinner, basically. I worked, he worked, he was military. He did the tours and stuff. He sent home money to pay the bills, but his mentality was, from the South, and his dad, and it was that of, long as I take care of home, I can do whatever I want to, which resulted in him cheating, which resulted in repeated cheating, which resulted in the divorce, the decay of the marriage. So basically, I was burnt out and tired of it. And he filed for divorce because of, I think we got into an argument or something. And the next thing, I think December 26th to be exact, like in the 90s. So yeah,
Okay. Oh, so I asked because I believe is it 67% or 76%? One of the two. I might have the numbers inverted. Of divorces are filed by women, and um,
wow.
so very seldomly or less seldomly is it the man initiating the divorce. But you made mention that he wasn't home in the home per se. He was on tours or stationed abroad. Correct.
For the most part, yeah, wasn't there except for the leaves, the 30-day leaves, things like that. I mean, before he started doing the tours. But yeah, so I mean, I basically raised the kids, and then, like I said, with the divorce, that to speak to, again, trying to address everything that's being said with regards to the thug versus the straight lace. I have to disagree with that statement, because that didn't happen in my case. We both grew up in, I mean, he's from the deep South. So he grew up, it's Bible Belt state out here. I mean, I'm finding out a lot of things are totally different from California. And while I only have California to compare it to, um, it's been a transition for me. So going back to, the men and the traditional way of things, I mean, I think I do believe in the divine order of that. But I think that, again, if you're not biblically connected consistently, then there is going to be a breakdown of the marriage, which, happened to me. I tried to make it work. I wanted to make it work, but the reconciliation, I mean, it just, the cheating was unbelievable. I mean, it was horrible. So the marriage ended horribly. The divorce was horrible. Um, and he was a straight laced guy. I mean, he was a guy from the country. He knew nothing about California. So, me acclimating him to it, he went pretty much buck wild, you know. for
Okay.
lack of
All
a
right.
better term.
Here's the thing. You mentioned, as I made mention earlier, I believe you were on, that we make decisions and it seems right, but
Hmm.
again, according to God, it's wrong. So, the scriptures talk to us about all bread being sweet to a whoremonger, meaning there's some brothers that they have to get every woman that walks by. Like no one is gonna escape their grasp. They're gonna talk to this one, that one, have a woman in this state, that state, so on and so forth. That's not of the Lord at all. And that's something that also plagues our community. Like literally. We have
It does.
brothers that babies in every county, every state, every city, and they go back and forth living multiple lives and doing all types of things they shouldn't be doing. But here's something I want to read for you real quick. I want Genesis 18 and verse 18. Genesis chapter 18, verse 18, because the Lord has everything annotated, and it's just up to us to make sure that we seek it daily, stay in scripture, stay in prayer, stay in fasting, things of that nature, to get our spirits right, that we can always walk uprightly in the eyes of God. That should be our first goal. Not pleasing man, not pleasing even our children, so to speak. Our main goal is to please God. Read that.
Genesis chapter 18, verse 18.
Come on.
Seeing that Abraham shall surely become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations of the earth shall be blessed in him.
So now,
For I know him.
hold on. So everybody wants, there's even a saying, I want the blessing of Abraham. I want the blessing of Abraham. I've heard that saying growing up, but I never even knew what Abraham did in order to be blessed, right? And when you read a few chapters over, it's because he kept the commandments of God, right? But here we have verse 19. Read that.
Verse 19. For I know him, that he will command his children and his household after him.
So
And they shall.
here's the point. He's going to command his household and his children modeled after him. The top of the verse says, God knows him. God knows him. Oftentimes, we know the man's career, we know the man's family, we know his geographical location or upbringing, we know all of those things, but we don't know if he really knows God, because that's the man that you want to model your home after, you want to model yourself after, you want to model your children after, because that man is going to have instilled in him, thou shalt not commit adultery. You see the point?
Yeah.
So there would be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 women. When he has to go on a duty in Singapore, he's banging Asian women. When he goes to the station in India, he's banging Indian women. Like that's no. A man that operates in the manner in which Abraham operated with God. God is confirming his friendship with Abraham in the top of that verse. He says, I know this man. I know Abraham is going to keep the commandments of God. But we don't take the time to do that. We say he got the new haircut, he got the nice outfit, he drives the nice car, he got the good career, and this is what it takes to make a good husband. And I tell you, hell to the no. God says hell to the no. If he ain't a godly man, he's not even really a man. He's a male, male. A man is one that's going to follow everything that God says to do. Period. Go ahead.
For I know him, that he will command his children and his household after him, and they shall keep the way of the Lord, to do justice and judgment, that the Lord may bring upon Abraham that which he hath spoken of him.
That the household can be blessed, his lineage can be blessed as God promised him. So, we want the blessings of the Lord in our current household. We want our children to be blessed, their households to be blessed. God says there's a certain manner you have to walk in, which is the keeping of his commandments, period. So you have the same way that he's from the deep south. You made mention of it a few times. The same way he was in the military. You have to know that man is of the Lord. All right. So hopefully that helps you going forward. I mean,
It
my
does.
mic.
Appreciate that.
And,
And just
and also, I'm sorry, I just wanted to mention this too. I don't want it to be taken out of context what we were mentioning earlier about the thug mentality, or the brother that's from the ghetto or from the hood and that has that mentality of selling drugs and just the evils of our community, and versus the brother that may have a better education, come from a different family, like you mentioned, the South and so on and so forth. I don't want to take that out of context. Actually, Shem just cleared it up. If he's not a man of God, it doesn't matter what background he comes from, because Paul came from a background of the upper echelon of the Pharisees, and yet he was murdering and throwing in prison the believers of Christ. But he was able to repent. You see Peter, who didn't come from the education or come from the schools or come from the upper echelon of the Pharisees, and he was left head of the church. So it's all about how they move as far as learning who they are according to the scripture and changing their lives. So I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't saying that just because a brother may have a quote unquote better background, that automatically means that if a woman chooses him, that the marriage is going to go right. Like Shem said, if he's not a commandment keeper, there's no way. It doesn't matter. He's still going to have instilled in here underlying sin, and it's not gonna improve you, or it's not gonna make it better because of his quote unquote background.
And I hear that, and I thank you, and I appreciate you guys for the clarity on the word, especially earlier when I had ended and muted when he went. I forgot what word he went to. I wrote it down. I'll refer to these notes. But yeah, I appreciate all of this, because it's just more clarity and confirmation on what's happening in the world. Period. What's happening with our men, specifically the black men. Um, there's a lot of things that I don't agree with that was spoken on. The article you spoke of about the marrying the white man would be better off. Yeah, I don't agree with that. I don't. I mean, that's just my personal opinion again. And
Hell
if
no, it ain't gonna be better.
it's not, I don't.
That's a fetish. That's a fetish for him. When the
Yeah.
white man gets with the black woman, that's a fetish.
Yeah.
That's a slave master
Yes.
taking the wife from the middle of the night from the slave out of his shack. That's a fetish. Because I saw a TikTok video, and I actually played it yesterday on a radio show, where there's an interracial couple of a white man and a black woman, and they'll often play a role where she'll come in the house or she'll be in the bathroom and she'll take her weave out or her wig off, and it'll show her natural hair, and her husband will make fun of her. And I was thinking, how destructive, how much self-hatred does a woman have to make a TikTok video for millions and millions of people across the world to see, where she's blatantly has her white husband saying, look, if you're gonna wear your natural hair, I don't want to have nothing to do with this marriage. You know what I mean? Like that's self-destructing behavior, and it's sending a wave out there, you know what I'm saying, a spirit out there to other black women, that's to say, well, if you want to take a step up, you want to get with a white man, these are the things you'll have to endure. Shem, Benjamin, Joel, do you remember that one time where the article was read where the woman said, don't tell me to leave my white husband, even though he likes to call me nigger bitch when we have
Yes, I
sex? You
do.
remember that? Yes,
Yes, I
sir.
do.
I remember it.
You know, and
Hey,
then she'll
Dion,
say, don't
Dion.
tell her to leave him. Yes, sir, go
Hey,
ahead.
Dion. About 3 weeks ago, we had a sister on the daytime clubhouse. She used to be in an interracial marriage, and she told us that her white husband, that's what they used to call, that's what he used to call her in the bedroom too. She told us that on the clubhouse.
I was listening to that. Damn.
Sheesh.
Hey, and like I said, we allow the society to infiltrate our community, our men as well as our women's mind, because there's no real structure or foundation, and we try to look for the solution to the problems, or even figure out how's this seeping within our community. How do we get here to now the women are being placed over the men? Women are Supreme Courts, and it's the lack of fathers within the household, or even women playing their role rather than being CEOs, but being mothers. So they want to be CEOs, entrepreneurs, rather than being a mother and being a traditional wife. And so that the father can play a traditional role. And all of these things extend from the Bible. Our trauma, our conditions, our mental anguish, our mental health conditions. Like I said, a sister earlier, Elise, was speaking about earlier, about how she approaches these and see a lot of patience, and particularly within children. And I know I spoke about it earlier. Me being a school teacher, I see the trauma and effect that, and a lack of two parents within a household has on a child and their upbringing, and how TV brings them up, the streets brings them up, and they grow into the adults that they have today. And that's why we have drill music, we have crime within our community, a high rate of abortion. I see something extremely disturbing today with babies. I know brothers probably seen it as well. When you have babies within third trimesters was ripped up, face half taken off, and this is all a direct result of our lack of repentance, our lack of structure, God's laws. Can we get Deuteronomy 28, verse 15 real quick?
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28, and verse 15. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe, to do all his commandments and his statutes which I command thee this day,
So
that all these...
this is Moses. Moses, if he was walking around today, he would be categorized as a so-called Haitian, but he's from the tribe of Levi. So after blacks, Hispanics, and Native American Indians was delivered out of the hand of out of Egypt from Pharaoh, God gave us laws, statutes, and commandments. Because people, like I said, when they look at the Bible, I know a lot of people that we spoke to, we deal with daily, they look at it as a religious book because of Christianity, the various denominations such as Jehovah Witness, you have Baptist religion, Mormonism. They make the Bible they paint the Bible in terms of a mythological book when the Bible is the constitution or the governments of blacks, Hispanics, and Native American Indians. It was to create order and structure within our community, build strong households to keep us from conversations like this. Think about it. Why is it 2022 and we still having these conversations? It's an issue because there's no foundation, there's no structure. So God said, if we did not keep if we did not hearken to observe to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day, read.
That all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee.
You wonder why is it that black people are having these conversations? You don't really hear about this in other cultures. This is a first world problem. You don't hear about this in South America. You don't really hear about this in Africa like that. The households, you don't hear about black women CEOs. The women primarily know their place and position in the household. Like I said, when I went to Africa, the women knew their role as the nourisher, to nurture, to be in submission to the husband, to raise up their children. They understood their role. But when we come to America, we don't understand that. And primarily because we have another dominant ruling race, European oppressive people raising our children and teaching women how to be women and men how to be men. But not knowing that these are curses that was placed upon us. Can we go to verse 28?
Verse 28. And the Lord shall smite thee with madness and blindness and astonishment of heart.
So it says, and the Lord shall smite thee with madness and blindness and astonishment of heart. So to speak of, I know Lise, what's your profession again? A mental health management. You're a trauma recovery specialist, right? Elise? If you're still there. Elise?
She was a mental health coach.
Okay, a mental health coach. And we wonder why our children are coming in destroyed with trauma, with all types of health issues, and extends from our condition, our disobedience to God's laws, and our disobedience primarily to marriage too, because the scriptures go into, marriage is honorable and the law and the bed undefiled, but whoremongers and adulterers God should judge. And it's a ripple effect. The ripple effect is children being raised up, being involved in gang activity, women having sex at a young age, choosing the wrong men because of lack of guidance. And then we have all these mental health issues within our, and generational curses. It's because of us breaking God's laws. When you break one law, it trickles down to the community. And it says, and the Lord shall smite thee with madness. That's why we're mad. We're crazy. We're filled with trauma. And we go to a lot of these psychologists, and the psychologists a lot of times are white people. Can you think about going to the slave master about your problems? And you think he's going to sympathize with you? Our psychologist should be the Bible. Our couch should be the Bible. The Bible is what's going to heal us. It's gonna bind the trauma within us. Can you get one more scripture? Hosea 6 verse 1.
The book of Hosea, chapter 6 and verse 1. Come, and let us return unto the Lord, for he hath torn, and he will heal us. He hath smitten, and he will bind us up.
So God is the one that placed us in these conditions for us breaking his laws. Think about it. Everything we do is a choice. Yes, the black man has felt as well as the black woman. Both of us equally are to blame. Our women leaving the household to go and it's like I said, go to be entrepreneurs, CEOs, to own these big companies, and for forgetting their roles is the result of them trying to escape that trauma that they've been suffering and thinking that I could do this on my own. I never had a man to help me, to help support me. I didn't have a daddy in the household. So I want to do this on my own. So I feel the need that I gotta put myself up and set myself up as a leader and be a pillar in my society and money's gonna solve the problems because the man has done that for me. These are all trauma, generational trauma. But the Bible says, "Come and let us return to the Lord." All of us got to return to our natural position and God's our divine order, because our women become entrepreneurs not working. Our brothers, all of these different religions, gang activity, drug dealing, that's not working. Whatever, everything that we try to do, economics is not working. For some reason, it doesn't work within our community. The only thing that's going to work is us returning into the Bible. Read on. Read it again.
Hosea chapter 6 and verse 1. Come, and let us return unto the Lord, for he hath torn, and he will heal us. He hath
So
smitten.
he has torn, and God will heal us. He will bind that trauma, that mental anguish, that mental health, the broken households, and he will bind and he will heal us. Go on.
He hath smitten, and he will bind us up.
He has smitten and he will bind us up. All right, I'm going to mute my mic. Emmanuel, next person in the queue.
Okay, all praises to the Most High. All praises. So I see we got a lot of new people on stage. All praise to the Most High. So I just want to go ahead and try to, I guess you could say, break the ice a little bit. Is there any sister on the stage that feels as if black women CEOs are more important than black fathers in the household? Any sisters taking that stance that's on the stage? Because I know it's a lot of, black women with the black women empowerment. It's 2022. We ain't with the traditional rah, rah, rah. Is there any sisters that take that stance on stage? Okay. All praises. All right, next in the queue we had N-E, Natural Essence.
Yes,
How you doing tonight, sis?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm fine, can't complain. What's your thoughts on tonight's topic? Are black women CEOs or black fathers in a household more important to the black community? Which one more important?
I mean, I think it's important to have black fathers. Um, but I do think that women have taken, I guess you could say, taken on a CEO role in their household for, multiple reasons. But it's important to have black fathers. It's important to have black families um, for multiple reasons. So, yeah, that's my take.
Okay. So black fathers more important. So does it seem as if the modern black women in society uh, are they pursuing men as husbands and fathers and things of that nature? Or are they trying to prepare themselves for marriage more so, or are they more focused on establishing a career and bossing up? Because all the sisters tonight saying that black fathers are more important, but meanwhile, it seems like the movement is being pushed like black women boss up. You know what I'm saying? And marriage is kind of on a decline as far as the black woman marrying her black man. So I'm just trying to see what's the discrepancy. It seems like black women leaning more towards the CEO route or whatnot, but you women are saying that black fathers are more important. What's the disconnect?
I think that black women today are just trying to do what they think is safe, whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. But I think women are just trying to position themselves now because they feel like, well, we can depend more on being self-sufficient than depending on a man. And I'm not saying that's right, but I think that a lot of women have children and things like that they're thinking about. And, so instead of thinking like, marriage minded, preparing myself to be a wife for a good man that's righteous or whatever, they're just like, well, I'm gonna take the safe route and I'm gonna, like you said, like I'm gonna boss up, I'm gonna be a business owner, or I'm gonna be a CEO or whatever. I think there are a lot of black women who do want to be married. They do want a husband. They want all of those things, but again, I think a lot of them are taking that so-called, I guess you could say, like safe route. Like, let me just do this just in case I don't find, a good man or whatever. I don't know.
A natural essence. You mind if I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
What is a man, or what is a good man? Like, what is that? Because I know society says a good man is someone who caters to the woman or who simps for her. So, what is a good man?
Well, I think every woman would describe that differently. Um, Me, I think it's a righteous man, a man who, who follows God or whatever. Because I feel like men out here who don't have nothing that, you know, I think a lot of men who don't believe in nothing higher than themselves, they tend to like, I hate to say this, I know this is going to be graphic, but like they'll kill you. They don't believe they have to answer to anything. So, yeah.
Hey, speaking of that, sis, recently in the headlines you had Megan Good divorcing her Christian pastor husband, and it just hit the headlines recently. Her new boyfriend, like the complete opposite. And I remember the headline, it said something like, good guys take the L again, or something like that. Uh,
Hmm.
yeah, so,
Don't
there's,
get me started. That's my orientation advisor from USC. Don't y'all now wait now.
Who is her new friend? Is he like a future, or what we talking about?
what that mean? You finna take up for her or something, Tamor?
I was gonna take her for Devon Franklin. That's my orientation advisor.
Oh, okay,
Get me
okay.
started. Please
Right,
don't
right,
get me
right,
started.
right,
Please
right.
don't. Please don't.
No, yeah, no, because that's what Annie was saying. She was saying that she prefer a righteous man and all of that, but
Hmm.
meanwhile, you got sisters doing a whole nother thing, and that go back to what the brothers was saying about the Beyonce song back in the day. I need a soldier and all of that. It's like I'm saying, y'all
Music,
saying one
music,
thing.
music, music,
Well,
music with the transforming thing.
who
Don't
is
get me
who is
started.
who is Megan Good's new boyfriend? Is he like a thug, or like what we talking about here?
Something like that. I don't know. That's what I saw in the headline.
Maybe that's what she always low key wanted. I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, yeah, it's pinned
Or,
at the top
or,
now if you
or,
refresh the
or
page.
I
or
think I
she
think
was
women
sure
like
about what.
I don't really know.
He a battle rapper.
I
A
think
battle rapper.
yeah. Good sis might be going through something right now. I don't know.
She taking
We
a
all
L.
I ain't gonna say we all, but a lot of women do go through that. Like
Hey,
they
she going through her
She,
whole phase again.
damn. She
okay.
look
Sort of like
She
Tiffany
might be
Haddish.
Hot
hey,
girl
like
summer.
Jada.
she might be having a hot girl summer.
Hey, it's sort of like Tiffany Haddish. She's 42 years old. She showed up to the Oscars with a 23-year-old brother.
Hey, but that's what often happens, right?
Porn?
They have that. That's what often happens, right? And that's why we know Christianity can't heal a damn thing. Brother or sister deals with certain spirits before they learn or before they quote unquote get with a Christian woman or a Christian, like in her case, a Christian pastor. But that inner whore that was already inside of her was never healed. You understand what I mean? Like his quote unquote mission as a pastor of being able to guide and teach was not able to heal her spiritually, right? So that demon that was already in her just came back. Actually, never went anywhere. It was being suppressed. So now, when she gets a divorce, this is what you see black women do all the time. When they get a divorce or when they get out of a relationship, it's like, okay, now I got to stunt on my ex. I got to show him that I'm still good, even though we not together. And what it does, it makes them look bad. It makes her look really, really bad. You know, as soon as she get out of a relationship, she out of a marriage, she's back to her whorish ways. It doesn't make her look better. The same thing with like Gabrielle Union. What's her advice for young girls, Gabrielle Union? Oh, have more sex. I wish I'd have had more sex when I was in my 20s. What about you, Tamar Braxton? Oh man, I wish I'd have had more sex when I was in my 20s. These are 50-year-old women. And young black women look up to them.
Hey, Dion, you know what though? Gabrielle Union is back in a whore phase, right? Or being a whore. That's what it is. How about her husband is a whore as well? Because Christianity teaches you the belief system of many gods. Okay, Christianity has our people flipped upside down, not knowing which way is up. Because, and I can say that with all confidence, because biblically, Christianity is not of the Bible. It's not of the Bible. It's a mix of Babylonian customs. It's a mix of Greek customs. It's a mix of Roman customs. It's a mix of lies and fables. So she's playing the whore physically, and he's whoring spiritually. So they were a perfect match. I mean, you know.
Damn,
So
100%.
I have a
Oh,
question.
go
Question.
ahead. Go ahead.
So a woman, like for example, y'all are talking about Megan Good and how she didn't like flip the script now that she's not married to her so-called Christian pastor. And she's dating her like a thug or whatever. Like, do y'all think that can ever get about a woman? So if she's like used to dating those kind of men, like, can that ever be like a thing of the past for her?
Absolutely. That's called repentance.
Mm,
Because the Bible says, Romans 12:2. Can we read that real quick? This is what the Bible says regarding what's supposed to happen to your mind when you learn the truth of the gospel, when you learn the truth about God and who you are. This is what it says.
okay.
The book of Romans, chapter 12, and verse 2. And be not conformed to this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind, that ye may prove what is that good and acceptable and perfect will of God.
So the Bible says, be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind. Jesus Christ called it being born again in John chapter 3. Of course, he doesn't mean being born again physically, he meant spiritually. You have to go back to a little child and be retaught that what you used to look for in a man is not what God intended for you to look for in a man. That's why the Bible says to be ye continually with a godly man who you know to keep the commandments. So this man he's gonna have a beard. He's gonna wear fringes. Saturdays is off limits. He's not breaking God's Sabbath, right? He's gonna honor his wife as the weaker vessel. He's gonna guide her in the scriptures. He's gonna take care of his children. These are the things that you're supposed to be looking for in a man. But guess what? If you're in the club, you're not finding that. If you're in the Christian church, you're not finding that. You know what I'm saying? If you're trying to look for at the basketball, you're not finding that. You only finding these type of men when you yourself are renewed and transformed, right? That's the only time. Now, that whole stage of wanting to find the brother that may I don't know, had that roughneck mentality, or may come from the streets. He may be from New York or somewhere where he had to be real rough growing up and to be able to be able to protect himself. And he comes off with that persona. Well, he can also be converted, because you read about many men in the Bible that had that mentality of rough. King David was was a killer. You understand? He was a warrior, right? Many men you read about in the Bible, they had that spirit on them where they weren't weak, they weren't soft. Just because a man is a man of God, it don't make him soft. In fact, that makes him strong, spiritually and physically. So these are the things that our sisters need to start looking for, but they don't quite know the way to go to get to it. And that's the word of God. That's how you get towards that right path of being with the man that's gonna walk in order with the Lord. But you yourself can only find that when you start to walk in order with the Lord. You gotta change your mind of what a man truly is.
Hey, can I get a scripture real quick? Right.
Of course.
Bring it on.
Hey, let's go to John 4 real quick. John 4.
Yo,
And
that's
start
crazy, y'all. I'm sorry. That's crazy.
John 4 verse 16. John 4 verse 16.
The book
What's
of John, chapter 4.
what's crazy is we still call ourselves African American. We still call ourselves after our slave masters name, Jenkins, Johnson, Joseph, these different things. We still don't know who we are. We still trying to figure out which end is up. We still trying to figure out how to navigate marriage. We still trying to figure out how to raise our children. We still trying to figure out why we still get shot down in the street. Out of all the people in the world, only blacks getting shot down, Hispanics getting shot down. We still trying to figure everything out. Now that's crazy.
Wake it up.
Bring it up.
John chapter 4 and verse 16. Jesus saith unto her, Go, call thy husband and come hither. And she answered and said, I have no husband. Jesus said unto her, Thou hast well said, I have no husband. For thou hast had 5 husbands.
Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Here's what Christ is calling out. Christ is calling out the whorish spirit in this sister, because she is saying Christ is at the well. He needs water to drink. He's like, listen, go call your husband. I want to talk to him. She says, wait, I don't have a husband. He's like, listen, you've had 5 husbands. So what it is she's laid with 5 men, but never got paperwork with any of them. So he's calling out that spirit that sisters having them today, jumping from man to man to man, right? Go ahead.
For thou hast had 5 husbands, and he whom thou now hast is not thy husband.
Because they never finished their marriage according to the law of Moses. Paperwork was not involved. He says, that man you just shacking up with right now, he's not your husband. Damn. Hey, the Bible covers all things, man. It covers all things. Go ahead.
And that sayest thou truly.
So now he says you answered right. I'm pointing out the horror spirit you got in you, and you answer correctly by not denying it, right? Now jump down to verse 25.
Verse 25. The woman saith unto him, I know that Messiah cometh, which is called Christ. When he is come, he will tell us all things.
So the woman is acknowledging. So as you read further down, she marveled because he knew all things. So she acknowledged that this is the Messiah. She acknowledged that, listen, I got this spirit on me that you're pointing out. Same thing here in Biblical Smoke. The men will bring out certain scriptures and point out certain falsehoods in our lives that we have, certain ways we were misled, and showing us that, listen, what we're learning is wrong. What we're learning is lies. Like we're talking about Christianity, how it misleads us so much. It takes us on a path that we should never have gone on, right? But a lot of times we don't want to deal with some of the root problems. Is that spirit of going from man to man, this whole dating thing. Now she left Megan Good, left one dude. Now she's with another dude, total polar opposites, things of that nature. But nobody's calling out that she shouldn't be doing that. Listen, a lot of us as a people, we work harder on finding doctors to do BBLs instead of working on your marriage. We work hard in finding oral surgeons to do veneers to get this perfect smile instead of working that hard on your marriage. We work hard in every damn thing else. We work 12 hours a day to try to make some kind of financial achievement. We work hard at everything except building that marriage. Marriage was never easy. Biblically, it ain't easy. When you read 1 Corinthians chapter 7, Paul said there'll be trouble in the flesh. Even in those godly marriages with those that know God's commandments, there's going to be problems. But we work hard at everything else except fixing the problem. Both of us should be working on humbling down to what God says. The woman plays her godly role, the man plays his godly role, and then you can build a godly household. We put more time and effort into our damn 9 to 5 than we do our marriages. We put more time and effort into the military than our marriage. We put more time into the club more than our marriages. That's why we jacked up as a people. Now that's crazy.
Damn, man. Just damn. Sorry, elders. But damn. Damn.
Hey, Shem, you know what you just said about putting more time into other stuff, right? And it makes me think if putting more time on the other things have brought results like success and wealth, you know, living good, whatever people want to call it, by putting more time. Imagine the results that people will get if they put more time into the marriage, into the household. Give my mic.
All
Damn.
right. All right, next
Hey,
in the queue. Go ahead, Dion.
nah, I know we want to move on, so don't worry about it. Let's go. Let's move
We can't move on for this, elders. Y'all going in, but damn. Damn.
You all right, bruh? Dollar? You
That's
good?
bad, man. Man, y'all don't know who Disaster is? Y'all know who Disaster is. Oh my God. Damn. Making good. Damn. Damn.
All right, peace out,
Man,
man.
that dude on drugs, man. But hey,
Yeah,
cocaine is
he
a hell of a
wildin'.
drug.
Get that
Hey,
nigga out of
Okay,
here.
okay.
I'm thinking he was gonna say something
Hey,
smart.
hey, that's the black man. Some sisters will reproduce with though.
Yep, they be like, he
on.
The
Damn.
fake.
real
He a
Pookie and
scammer.
Ray Ray.
Mm-hmm. That's a real nigga for you.
All right,
See?
next in the queue, we got Ike. Ike, you've been on stage for a while, bro.
Yeah, for now, I'm just listening though.
Okay, what's your thoughts on the topic?
Yeah, well, I think, well, I think from an African perspective, and so the black father is more important in that sense. But it's teamwork.
Hey, I can't hear him. He's speaking real low.
All right, sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
It could be louder, but
Okay,
go
one second.
ahead.
Let me get something. I guess this is better, right? All right. So what I was saying basically is that speaking from an African perspective, I think the black father, the role of the black father, kind of centers the house, centers the household, and even if the black mother is a CEO, without giving him that power, he will throw everything out of equilibrium, or just throw everything, it will rock the house because that's the structure of the household. That's the. So I think everybody has its role, but the black father has to take the lead, and CEO or not, she'll play her role. I think that's where I say it though.
Hey, speaking of Africa, I saw an article where I think it may have been a sister from either Ghana or Nigeria. She was well off. I think she was a billionaire, and she made a statement in the article that when she steps between the threshold or over the threshold of her husband's house, she is in full submission to him. And a lot of people said that that article was fake. But when you go to Africa, and many of us on stage have been to Africa, we see that spirit where many of the women say, no, the man is supposed to lead and we're supposed to follow and we're supposed to guide the house, take care of the children and be there to assist him as his help meet. But when you get to the Western hemisphere, the Western side of the world, which that's why the Bible calls this place Babylon the Great, the land of confusion. This place is confusion. And many of our gender roles are confused, even to where now men act like women and women act like men. And even men want to be women and women want to be men. That's completely out of order. So to go with what the brother was just saying, there's a complete different trajectory on the continent of Africa compared to what we've been taught and what has been done to us here in America. The Bible talks about the divine order of things. That's in 1 Corinthians chapter 11. Could you read that real quick? Because I know somebody's probably never heard this before that's maybe listening in for the first time. God has divine order on how the household is supposed to run and how life is supposed to be conducted between husband and wife. Read that for me.
The book of 1 Corinthians, chapter 11 and verse 3. But I would have you know that the head of every man is Christ, and the head of the woman is the man, and the head of Christ is God.
So there's the divine order. You got God, Christ, man, woman. So let's start at the top. Do you ever see Christ in the scriptures disrespecting God? That's a question.
No, sir.
So do you ever see any of the apostles? Now, you did see scribes and Pharisees, but those Negroes didn't have a spirit. But did you ever see any of the apostles disrespecting Christ?
No, sir.
Right. So it's the same thing with the woman. She is not to disrespect or try to elevate herself above her head, which is her man, which is the black man. If she doesn't have a husband and say she's under her father's roof, then her father is that head. And then once she gets married, her husband is her head. But as you can see, on this side of the world, in the quote unquote Western hemisphere, in America and the Caribbean islands and so on and so forth, you see that where there's an influx of disrespect on the behalf of women. Well, who taught you that? Christianity taught you that. White Jesus taught you that. Willie Lynch taught you that. I know a lot of people get angry when we bring up Willie Lynch, say, oh, that was a long time ago, but his systems are still in place. This is why when the police come to your house and there's an incident, you pay the bills. They'll walk right past your ass and say, where's the mother? Ma'am, what happened? I want to hear you niggas. Shut up over there in the corner. Ma'am, what happened? They train police officers to go straight to the woman. This is why many black people, especially in the South, they call our grandmothers Madea. What does that mean? Mother of the house. The Madea is the mother of the house. She's the matriarchal figure in the household. And the grandfather is usually neither not there or he's off to the wayside, docile and weak, following his woman. That's not biblical. And that's why our communities are completely and totally out of whack, because these monsters that run out here in the streets that are murdering people, robbing people. I saw an article today where 3 men shot a woman in Mississippi 3 times and then raped her lifeless body.
Bro, that thing is sickening when I saw that thing. I never.
Who's
You can't make
raising
this
these?
up.
Right? Who's right? And then they get mad at us when we speak about single parent households and trying to get marriage back instituted in our community and the woman submit to the man. When black women will try to kill us when we say these things. But then when 3 young black men rape a sister, shoot her 3 times, first of all, kill her, and then rape her lifeless body, and we say, we do the research and see that they come from single parent households, they all won't have nothing to say. They all be totally quiet.
And
And that's the issue.
Dion, we asked the question. We also asked the question: why was she out there alone by herself without protectance? And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to bring back the household and bring back the protection and guidance under the woman, because she doesn't have that hedge to avoid situations like that.
Just to elaborate a little bit more on that article, it was her friend who lured her out, and it was the friend's boyfriend, and the brother of the boyfriend, and they wanted to have sex with her, and the sister and her friend got into a fight, and that's where it all ensued. The boyfriend pulls out a gun and shoots her, and then the brother rapes her. It's a mess, but it was multiple people involved, and it just goes to show how important that structured household that we've been going over all night is in the Black community. All right. And many of us are okay with failing our children, failing our communities, the communities that one time we used to say it takes a village to raise a child. I ain't see a village in decades.
Man,
It's, you know what, replace the village? Stop snitching. Stop snitching, replace the village. The village
yep.
where when you were, I know when I grew up, if any of the neighbors on the street saw me doing something and they said they was going to tell my mother, I used to be fearful because there was a certain level of community going on during those times. I'm a little bit older, but now it's stop snitching. Now, if auntie down the street tell your mama anything, oh, that young dude might shoot up auntie house. Like that's, if you come from these cities like Philly, you come from these cities like Southwest Atlanta or Brooklyn or Bronx, New York, you ain't telling your neighbor their kid did anything, because that kid is liable to either slash your face, shoot up your house, do whatever the case may be. So that the Bible teaches us to get back to that. Like if we read Leviticus 5:1, matter of fact, let's read that. Let's eliminate that whole stop snitching culture, the lie that it is. Let's read that. Leviticus 5:1 real quick.
The book of Leviticus, chapter 5 and verse 1. And if a soul sin and hear the voice of swearing, and is a witness, whether he have seen or known of it, if he do not utter it, then he shall bear his iniquity.
So I hope everyone in the room understands that. So the whole stop snitching culture is anti-God. So everything that we've been discussing tonight, the breakdown in the families, Christianity, and I just made mention of stop snitching, all of these things. Even Dion made a comment about sisters over in Africa, about the roles that are played in the households. Like that's not even up for discussion in most women in Africa. It's like it's bred in them. You don't normally see women in those other countries up in men's faces. You don't really see that. You don't really see that. You may have one or two that's kind of westernized that live in the UK and go back to Africa from time to time, or live in the States and go back to Africa from time to time to visit family, and they have that spirit on them. But majority of those sisters in Africa don't have that spirit. That's not something you commonly see. In Sierra Leone, when he brought out the scripture that Dion brought out in 1 Corinthians chapter 11, that the man is the head of the woman. Women there were like, we know that. It wasn't. It's here. It's here. There is a great deception, destruction that has happened to our people here, and we have to. You got to say, hold up. There's something wrong, and we need to know the way to fix it. And as Joel brought out eloquently, the Word of God is going to fix it. The Bible, and it's brought out by those who are keeping God's commandments, not Megan Good's husband, not a Creflo Dollar, not T.D. Jakes. Those are sinful men with the Bible in their grasp. We're not talking about those men. Those are not godly men. Those are men who lie about God. We're talking about men who keep the commandments of God and faith in the black Messiah, Jesus the Christ. And I'll mute my mic.
All praises, all praises. All right, so just want to plug the room real quick. Make sure y'all hashtag biblical smoke with the title of the room. We still going, y'all, all right? Black women CEOs or black fathers in the household? What's more important? So make sure y'all copy and paste the link also. Continue to ping people to the room. And if you have any questions or want to contact us concerning things, beyond what we discussing tonight, you can email us at biblicalsmoke@gmail.com. Once again, that's biblicalsmoke@gmail.com. Next in the queue, we got Tamar. Tamar, how you doing tonight, sis?
Why y'all always bring me up? I literally just be here to just listen.
Nah, you seem like you pretty vocal.
Well, listen, let me just say this. So I do have both parents still married. And I will never forget an incident where me and my dad had a very, very heart to heart. And it was when I was dating somebody, and how I got to that heart to heart being because growing up, I didn't have those relationship talks with my dad. I had a lot of spiritual, biblical talks with my dad. And I'm not on here to just pump him up or whatever. But there's some people in here who know my dad, and my dad will be in that word from 5 to 7 every night. from Mississippi. That's all I know. I don't know anything else. All I know is seeing a black man in the house in the word. We weren't a family that sat up there and prayed every night together. We did none of that. And I've seen him transform from a Mississippi going to church Christianity man to having talks with him to walking in the real knowledge of Jehovah and standing in a breakthrough that I've never seen happen until last year. And I remember having a conversation with my dad about relationships. And I remember me and my brothers would be like, you know, my baby brother, he's younger, so he don't have no filter. He was like, Dad, I blame your generation. Y'all the ones that should have went back to, you know, other black men and started doing like, you know, conferences and blah, 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 you know, because that's all we know is how he taught us, how his friends have really raised some God-fearing people. So on one hand, I had a conversation about a relationship, and I remember God had to chastise me about why I was wrong in the situation. And you guys said it. It's not about a I think, it's a what is truth. And I think people living in this truth, and I'm living in my truth, and that's, we have to first agree, everyone on here, what is the truth? What is ground zero first? Not what I think, what I feel, it's the truth. It's based on the word of God. And my dad said to me when I went through this situation with someone who I knew I wasn't supposed to be with, but because of the flesh, the carnal side of what I wanted to do, I ended up on the wrong side of the stick in tears as a typical woman. Oh my gosh, woe is me, my. And I will never forget what my dad told me. And I pray that this is what encourages all of us. My dad said in that moment, he said, if a man does not fear God, he would have no clue how to love you. And that to this day has always stuck with me. And what he was saying was, if a man is not in that word, if he does not have a deference for the word of God, knowing that that's his measuring stick. It's not social media. It's not how the woman looks. It's not if she can cook. It's not the carnal stuff. It's the spiritual side. And like you said, the order. If you look at Adam and Eve, and it was Eve who ate the fruit. It wasn't Adam, it was Eve, you know? And so it's those things that I really want to encourage, and I encourage myself daily because I'm a woman. You know, you want what you want, you like what you like, you the outward expression, but it has been because of that male presence that has been in my house that has truly kept the covenant. That's another thing. Marriage is not just a piece of paper. America has made it that way. Yeah, they have. It's financially beneficial and all this other stuff. But if we don't agree to understand that it is the word of God that keeps the order, and if we step out of that, that's where the chaos comes. That's where we're going to always have people coming on here or anywhere. Well, I think, and this is what I believe. And it's not about a what I think. It's what is right. And what is right is based on the word of God. So that's all I have to say. And like I said, I'm not trying to be on here to pump up my dad and pump up, you know, he ain't the best dad in the world, but I can honestly say it was that covering. It is that covering to this very day that has kept this family together. It has kept my brother sane. It has kept my brothers out of jail. It has kept my mom praying when she could see visions and call us up in the midnight hour. Okay. It is the village of, you know, I don't care what your mama gonna think. This is what I saw you do, and I'm about to walk you back home and tell her. You know, if we can't come to that understanding based on the word of God, not based on me agreeing with you or not you, but you know what I mean. If we can't come to that, that's where we're gonna always be chaos. And that's my 2 cents.
So black
I
folk
mute my mic.
household is more important. Oh, praises. Okay. Appreciate that, Tamar. Next in the queue, we got that Tiff.
Hey everyone, good evening, good night actually. I'm like Tamar, you guys invite me up and I just wanted to listen, but you know what? I wanted to put my 2 cents in on this one, so I appreciate you. Um, I knew what I was gonna say until she started speaking. Sis, you got me thinking of all types of other things to say, but I will say this. Growing up in a single parent household where my mother was there, my husband and his brothers growing up in a single parent household where their mother was the only one there. When we got together, our roles were reversed. And it takes for you to be in this truth and to be willing to hear the truth, to then start to see where you're in the wrong, and for that man sometimes to learn how to lead and step up, and for the woman to learn how to step back a little bit more and allow that man to lead. Me myself, I am a CEO. I don't feel that there should be either or, because of course I want my husband in the household to raise my children. I could not have done it without him, especially with boys. And I can empathize, but I can't tell you guys how to be men. I can't tell you what to do. I can't, it's not the same. And a mother's love tends to be a little bit, more gentle with our boys and, what have you. And we're a little tougher on our girls sometimes. And that is not the type of men that you want out here, hence the kids we're dealing with now. But in my situation, being a CEO, I fell into it. It looks like from the outside looking in, more women are supportive of other women when it comes to business ventures. So we can start off with something small,
Facts, facts,
making a
facts.
basket or making a basket, doing a tutu. Mine started off with making little outfits for my daughter, and everybody and their mom wanted one. And so next thing you know, it's a business, and I'm making more money in a week than my husband slaving at his job as a forklift driver for a month. So why would I want my husband to be slaving to make less than what I'm making selling a couple tutus at a little store? So we decided to work together. However, I had to learn how to balance, because I did work all the time at one point in my life. I was doing corporate America as well as my business. And I do thank God for the pandemic, because I spent the entire year not working for anyone at all. I rested the entire year and still got paid. That was nobody but the Most High. But that gave me that position back in my household, to where my kids were used to me making dinner every night again. My husband was used to me, being there to do certain roles. And I started feeling like I needed to be back in that place. And I realized then that that's where I really should be. Even though I still have businesses, I still do what I do, and I still make enough income to help my husband in his role. I know that also I have a specific place in my household, and I don't feel that I need to choose between owning a business and also being a wife and mother, because I just need to balance it, and I need to do what God needs me to do to be that prosperous woman in my household, but allow my husband to lead as well. And I mute my mic.
So your husband leads. You say your husband leads your household.
Oh, of course. Absolutely.
Sis, there was something that Tiff that you said that kind of stuck out to me. You made mention that yet you are a CEO. You obviously do well for yourself, and you were able to, whether it be make a basket or tutus, and make more money than your husband does slaving at his little job.
Was before. I do apologize. That was in the past. That's how I started my business. That's not now.
So here's something that, even though you might have the best intentions, that statement, whether you say it to us or to your husband, just that statement alone is very disrespectful. I'm gonna tell you why. Sometimes men will do a job, not necessarily for pay. It takes care of the bills, but they do a job in order to sometimes do what they love. Not everyone has the ability to be paid very well for doing something that they enjoy or hate. So sometimes they'll take on a job that'll eventually lead them into another field. It could be apprenticeship. It could be all these things that do not generate enough money. But oftentimes, once sisters start to make more than their husbands, whether it's overtly or inadvertently, their mindset is, I make more than your little job, your little forklift job, your little factory job, your little line work that you do at the plant, whatever it is. And that subconsciously comes out, because out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaketh. So eventually, some of the arguments will stem from your little job or your little forklift. As soon as those checks start rolling, this is the problem that we're talking about with the dysfunction in marriages. I mentioned when I first got on tonight, when the room first opened, I made a statement. When men make a lot of money in careers, they tend to have the mindset to build their families and their legacy. When women begin to make that money, CEO status, boss B, whatever, they tend to feel like they don't need a man.
Wait,
Now,
wait. Let me interject real fast. So,
all
are you
praise,
asking her? Are you asking? Did
Amar,
she say that to her? No, no, no.
Amar,
Hey,
hold on,
well, hold on.
hold on a second. I'm reiterating a statement that I made earlier because I'm only repeating what she said. So now, what I want everyone to see, I said, whether it's overtly, meaning you say it outwardly to your husband, or it's something subtly said in a conversation or in a level of argument. It doesn't matter. Whatever it is, the husband is going to pick up on it. So sometimes once that money's starting to be made, that spirit comes along with it. Okay, this is a spiritual walk. All these things are spiritual. It doesn't even matter if it's monetary or not. Sometimes the man just wants a job to get out of the daggone house, do something with his hands, and be a man. And guess what? That's okay. If he's taking care of what he's supposed to take care of, that's perfectly fine in his regard. But once a lot of sisters start to make more than their husbands, that's the level of subtle disrespect that comes with it. All right, go ahead. You have something to say, Tamar?
So no, I'm just asking for clarity. So I'm asking Tiff to answer that. Like, Tiff,
Yeah, I'd
did you?
love to. I'd love to
Yeah,
answer.
I would love to
Um,
hear her answer.
so I like to give a little, perspective on some things. So we live in Southern California. Um, when I started my business, which was like 2010, we lived in the Midwest. It was a lot easier to survive. There's no way that we can live comfortably off of one salary, off of my husband's only salary, especially in Southern California. It's not happening. We do have to work together financially. I have never in any way, shape, or form belittled my husband as far as his positions go. However, we would be homeless if I did not work and only let him, be the only person who brought the money in. Believe me, we did it. You can read my bio. We were homeless when I decided to sit back and not do anything except for be at home with the children. And his income was just not enough. And that's the story for a lot of people. However, his income is enough to take care of the important things. He can make sure that the rent is paid as long as I can meet the other expenses or whatever the scenario is. So to me, that, I get what you're saying completely. I 150% understand. However, that's not everybody's situation or circumstances. The respect has to be there for what that person does. If he did not bring in his source of income at the time, now, of course, we're in a better situation financially. But at the time, if he didn't bring that in, we wouldn't have had anything. So
Let me
why would I belittle that?
let me interject. So what I love about biblical smoke, which whenever I'm able to get on here, is first of all, is men of God speaking, right? Order. #order. But what I have to interject here is because I was married, and I have to be honest and say, even in my first marriage, as much as things were going the way that they were going, when he did not, in the order of things, I let him lead, like as supposed to, like she's saying. But at a time, he was in a bind where he was supposed to make a sound decision, and he didn't even listen to me about it. It was a casual, we never had an argument, never ever ever. It was a casual conversation. Hey, I feel like blah blah blah. We prayed together about it. He still decided to make another decision. Fine, it is what it is. He ended up getting laid off. For that whole year, I had to hold down the fort. I never once, not one time, insinuated, never even, hey, you looking for a job? He ended up traveling with me the whole nine. God provided, like she's saying. I think what needs to be said is not making it seem like, well, women can't hold it down. We're not trying to hold it down. It's what has been happening. For instance, as you're a single woman, what does the Bible say? You have to keep laboring until that Boaz comes, right? You're not just going to sit around and wait, like you said earlier. Are women preparing for husbands? Well, first of all, do they know how to prepare for a covering? Are they preparing for a carnal side of a husband, just for the intimacy? Are they preparing for the covenant covering? I think that's what needs to be discussed outside of making it seem like women, and I'm not saying you, I'm just saying based on this conversation, women have had to do extra roles because of not, especially single ones. We have to do what we got to do to keep going. You're not going to just sit in the house and not labor, right? So what I really want to help, even just for other women to understand, is like, no, we're not saying to just go and not be a CEO. We're not saying do that. But what you guys are saying, biblically speaking, the order of things is, when, like you guys said, I think a month ago, women have been like, well, men do it. Well, why can't I do it? You know what I mean? I don't know some women who say, I'm just going to have to be a CEO. Some women are like, listen, I want to be here to be a covering. I want to be here to be a helpmate. I want to be here for this. But then you also have to understand some men are just not trained even to understand from the carnal to the spiritual. And I mute my mic. That's all I
Okay.
have to say about that.
All right.
Yeah.
Let me. Oh, go ahead, Shem. Go ahead. I'm gonna wait for you to get done.
Go ahead, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, go ahead. I'm
Okay.
black.
I I think both you, Tamar and Tiff, I think you missed what Shem was saying. This is what we need to realize. It's not about a financial thing. Men of God, we couldn't care less about if our wives bring in a certain amount of income, right?
But
Because
notice you
we
said men of
understand
God. Not everybody is like
well,
y'all.
get you a man of God, sis.
No,
So,
I know. That's what we
well,
waiting on.
that's that. What you well, this is what you're not gonna get a man of God until you become a woman of God. You understand what I mean? And I'm not saying that you don't believe in the Lord. I'm not saying that you're not
No, no, no,
trying.
no, no. I
What I
am.
mean
I'm
is,
very
what I mean.
prostrated in that. No, no, no. Let me
Okay,
just let me
okay.
make that very
Well,
clear. That's why I started
a
talking
woman of
about
God,
my dad. Hold on, hold
a
on,
woman
hold
of
on.
God,
No, no,
a
no,
woman of
no, no,
God
no.
would never.
Seriously,
Hold on,
Dang,
hold,
seriously,
hold. A
dang.
sis.
woman of God would.
Let me.
Hold on,
Tamar,
wait.
you have to have
Right,
patience so somebody answer.
yeah.
No, no, no. I do.
A
I
woman of
don't want
God
you
would
to make it
never.
seem like we're
Another.
not women of
Listen,
Tamar,
God.
you're
listen.
doing it
Tamar,
again. Wait till
Tamar,
Dion finish what
Tamar.
he's saying.
Like
A
that's
woman
what
of
I'm
God
saying.
would
Y'all
never
like
cut
make it
off a
seem
man of
like.
God. A woman of God would never cut off a man of God when he's speaking. Never. The fact that you're doing that shows you still have room to grow, sis. Okay, so this is me and the brothers dealing with you patiently as our sister, right? We're trying to guide you, so let us guide you. I'll maybe forget my damn point. All right, so what I was saying was, in order to be a woman, in order to get a man of God, you have to become a woman of God. A man of God is not fully concerned with what his wife can bring to the table financially. However, we are concerned with what she can bring to the table spiritually. When the Lord created Adam and then gave him his wife Eve, Eve wasn't asked to provide financially or to help financially. Adam had what he needed. The Lord blessed him with what he needed. And you see this oftentimes in many relationships. Now, what the issue is, many of our sisters, because of the lifestyle that they want to live, they're willing to take on a job, or they're willing, or even their husbands with his mindset, he's willing to allow her to take on a job so they can have a certain level of financial comfort. But a man of God is more concerned with what she can provide spiritually. And that's what I wanted to deal with really quickly. Proverbs chapter 31. Let's deal with that. Proverbs chapter 31. I want you to read verse 10, because we're going to help you sisters out. Because what Shem was saying is, a lot of times our sisters, you will inadvertently, whether willingly or not, you will belittle your husband without even realizing that you're doing it. And that's what Shem was saying. He wasn't saying that y'all didn't need the extra finances, or you live in Southern California and it's tough there. We know that it's more expensive there. We understand that. But the way, the tone in which you speak and the things that you say come off as belittling. And that's what we're trying to get our sisters to come away from the mindset of. And that's what America has provided for you. And you inadvertently do it and don't even realize it. And we're trying to get you to be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Read that scripture for me. So Proverbs 31, read verse 10 for me.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 31, and verse 10. Who can find a virtuous woman? For her price is far above rubies. The heart of her husband,
Go ahead, keep reading, keep reading.
the heart of her husband doth safely trust in her, so that he shall have no need of spoil.
So here's the thing. To a man of God, these things are essential, right? Like when the pandemic was going on, they were saying that only people that were essential workers could go out, meaning they were needful for the society to continue to move. It's the same way in a marriage. The things that are essential for a marriage between a husband and a wife, in a godly marriage, he needs to be able to safely trust in her, and she must have virtue. She must be a virtuous woman. Her price is much more above rubies and money and financial status. When a man has a virtuous wife, he's willing to go out and conquer the world for her, because he knows she's going to hold him down. He knows she's going to provide those things spiritually that's going to help him level up in the way he needs to level up. That's what we're trying to get you to understand. And also, when you get down, I think it's verse maybe 19. It says, "Her mouth shall be open with kindness," something like that. Could you read that for me?
Yes, sir. Verse 26. She
That's it.
openeth her mouth with wisdom, and in her tongue is the law of kindness.
Stop. It says she openeth her mouth with wisdom, and in her tongue is the law of kindness. Now, why did I bring that out? Because even when a righteous woman has a husband who provides financially, and even if he's not able to provide the things that she may necessarily want, but they have what they need, she's always going to put herself in a position to where she speaks life into him and she does not belittle him. What the sister said came off as her belittling her husband. That's why Shem jumped on it. I jumped on it. All the men of God heard it. And the reason we're correcting it is because the Bible says that, because what, God forbid, but what if you became sick and you couldn't work? But you could provide certain things around the house. Then that financial thing is thrown out the window. What else can be provided? God is telling you your spirit, being virtuous, having the law of kindness, being able to open your mouth with wisdom. These are the things that the Lord is saying is how your marriage is going to truly flourish, regardless of financial, how it's going to flourish in his eyes and the way he wants it to go run, right? Now, an example, really fast, there in the book of Tobit, chapter 2. The brother Tobit, you go to verse 10, the brother Tobit became disabled. He could not work. And when you read the book of Tobit in the Apocrypha, Tobit was a man of stature. He was a man of charity. He did great things, you understand, for his people. And when he went down, which we're about to read right now, let's see what his wife did. Read that for me.
Book of Tobit, chapter 2, and verse 10. And I knew not that there were sparrows in the wall. And mine eyes being open, the sparrows muted warm dung into mine eyes. And a whiteness came in my eyes. And I went to the physicians, but they helped me not. Moreover, Acharias did nourish me until I went to Elamias. And my wife Anna did take women's work to do.
Watch, stop.
And when she
Hold on, wait. We got to deal with this. The brother became disabled. He was blinded by sparrows basically taking a dump in his eyes. He had his eyes open and some sparrows took a dump and it fell in his eyes and he became blinded. There was a whiteness in his eyes. He could not see. I want to say it was for 10 years if you read later on in the book. So for 10 years, the brother was not able to see. His wife had to take up women's works. Meaning what? She had to do maid work. She had to cook. She had to do certain things that were women. She wasn't hitting the anvil against the shape or form, even to sound that way. I want to show you that. Keep reading.
Verse 12. And when she had sent them home to the owners, they paid her wages.
No.
And
Oh, yeah, okay, go ahead.
verse 12. And when she had sent them home to the owners, they paid her wages and gave her also a kid. And when it was in my house,
A kid is basically like a lamb, a small goat or something, right? A cattle, something for them to eat. So when she went to work for these people, they gave her money for her wages, and they also gave her this kid, right, to take back to her husband, take back to her household. Go ahead.
and when it was in my house and began to cry, I said unto her, from whence is this kid? Is it not stolen? Render it to the owner, for it is not lawful to eat anything that is stolen.
So when he heard this, because he's blinded, when he heard that, he was like, wait a minute, where'd that come from? Did you steal that? Because if you stole that, we can't eat that. Take it back to the owner. He getting on her ass right now. Go ahead.
But she replied upon me, it was given for a gift more than the wages. Howbeit, I did not believe her, but bade her render it to the owners, and I was abashed at her. But she replied upon me, where are thine alms and thy righteous deeds? Behold, thou and all thy works are known.
Pause. I want you to stop right there. Notice what the black woman did regarding her husband when he was down and could not work And even he was getting on her, say he was abashed at her. He was angry, he was pissed off because he thought she stole that. He didn't believe her. Even in the fact that she has to go to work, he's down, he's not able to provide like he was. She still was able to have a level of integrity and kindness in her tongue to say, my Lord, your works are known. People know you. You've done great things for a lot of people. And they wanted to help us out because they know we're in a financial bind. Once again, God provided. Even, and his reputation was able to provide that. This sister saw that.
May I
So
ask a
that's what we're telling
question?
you,
May
sisters.
I,
Yeah, right.
may I
As
ask a
soon as I finish
question?
this, as soon as I finish this, what I'm
Ridiculous.
showing you is there. This is a situation in what we see today. In some situations today, women are able to get better jobs than some brothers. Some brothers don't have the education. Some brothers don't have the experience. Women, black women in America are able to get some jobs where they're able to make more financially for their households. But what our sisters must learn, like what Proverbs 31 was talking about, there must be kindness in her tongue, right? And she must be able to deal with her husband where he can safely trust in her. Because it's not about the money. It's about if she's virtuous and if she's a woman of God, like our sister in the book of Tobit, the second chapter, where she did not belittle her husband or disrespect him, even though she had to provide because he was down. I
Yes,
mean,
sir.
Mike.
So we're all saying the same thing. I can't speak for Tiff. I can only speak for myself. Um, when I was in that situation, I was exhorting him like the word says. And like I started off by saying the stock that I come from, which is the powerful, God fearing man. I'm not no saint. Most of us are not on here, but that's all I did. What I was saying was, and we're all saying the same thing, it starts from order. It starts from both of the parents in the home. It starts from people being in that word to be able to teach our young men who will eventually get married for whatever reason. So I don't want it to come off like, oh, you guys are, or you're not, you're belittling. I can't, like I said, I can't speak for Tiff. I can only speak for myself. That was the last thing I did because I come from seeing a mom and a dad married for 40 plus years, and I've seen them have disagreements where my mom will say certain things that are daggers. Then I've seen when she has exhorted him. So I learned early on at a very early age the power of the tongue, right? So I hear what you're saying. I know the scripture. I am a virtuous woman. I ain't got time for anything outside of living by that word. I'm not 100% saint, but there's some things I know just by that word I'm not going to do, and some things I am going to do based on the word. So I just want to make sure that we exhort these women who are coming on here saying stuff and not making it seem like, well, sis, you said this, but this is this. I hear what you're saying, but we asked Tiff blatantly, Tiff, did you do that? She said no. She said, when I actually did do that, we were homeless. So I just want to make sure that we clarify that was that. And in my situation, I exhort the power of the God-fearing man who stays in that word. I understand the value. I understand the order. And I understand also when it comes to men not having that, and it all stems from how things have been brought up. We have to acknowledge some of these men are raised by women who are not in the word. Some of these men are raised by women who are not, who don't have the covering. Some of these women don't, they're too tired to be in the word. This is real truth. We're all saying the same thing. I just don't want it to keep coming off like, women, y'all can't keep doing this because this. No, in my situation in Tiff, we're saying no, we did that. It's the reality of maybe
So
they're not
what?
as strong yet. You know
So
what I mean? We are
hey,
praying.
may I?
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Yeah.
We are covering them. We are covering them. We're not belittling them. We're not saying, well, you need to go get a job or why you haven't done this or da da. We're actually exhorting. I know women verbatim who have been exhorting their men, but we can do only oh so much if they don't know their power and the order. You see what I'm saying? So I just want to make sure that it's very clear because everybody ain't y'all. We're looking at this. My brothers are y'all, but they friends ain't y'all, right? So I just want to make sure that we understand that. Like, I don't want it to come off like we leave this, people who are listening, like the women just coming on here saying this or the men are saying this. We're all saying the same thing. So I want to mute my mic.
Hey,
Yeah,
Tamar.
The
and
reason why, hey,
everybody,
may
everybody
I,
ain't you.
may I, may I? The reason why this room was put together, and I can assume why it was put together, is because one of the main things that you find in America is the empowerment of women. The feminist movement. This is the fourth wave. There have been three waves of feminism. And our sisters, unfortunately, have become victims and fallen victim to the feminist agenda that pretty much effeminizes the men and masculinizes the women and defeminizes or emasculates the men. It's encouraged, it's supported through propaganda in terms of women making more money than men these days, which is a lie. The wage gap difference, which is another lie. These are things that are going on that we're seeing on a high scale. Not if you can just leave black women out of the equation, just women in general. That women's empowerment movement that you read about, I heard y'all mention earlier. Sorry, I've been in and out. But if you can give me Genesis 3 real fast, Genesis 3, I want to show y'all in Revelation 12. I'm going to show y'all why this room was put together, because one of the first historical, well, I don't want to call it a story because the Bible's a true book, but one of the historical instances the Bible talks about, the first thing that's brought up in the Bible ever, and my boy, if he comes on tonight, Ayo, he always says it all the time. It's not a coincidence that the first book, the first history the Bible gives or presents to us when we read the Bible is the history of creation, how things began, and then how things began to fall apart. And Things Fell Apart is entitled The Fall of Man. So we're going to read, Adam was a black man, of course. It's undeniable to believe he was anything else because all nations come from black people. Everyone comes from black people. There's no race that can create black folks but black folks. Black folks, everyone comes from us. So Adam was obviously a black man, and his woman was made in his image. So obviously, if she's made in his image, she was a black woman. And I'm pretty sure she was ridiculously gorgeous. Because our women are the best looking women in the world. But what happened was the devil pretty much intervened. And that history is in the forefront of the Bible. So read Genesis real fast. Watch this. Verse 1 to verse 5, I believe it is. Watch
The book of
this.
Genesis, chapter
This is why
3.
this is so important. This is why this is so important. Watch this.
Genesis chapter 3 and verse 1. Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field, which the Lord God had made. And he said unto the woman, Yea, have God said, Ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden? And the woman said unto the serpent, We may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, God hath said, Ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye
The reason why she knew this, and you read about the tree of good and evil and so forth, that was told to Adam. Eve wasn't in the picture yet. So when Eve was taken from Adam, Adam taught her and said, "Listen, these are the trees we can eat from. There's trees we cannot eat from." Now, this is not literal. This is all metaphorical. It's going into idolatry. It's going into the doctrine that was given to them, which is God's commandments. And the tree of good and evil is going into doctrines that are not of God, but something different. Paganism, pretty much, idolatry. So Adam taught his wife. That was her first teacher, Adam. So she knew what tree to eat from or learn from, and which tree not to learn from or to accept. The devil didn't approach Adam. He approached Eve because Adam was the one with the power. So we're gonna read why he approached her. Watch this. Read on.
But of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, God hath said, Ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die.
She
And
learned. If we eat of this doctrine, or learn from this doctrine, we will die. It's wrong. We cannot do it. So listen to what the devil tells her. Watch this.
the serpent said unto her, and the serpent said unto the woman, Ye shall not surely die. For God doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil.
So the devil said, "Listen, die. You won't die doing that." Now remember, Adam's instructions to her were, "Do not eat of it." The devil said, "God told you that? You won't die. Surely you'll be enlightened, you'll gain understanding, power, and you'll be as gods," plural, meaning you and Adam will be on equal standing ground. You'll be a goddess. You'll be a diva. You'll have power 50-50. What the devil introduced to Eve in the beginning was the same thing the devil introduced to y'all now. It's feminism, equality, 50-50. We're the head, you're the head, we're equal. We make money, y'all make money. We can bring money to the relationship like you can, because you read in the beginning, God gave Adam a job. He gave him a place to stay. He gave him things to do. And after he gave him all of that, then he gave him his woman. And you don't read about God giving Eve something to do. because Adam was a provider. Men, even men in the world, we don't look for y'all to bring us to have money because we don't look for that. Men don't look for women to go provide for them. Now, you have some men out there, boys, that look for women to take care of them, sugar mamas or things like that. You have those small instances. But in general, men don't look for women to provide for them. Even in animals, when you examine even like a bird, small brains. When a male bird looks for a mate, he builds a nest. And if a female bird sees the nest, she says, "Oh wow, he's responsible." She'll move into that nest. So even animals, rats too, a female rodent knows, I won't deal with this, I won't mate with this male rat unless there's a place to stay. So even among animals in nature, women seek for men that can provide. We're the providers. We're the leaders. We're the teachers. That's our role. We understand that. Most men are raised by their mamas, including myself, were raised to be providers, get a job, be stable, to take care of yourself, take care of your woman, take care of your kids. We're raised like that. Not all of us, but most men, even who are freaking losers, understand that their role as a man is to provide. So we don't look to y'all to provide for us at all. But what happened is the serpent told y'all through media, through social media, through TV, through music, through fashion, oh, you can do what the man can do. You can, you don't need him. You can bring to the table. You make millions of dollars, make this good job, and the balance and it causes imbalance. So once Eve learned from the devil that she could be a god too, that's where problems started. That's why sister mentioned earlier, Tamar mentioned earlier how Eve was deceived because she was deceived with the same deception that was fed to y'all even today. Now, Revelation 12 and 9. I'll show you that same serpent that deceived y'all in the garden, your mother in the garden. It's the same serpent in physical form as a race of people that deceive y'all today, that run the media, that run the TV, that run the fashion, that run the government, that run the propaganda, that run the internet, that run everything. And the damn way ain't black people. It ain't. So let's read on. Watch this.
The book of Revelation, chapter 12 and verse 9. And the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent called the devil and Satan, which deceiveth
That old dragon, this is again the metaphor, is going into a European nations, European Union. That dragon had 7 heads, 10 horns. The 7 heads goes into the ancient European nations, which are modern ones. And the 10 horns on that dragon's head is the European Union. Yes, it was referring to. So that dragon you read in 12:9, this is the after. And then verse 10 is the before, and then verse 10 is the after, meaning his fall. Read verse 9 again. Watch this. What's the Bible call him again? Read it.
Revelation 12, verse 9. And the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent, called the devil and Satan, which deceiveth the whole world.
Stop. Stop. The reason why it says deceives the whole world is because America's hand is in every land, almost all lands, I would say, in terms of whether it be philosophy, politics, the monetary power, financial power. The embassy is there. That's why a lot of countries try to keep America out because they try to present democracy, and democracy presents confusion, especially among women. Like, for example, you have Afghanistan when what's the name, the terrorists, so-called terrorists, Afghanis went over there and took over that land. They ripped up all of the posters because remember, you have American influence when Afghanis over there. The ISIS came through there, whatever they called, they came through there and tore down all of the images, the fashion pictures ripped down. Then there was a video article where there was a store owner. He said, "Women here, not the Afghanis, not these so-called terrorists here." He goes, "We can't sell pants here no more. So women here is too scared to come in here and buy the pants because when over there, prior to these so-called terrorists that got over there, they ended up they stopped wearing the pants over there because the American influence was being removed because that caused confusion and disruption between the men and women based upon democracy. It causes confusion. So that's the example of the serpent deceiving the whole world because that influence is found in a lot of places: China, Japan, women just like men, men just like women, but men behaving like men behaving like women behaving like men. That's deception that comes from here. This is the epicenter of all the evil in the world, and that confusion of role reversal. Read on. Continue.
He was cast out into the earth, and his angels were cast out with him.
So he was cast out into the earth, meaning he was taken down, overthrown, and all the nations that support him were cast out with him. All the nations that support that democracy, that support that confusion, those politics, were cast out with him because the Messiah himself and his angels are going to come here and destroy this place. And the only reason, I'm just going to keep it a buck, the only reason why our sisters are so emboldened to make the claim of not y'all on here, hopefully, are so emboldened to say we can do what y'all can do and better, or we're equal to you, or we're on equal footing with you financially, is the only reason behind that is because European white supremacy and white privilege has deceived y'all. And anywhere outside of white influence or Eurocentric influence or fashion or politics, y'all can't talk that shit. You go. That's why I just say let's go on vacation. Where's the black woman want to go? Where's the black woman want to go when she want to go on vacation? Usually, Italy, France, Spain, all the areas where European people are at. They don't want to go to Egypt because even Egypt, I ain't going over there. I want to go to France or Italy, Spain, where all the Europeans is at. I don't want to go to Mauritania. I don't want to go to Ghana. That's not really a vacation preference for most sisters. From what I've heard, most sisters want to go to all them areas white folks be at because that's where the power lies. Once this dragon or this man, this European power is taken down, all the mouth we're getting from sisters now is going to be gone. It's going to be a wrap because that's where your power comes from. For example, when a sister gets in the man's face, she's on this, what you say, nigga? And she got a hand on his face. The reason why she does that is because she has 9-1 white. She can call 9-1 white. But once that white is gone, that power is gone. So the power that sisters have today, or that the devil has deceived them that they think into believing they have it, it's deception. It's not real. Equality is not real. It's not. Men run the planet. Every power that sisters have in this world today, they have because man, not us, but man who rules everything, has given y'all the delusion of power, and y'all love it because that's what Eve wanted back then. You want it now. But what happened was once Eve accepted that, Adam fell and she fell because Adam listened to her. Adam became a simp. He was the first simp, and he fell along with her. And now we're in this condition we're in now, where we're struggling, living in the ghettos and slums, don't know who we are, lost and confused, all because Adam didn't maintain his order and Eve didn't maintain hers. And that's all the result of the devil. And that happened even up until now. Welfare came into existence where women didn't need men anymore. You got welfare now. They put crack in the community. They made it hard for black men to get jobs. They made unions so black men couldn't keep jobs or keep black men out of jobs. Then they had it where sisters got WIC. You know what WIC stands for? Women, Infants, and Children. Women, Infants, and Children, meaning women, they got WIC. So there's a father act. You have Section 8. You have public housing. These things don't require a man to be in home. There's an old movie came out with what's his name? James Earl Jones called Claudine, where James Earl Jones had to hide because the government found his black behind in the house. She'd lose that funding. So there were many things that were set up and implemented in place to make sure that the black man's presence was no longer necessary. And that eventually caused a ripple effect in keeping the black woman as God and the black man as nothing. And that's why this room was created, because the main ones that understand that they're equal to their man or disrespect their man is our sisters. Other races don't have this problem. You don't see, and if you see sisters marry other races, they don't treat those nations the way they treat us. I've seen how sisters act around their white husbands or around their Asian husbands or their Arab husbands or their Japanese husbands, and it's not the same because black men have lost their power. And Adam lost his listening to his wife, and that's all a result of Satan. So I'm just making it very clear that's how this room was made. It's not about pointing fingers at, well, the woman can do this and the black man can do this. It's about the fact that us as a nation of people, our sisters were used against us. One more. Give me Judith real quick. Judith, about how fine she was and what the nation said about her. One more. Judith, this will show you how important sisters are. You know what I'm talking about, Booker?
Yes, sir. The book of Judith, chapter 10 and verse 19.
Now, hold on. Now, this sister right here, Judith, was gorgeous. Her name was Judith. She was our foremother of the tribe of Simeon. And she, there was this army that wanted to overthrow us. We had just come back from exile. We returned back into our land, based upon Persian decree, and Babylon was trying to take back land again. So their eyes are on they're targeting lands they want to take over to gain I guess battleground over the fight against Persia. We're going to conquer Israel first. So Judith was raised up by God pretty much to stop this whole battle from us being overthrown. So we're going to read about when she decided to go and talk to the general of this army that was going to fight against us. We're going to see what happened when they saw her. So she's approaching this general of this army, okay? And watch what they say about her. Watch. Read.
The book of Judith, chapter 10 and verse 19. And they wondered at her beauty and admired the children of Israel because of her.
So
And
on. They marveled because she was bad. She was fine as hell. They said, yo, these are their women? Jesus Christ. As I said earlier, our women are the best looking women on the planet. That's why other nations desire your features, but don't desire your race. They'll copy your lips, they'll copy your behind, they'll get tans, they'll get braids, but they don't want you. They don't want you around. They want your features, but they don't want you around. So even at this time, the nations were like, wow, these are their women? Whoa, wow, she's gorgeous. Watch this, read on.
And everyone said to his neighbor, who would despise this people that have among them such women? Surely it is not good that one man of them should be left.
So they said, listen, these men have such good looking women, we should just kill off the men and keep their women. Because these men are produced. These men can use these women against us. We need to destroy these dudes. Watch this, read on.
Who being let go might deceive the whole world.
Because they can use these sisters to their advantage. Like, for example, another example of the deceiving is Esther. Esther was used as a deception as well to help deliver her people because she was so bad, she was so fine that the Persian king made her queen and she saved her people being queen. And under the guidance of her cousin, Mordecai, who was her father figure. She had a male guidance over her. Give me Exodus 1 real quick with Egypt. I'll land regarding what they said about the sons. Show the boys.
Yes, sir.
Now, during this time, this is Egypt. This is the time in which, before Moses was born, they have gotten word that a Messiah would raise. That they start to analyze and see that the children of Israel were slaves at this time, and they start to have a council regarding us being a threat because of our strength and our numbers. Watch this. Read that.
The book of Exodus, chapter 1 and verse 15. And the king of Egypt spake to the Hebrew midwives, of which the name of the one was Shiphrah, and the name of the other Puah.
These are two black women. Those are your foremothers again, Shiphrah and Puah. They were the midwives of the Pharaoh. So these sisters, the Israelite women, they were the ones that were responsible for bringing children into the world. Both Egyptian women and Hebrew or Israelite women at the same time. But that was their job. They were nurses, midwives. Watch this.
And he said, when ye do the office of a midwife to the Hebrew women, and see them upon the stools, if it be a son, then ye shall kill him. But
so on. It says, so when you see the Hebrew women, that's you sisters on here. When you see the Hebrew women bring forth the kids, you are to kill the boys. Kill the boys. Now, if you bring it to modern time, America is also spiritual Egypt. When you examine this land, they kill the boys with the getting rid of the fathers at the house. Most black men don't even see a male figure until they go to school, either a coach or a teacher. They don't really have any grandfathers or uncles. Any of that stuff is in their lives. And most children, black children, are raised out of wedlock, where there's no father around at all. So the first male that they see is probably a teacher or a correction officer, depending on how life goes. So during this time, they said we must kill off the males, kill the men. Watch this.
But if it be a daughter, then she shall live.
Because the women were fine. To keep the women, because the women do not produce the late nation, the men do. So he said, listen, kill off the males, emasculate them, put them in jail, had them and poison their mind with the rap music, flood their community with drugs, raise their mothers to be men and the fathers to be boys. That's what you do. You destroy the men. Because again, going back to my point earlier, when you examine our sisters, they're brainwashed into believing we could be equal, but you understand equality. Most men We die from suicide, war, murder. That's us. Most of those things, statistics show that we get killed the most by through war. We get killed the most through suicide. We're the most homeless. Y'all don't want those. Y'all don't want equal on that. Y'all want equality only when it benefits you, not when it's detrimental. So again, when it comes to the nations back then, they always understood the power in the nation came from the men being present. It said, so kill the males. The nation's plot was always to kill the males. Satan said, nah, I'm going to try a different approach. I'm going to corrupt the woman. That way I can eat and then I'll have.
Is everybody there?
Yeah, is it possible for me to jump in and ask a question while we have a little bit of silence? I'm trying to
Yeah,
get
go.
clarity.
Yeah,
All
go
right.
ahead.
Thank you so much. I'm trying to get a little clarity here. I definitely don't want to be disrespectful in
Sorry,
any
it's
way,
in the
shape, or
same.
form. Um, but I was trying to get
Hold on,
clarity.
Tamar. Hold on. I'm sorry. Go ahead, E.
That's it. That's my point. I'll land it. That's about it. I'll go ahead.
Yeah, I think you had the mic went mute or something like that. I don't know what happened.
I did. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, go ahead, that.
It's Tiffany. Thanks. I'm sorry. I think we lost the signal. But I was trying to get clarity on what you were saying. Um, so essentially, if you're in a situation where your husband loses his job or he's not making enough to sustain the household by himself, we as women, if we go out and we get a job that just so happens to pay us more than our husband, unfortunately, are you saying that we should not take that job? Are you saying, I'm just trying to get clarity as to where this is going, because for me, I feel like, and this is a feeling, I know, but I feel like as long as I am still respectful of my husband, of my household, I play my position in the household, and we work together to make sure that everything gets accomplished. I thought that's what the marriage was supposed to be. I'm trying to get clarity.
None of us up here denounce a woman making more than her husband. The only issue is that what tends to happen, not always, but what tends to happen is oftentimes women, like I said before about propaganda and media, it tends to empower women to the point where they make more. That puts them in a position where they're over their husband or they're the head and he's the tail at that point financially, which regardless of how much money he makes or she makes, he's still the head based upon biblical order or divine order and divine design. Give me Toby real quick regarding Toby, his situation, because there's a biblical situation where a brother's wife did, in fact, take over and maintain things because he became disabled and she did, in fact, look after him financially. Get that, please? So no one appears is speaking against women making more money than men. It's just a matter of the fact that what's being pushed on media is women making more money means that they're either on the men are beneath and they're on top, or there's some form of equality, which isn't the case. Only among our people do you find that confusion, whereas other races of women understand their order or their role. That's the only problem. That's the point I was making regarding the deception. Read that, please.
Absolutely.
The book of Tobit, chapter 2, and verse 10. And I knew not that there were sparrows in the wall. And mine eyes being opened, the sparrows muted warm dung into mine eyes. And
Tobit was by the wall. Hold on. Tobit was by the wall. He looks up, and those birds those birds above him, and he took a dump. Basically, their droppings fell in his eye. So watch this. Read.
a whiteness came in my eyes. And I went to the physicians, but they helped me not. Moreover,
The doctors, or he basically he went blind. He went to the doctor that could have helped him. He could not see. He had scales over his eyes. He went blind because of it. Go ahead.
Acharias did nourish me until I went into Elimus. And my wife Anna did take women's work to do. And when she had sent them home to the owners, they paid her wages and gave her also a kid.
His wife, it says when he went blind, his wife went out and found women's work to do. I mean, she basically went out there and got a job to take care of him. So her husband went blind. He was blind for like 8 years. So the Bible speaks about women stepping up and taking care of their husbands financially if he's disabled, if he's unable to, he's not able-bodied to. So there's no biblical way to frown upon women that do that. That's fine. I'm just speaking about the terms of the mentality that's pushed or the thought that's pushed regarding a diva or I'm a goddess and I don't need no man. And I make my own money, I got my own bag, and the hell with you niggas. I'm speaking about that part. I'm speaking in that regard. But if a woman is married, understands her role, understands her man's role, which you make it more, there's nothing wrong with that at all.
Okay. Thank you so much. I just want to ask one more. I'm done. I promise. So in this situation, women like myself, like Tamar, like us, other women that are probably in the room then who feel the way that you guys feel as far as having our household in a certain order. And as you said, more women that look like us, unfortunately, are the ones who feel that they don't have to have a man in the household. Wouldn't it be better to let those of us who are not pushing that agenda speak more and be able to say, hey, ladies, I get that you may be making a little bit more. However, biblically, the man is supposed to be in this type of role. So yes, you can still make your money, but remember when you go home, you should be doing this and doing that. There needs to be more of us women that are teaching that instead of it being, because I'm going to tell you from a woman's point of view, it sounds attackish. And so most of us put that guard up as soon as you guys start saying some things, even though it is the truth. It is the delivery. So sometimes it's easier to accept it from another woman who's saying, I actually have done this and I've actually been in this role and this is what we should be doing. That way you're not going to have as many Black women that are feeling that way off of what the media says and everything. You're going to have some that come over to what we're saying.
So let me ask you a question. Can a Black man tell a Black woman what to do on a major scale these days?
When he's hearing from Jehovah, yeah, he definitely can. It's not a tell what to do; it's a lead what to do.
Yeah.
I'm talking about en masse. Can Black men tell this is what to do?
Yeah, of
Well,
course,
when you say
that's
in
order.
masses, are
That's
you saying
order.
like on TV? Are you trying to say media wide
Yeah,
or?
what
Yes,
are you saying?
in general, yes, media wise. Can we
Okay,
Yeah,
get
so
can
if
Black
that's
if
men?
not
if
our
he's
Wait, wait,
fault
led
wait, wait,
if
though.
wait,
he's
wait, wait,
led
wait.
by
Not the same
Jehovah,
time. The
yes, he
same.
can. If he is
Okay,
led by
Can
Jehovah,
you let Tiff
I'm,
answer the question, Tamar?
I'm gonna.
no, he
Okay,
asked the question, so I'm answering it.
go ahead,
He asked the
ahead,
question.
go ahead, go ahead. You said it's led by God. You say.
Yes, exactly. I answered the question.
Now I'm gonna
Well,
tell you
my
why.
concern is the media, though, is
Go ahead,
not
go ahead.
us. We're not I
No,
apologize because we're kind of talking over each other. My problem is we don't lead the media. So saying that a Black man can't get on the media and tell us what to do, that's not our fault because we don't run the media. The white man runs the media. So
no,
he's the
no,
one
hold
who's
on.
going to get on there and
He
say
does run
what
the
to
media.
do.
He
You
runs the
know what
media,
I'm saying?
but hold on. But he puts the keys in your hand, though. You have the old network. You have a lot of media networks that cater to sisters. Hold on, that cater to sisters.
But
You
we
barely
know
have.
who
Hold on,
backs those
hold on.
networks, though.
I'm
We
not
know the truth.
sis, I'm not denying that. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. You agree that you have a voice in media, Essence Magazine, Old Network, and things of that nature. You agree that the keys in terms of voice and speaking and so forth is in your hand. Red Table Talk. You
And
understand what I'm talking about? I understand
but
who's behind it. Hold on,
I
hold
was
on.
gonna say you're
I
not.
understand.
These
I
aren't
To
understand.
answer
real
your question,
women.
hold on, hold on. To answer your question on
You're
the
over talking
onset,
each other.
yes, you are right. Yes, you are right.
Thank you,
Yes, the
thank
keys.
you.
Yes,
Okay, so
yes.
I have a point now. Thank you. I have a point now. Now I'm about land. Now, in regards to that, you can count on one hand black men that have the same voice or outlets as those, right? So you said when I have sisters speak.
No,
There's very few men that are allowed to speak or given the presence to speak. The Bible makes
listen,
it clear. Hold
you
on,
guys talked about this.
Hold on, Tamar.
hold on. The Bible makes it clear that you mentioned earlier, Tamar. You were raised by a father. Was your father head of the household?
Very much so.
Okay, so understand, biblically speaking, when you examine the Bible, whenever women walked this earth, there was never a time when there was not a man over you. Not one time. You had a man over you from the moment you were born to the moment you die. What I mean
I
by that,
agree. I
if
totally agree.
you had your father, if he passed on and you weren't married, you had your brother, you had your uncle, you had your cousins. If you got
Absolutely right.
married, you had your husband, right? But
We agree on that.
these men spoke for you. You didn't speak for you; they spoke for you throughout that whole time. Then it came to your husband; he was the head of the household. He spoke for you.
We
When
agree
you
on that.
when he passed on, there was a law that said take care of the widows and the fatherless children and the strangers.
We
The
agree on
elders
that.
had right. So what my point is that scripturally speaking, traditionally speaking, the men were the spokesmen for the sisters. So it's so the reason now understand when it comes to women's role. Give me Titus real quick. When it comes to the sisters' role, it was the aged women that were the ones that were responsible for teaching the young women in
Totally
terms.
agree. Totally
So
agree.
I understand what that is. What that is. I don't say opens that. That sounds disrespectful calling you that, but that's your name here. What that was saying regarding women speaking to sisters, that's fine. But I'm gonna give you an example. You had Shahrazad Ali, a Muslim, not in the faith of the Bible. She spoke about the same things, and she caught hell. Hell. You had Sister Monique, a comedian, same thing, caught hell. In this society, not y'all, but
No,
in general.
we are saying the
Oh,
same thing.
right,
You're
right.
right.
In this society, it's very, very hard for not only us black men to speak to sisters, but even it's hard for y'all to
For
speak
the
to
black
sisters.
women, you're absolutely
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
And but what
They will curse you out. So understand the reason why I'm not saying women cannot speak to each other and give and tell them that their role is and you got a job and so forth. Y'all could do that. But what I'm saying is when it comes to Bible ordinances, biblical ordinance, it's the man's job to teach and prophesy. Now, do women have a position in teaching? Yes, they do. I'm gonna get it real quick. Just bear me a moment. Bear me a
no,
moment.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm just
Give me
agreeing with
excellent,
you.
excellent, 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 excellent. All praises. Give me Titus 3 real quick. You know what?
The
Regarding
book of
sisters.
Titus, the book of Titus, chapter 2 and verse 3. The aged women likewise, that they be in behavior as becometh holiness,
Right. So
not
one of the things, hold on. So it talks about the behavior of the wives, of the aged women. Go ahead. Holiness, go
not
ahead.
false accusers,
Not false accusers. Gossiping, go ahead.
not given to much wine,
Not drunkards, go ahead.
teachers of good things,
That's the laws of God, the commandments of God. They should know their position, they know their role, biblically speaking. Go ahead. In the man's role,
that,
biblically speaking. Go ahead.
that they may
Excuse me.
teach the young women to be sober, to love
Go
their
ahead.
husbands, to love their children,
So,
to
of
be
course, loving your husband and loving your children, that's taught by the women. Men can't raise daughters. We can, but it's not the same. No more than women can raise men, but it's not the same. It's balance. So I'm not knocking what that is saying in terms of can y'all speak because it comes up attacking. The reason why it comes up attacking is because of the fact that, for one, it's rare to hear black men speak this way. So oftentimes when we speak this way, it may come off as an attack until you listen. When y'all listen and you go, oh, we're not attacking. It comes off like it is, but when if you're listening, it's not. When Shahrazad Ali spoke about sisters and their role, they came off as an attack too. And she's a black woman, an aged black woman. When Monique came off saying, stop wearing them bonnets, she came nice. That was an attack too. So these days, when it comes to women now, anything you say to them is an attack. Not you, sisters, but anything you say to sisters nowadays is an attack. And the reason why, even men now, a lot of these young boys are emotional and sensitive, same for them, because there's no male voice in the house. Now, so Tamar, back to you.
Wait.
In your
So
hold on,
can I?
wait. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Give me started. Give me a minute. When it comes to your fathers, you're a rarity. My father passed when I was young. You have both parents. So I'm gonna ask you, because you have experience. When it came to your father yelling, your father getting mad and you're raising his voice, and your mom raising her voice, is there a difference?
First of all, that's a really good question. My dad never raised his voice to this very day. He has
Okay,
his
okay,
nickname is
fine,
Quiet
fine,
Lion. Yeah,
fine,
he
fine. But
never.
okay, but you say lying. So there was a certain look he gave you, or presence that he had.
Yeah. No. We're saying the
Right.
same thing.
Okay.
He
Excellent.
had that look where it was like,
Right. Okay. I know better.
but let me just give a disclaimer here. I have two
Okay.
brothers, two black
Okay.
strong brothers, right?
Uh-huh.
We have never had a physical whooping, lynching whooping, as they call it, because he had that presence and his power and his
Mm-hmm.
silent temper is what got us in order to this very day.
That's
right?
good.
So let me just say this, and I'm gonna be out. We're all agreeing to the same thing. I just want
Yes.
to make sure that you guys understand there are some women out here who are batting for y'all. We salute you to a
We
T.
know.
We also know that some of the men who have had to find Jehovah on their own without a father has been a difficult thing, and we are here to pray and cover. So I just want to make sure that is a disclaimer. I can't speak for Tiff,
Tamar,
although she my girl now.
you
Wait,
don't
let me
need
just finish.
Tamar.
Let me
You don't
just
need no disclaimer for that. We
no,
know.
no,
We're not.
no. Let
We're
me
not
just
speaking
be
about something.
honest. Let
Go
me
ahead.
let
Go
me
ahead.
be
Go ahead.
honest. Let me
Go
be
ahead.
honest. It's
Go ahead.
not about anybody have a low paying job, someone doesn't have a job. We see you. We are
Mm-hmm.
here. We are here to cover. We are here to submit. We are here, and we also are here to encourage y'all to keep hearing from him. There's a lot of times we don't get to hear that. And you're right. We have the magazines, we have the talk shows. There's a lot of us who
Right.
ain't listening to Red Table Talk. There's a
Right. You muted. You muted yourself, Tamar. You muted yourself. Tamar, you
She
muted yourself.
disappeared.
But go ahead. You muted yourself. Okay. You muted again.
muted myself. Bye.
You did. Mute yourself. Go ahead. I'll let you again, Lances. You mute yourself again. Okay.
No, I was saying I mute my mic. I said that's it. I just wanted to exhort y'all.
Okay,
No,
okay.
no, no.
Okay. Well, listen, like I said before, all praises, sis. We appreciate the encouragement. We appreciate that. But like I said, you sisters, I'm speaking to you at this point. You are the exception to the rule because that's not in general, sadly, unfortunately. But we praise the sisters that do acknowledge and encourage us to continue to move forward and teach these things of the Bible. Give me one numbers 26 and 17, numbers 27 and 16 real quick. Also regarding what that was saying. So it's not so much that we are against sisters going out there and teaching and saying what we're saying. No, we have sisters that do these things. We have sisters. We have an actual women's area among our organization where they actually do teach the sisters these things that we're teaching. It just happens to be our platform tonight. This happens to be we use this platform for us. But we have websites and so forth that we can give you an email. This is the email up top, and we can send you the link where sisters are actually teaching this, and it's not us; it's the sisters doing it, the age women doing it. Give me that verse 27 and 16 real quick.
Numbers chapter 27 and verse 16. Let the Lord, the God of the Spirit of all flesh, set a man over the congregation.
So the Blessed Bible says, set a man over the congregation. That's over the congregation of men and women and the children of God. Set a man over that. Moses was set over it. Samuel was set over it. Solomon was set over it. David was set over it. But of course, you had a whole order and structure in the midst of that. But men were pretty much, they were the hedge, the protection, the security around that nation as a whole. All right, so I'll mute my mic with that. I'm gonna be on and off in here, so I'm just listening, y'all. I'll come back in when it probably gets hot or someone come in here with that feminist stuff, then I'm gonna set loose. You know I hate it. Okay,
No feminist stuff on here. No feminist stuff.
please don't, because I'll see the other side of me. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. Please don't do it. All right, okay.
All praise to the Most High. I appreciate that, EA. You went in. All praise to the Most High God. Just want to reset the room once again. The title for the night is Black Women CEOs or Black Fathers in the Household. What's more important to the black community? All right. Next in the queue, we got Moshe. Or no, Pookie. Pookie and Ray Ray. What's up, Pookie? Pookie going once. Pookie going twice. All right. Sister Moshe.
Hello there. It's Mocha. Uh,
Mocha.
yeah, that's okay.
What the accent mean then? What's
Good question. This is a great topic. I myself own a business, and I find it funny that a lot of us ladies here own a business. I did want to ask two questions, but I'm going to answer your question first of this room, which is more important. Of course, Black fathers. I think that goes without saying. Um, there is no black home without a black father and without a black mother. I do want to kind of make acknowledgement too, though. But a lot of us kind of grew up with our fathers kind of telling us that it's important to stay in school. And so when we think about this whole subculture of Black women that places a high priority over getting the job or the career, I don't think a lot of us realize that a lot of them grew up in homes with a father that kind of encouraged them to not pay attention to boys, and to go to school and to keep their heads in the books and things like that. I know me personally, I always wanted to get married young. I wanted to get married at 18 and preferably with a guy who was maybe an Israelite or something back then. But I was told by my uncles, don't focus on men, to go to school and to keep learning. And so I just want to kind of put that out there. And then the question I want to ask though is, why is there just kind of seem like from Black men there's kind of a resistance towards uh, Black women owning businesses? Because I don't always think that a woman has to be masculine just for her to own a business.
Well, there's no this. Give me a scripture on Tabitha, what she did. We have women that have their own businesses in the Bible. There's no wrong in that. And in the instance of men, that's a rarity actually to have men. Well, it's not really a rarity, but a lot of men who do teach their young women in their family to do that. Their mamas told them that their mamas they did that for their mamas, and that usually stems from that because traditionally speaking, men knew that women had a certain role, men had a certain role, but men, a lot of us have been raised to see the world through the scope of the women because there's no fathers present. So a lot of us were raised by fathers who had no fathers, or raised by fathers who were raised by their mamas, and they instilled the same values as women in their lives instilled in them. I myself can speak on that. My mom said, I can't raise you, so I put you around your cousins. My cousins had both his parents, and he was it was mostly boys, and they had like one sister, like 6, 7 boys. So I had the privilege of having a mom, she known that much biblically. She knew what she could not do. She knew who she had to keep me in the presence of to kind of keep that masculinity, I guess, going. Because she wanted me, because I guess she saw me acting more like her, and I don't want you acting like me because you're a boy, so go with your cousins. So that's how she avoided that confusion. But in terms of your uncles or telling you that, one of the things I've heard from a wise man, he said that that these days women are raised to believe that men are to be feared and to be used, meaning to be as in you don't you get a figure, they want to screw you, which is true. I'm not gonna lie, true. But rather than to be respected and to be sought for as a husband and to be used as or their utility, just get what you can from him and just move on. That's the norm now. That's the norm now of teaching. Get me Sirach, the father's job over the daughter.
Yes, sir.
Ecclesiastes. Here's what you should have been taught regarding what a father's supposed to do regarding his daughter, or a father figure is to do regarding his daughter. Is it 42?
Or 42 or 7.
Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 7 and verse 24.
Yes, that's it. That's good.
As thou daughters have a care of their body, and
Right.
show
So
not.
it says, the Bible says, if you have daughters, I have 2. If you have daughters, it says have a care for their body. Have a care for the meaning what? When it says have a care for their body, that means you make sure that they're safe, that they're protected. You make sure you go check up in that room, make sure nobody that door stays open. I'm in your phone. I'm in your social media. All your passwords. I know what time they're going to be home. I know how far your school is from the house. I know all of that shit. Excuse my language. I know everything. And your friends, I know all your, well, you shouldn't have no friends. I know all your friends by name. I know their parents. You're not going to a prom. You get finger popped in the bleachers or whatever on the back of some limo. You're not going to a Halloween party. You're not going to no costume party. You're not going, none of that stuff. You're not wearing that. Take that stuff off and go put something else on. You all up in her business. Have a care for their body. That's what fathers are supposed to do. We are your damn husband. You understand? You're the woman's first love is her father. A boy's first love is his mother. That's how it's supposed to be. Any man that you fall in love with, I fall in love with him first. That's how it's supposed to be. That's traditional. Not anymore. Now she goes around. There's no male figure around, so she's trying to find things on her own. Y'all don't understand men. Men understand men. Nigga, no nigga. Y'all don't understand men. Y'all pick men based upon emotions and feelings. We know we can read them. That's why back in the day, when a woman met a man, she bring him to her father because we can read you. Oh, he wants some ass. So no, get him out of here. We know. We can tell because we were once them. So it says, I have a care for that body, what she wear, what she dress, what she talks to, all her business. Read on. Watch this.
And show
This is
not thyself cheerful toward her.
and don't play. You're stern. You're not negotiable. You're not sympathetic. Not compromising. No. That's what moms are for. Y'all women are more enabling and nurturing. Oh, let it go. No. No, don't show yourself triple towards them. Don't play. Like Jamal said earlier, her father he was a silent lion. He had a certain presence where she knew, I can't play with him. The sons, her brothers knew, don't play with him. Y'all just know. Y'all don't have that nowadays. Fathers are absent. That's why y'all so bold and fight us and all that, because there's no fear of a man in your lives from back then. Read on.
Marry thy daughter, and so shalt thou have performed a weighty matter.
Our job is to marry you, not you. You don't go around and date and get stretched out and then find something you like later on. No. We marry you. We find the man for you. You go, yeah, he's good for you. You go ahead and marry him. That's how it's supposed to be. Dating is dumb. We find the man we're supposed to marry all off. When you examine dating as opposed to traditional arranged marriages are more successful than dating. Dating, dating one out of three of y'all sisters, one out of three of y'all will get married. Three of y'all gonna die alone. That's by statistics. But traditionally, back during the time of slavery, when y'all was in the fields, y'all had long 40, 50, 60-year marriages. After the 50s and 60s, y'all had long 85% of black marriages successful. Now they don't last 5 years. That's dating. They're stupid. Bible says fathers to marry their daughters off. You know,
But give her to a man of understanding.
and it says to give her to a man of understanding. How? Because you know him. You get to know him first. He hangs out with me. We have a little talk. I threaten him a little bit, you know. I talk to him. I'll say talk. I'll talk to him. Talk to the man. Hey, what you doing? What you doing with yourself? You know, where are you from? What's your parents? We talk to your parents. We give him to a man of understanding. Is there more?
That's it.
Or is that it? Get 42 now. 42, real quick. I'm long-winded. I'll be here all night. Get 42 real quick. You know what I want.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 42, and verse 9. The father waketh for the daughter when no man knoweth.
So we keep an eye on you at all times, so no man knows. You're in your room, making sure the windows is closed. Don't climb up in there, do something stupid, or you got some boy up in there. We open your business, right?
The care of her taketh away sleep.
And the care of y'all takes away sleep because y'all the ones that can get pregnant. We can't. Y'all can. So we gotta watch after your body. Go ahead.
When she is young, lest she pass away the flower of her age.
We watch after y'all, but let you have sex too early. You pass away the flower of your age. Go ahead.
And being married, lest she should be hated.
And we raise you so that if you don't raise you well, so that way you get married, your husband doesn't despise you. We raise you right, so that way you know that you'll be a good wife. Go ahead.
In her virginity, lest she should be defiled and gotten with child in her father's house.
And we watch over you in your virginity, lest you get knocked up and you end up coming home pregnant, living in my house. I gotta take care of you and your baby, bastard baby, because I wasn't taking care of you. That's the father's job. Go ahead.
And having a husband, lest she should misbehave herself.
So the father's job is to make sure that all these things are taken care of or avoided. Go ahead.
And when she is married, lest she should be barren.
Meaning the Lord will have to wear, if you're evil as hell, he'll close your womb. You just walk around, no kids at all. You got sisters like who are famous, walking around who can't have no kids or struggling to have kids because their spirit ain't right. So God closed their womb up. That's it.
Keep a sure watch over a shameless daughter.
The Bible says, keep a sure watch over a shameless daughter. She's disrespectful. She got lust on her. She's thirsty. Go ahead.
Lest she make thee a laughing stock to thy enemies, and a byword in the city, and a reproach among the people.
A thought, a jump off, a slut. You don't want that. So that's the father's job. So our job is to keep a sure watch over the daughter and marry her off. Now, do we tell sisters don't get themselves educated, don't have a business. No. Give me that scripture on what's the name, Tabitha, and Proverbs 31.
Yes, sir.
And Tabitha, real quick. New Testament.
Yes,
No
sir.
one's waiting
The
for
book
you.
of Acts, chapter 9 and verse 36. Now there was at Joppa a certain disciple named Tabitha, which by interpretation is called Dorcas. This woman
Mm-hmm.
was full of good works and alms deed which she did. And it came to pass in those days that she was sick and died. When they were washed, they laid her in an open chamber. And
She died.
for
Go
as
ahead.
and for as much as Libya was nigh to Joppa, and the disciples had heard that Peter was there, they sent unto him 2 men, desiring him that he would not delay to come to them. When Peter arose and went with them, when he was come, they brought him into the upper chamber, and all the widows stood by him weeping, and showing the coats and garments which Dorcas made, while she was yet with them.
So Dorcas, her job was she had a business. She made garments. She made garments for the men. That was her job. She had a business. She made garments. So I'm sure this sister was loved and cherished among the disciples. She was a disciple herself. So she had a business. Give me Proverbs 31 real quick, just to show how women can be industrious, biblically speaking. All right, I'll land here. Proverbs 31.
Proverbs chapter 31 and verse 14. She is like a merchant ship. She bringeth her food from afar. She riseth, she riseth also while it is yet night, and giveth meat to her household, and a portion to her maidens. She
Mm-hmm.
considereth a field
She
and
hold
buyeth it.
on. She considers a field. And she buys it, meaning she has enough wisdom to be able to buy land. She's smart. She can understand how to buy land. Go ahead.
With the fruit of her hand she planteth a vineyard.
She can plant. She can farm. She can plant. Go ahead.
She girdeth her loins with strength, and strengtheneth her arms. She
She's strong.
perceiveth
She's wise. Go ahead.
She perceiveth that her merchandise is good. Her
I mean, she
candle,
can maintain. She can maintain money. She's good with money, finances. She's good with that. Her merchandise is good. Go ahead.
her candle goeth not out by night.
She's wise.
She
Go ahead.
she layeth her hands to the spindle, and her hands hold the distaff.
She can sew like Dorcas did, or Tabitha. She can sew. She has skills in sewing too. Go ahead.
Verse 22. She maketh herself coverings of tapestry. Her clothing is silk and purple. Her husband is known in the gates, when he
Go ahead.
sitteth among the elders of the land.
So Proverbs 31 goes into sisters being industrious, having skills, business skills, land skill, able to buy land. That requires intelligence. That requires smarts. That requires education. So at no point do we say that women should not be educated or have some kind of wisdom or understanding. That's definitely a necessity. And that a husband definitely can trust in. But as long as that sister understands her role, because marriage is not a partnership. Like you hear that a lot, it's not biblical. Eve was not made to be Adam's partner. She was made for Adam, not with him, not beside him, not next to him. She was made for Adam. When something's made for you, it's to serve you. It's for your purpose. As long as sisters understand that position, understand that role, ain't no problems. When you step out of that line and go, oh no, I'm equal to you, I'm with you, and we got a problem. Because that ain't your position. That ain't your role. Never will be your role. So as long as the sister has these skills and she's industrious and has this money, this financial understanding, education, and maintains her role, and the man maintains his role, you have nothing to worry about as long as it's biblical. Land my plane. Go ahead.
Praise, excellent, excellent. What did you think about that, Mocha?
I actually never heard that. So I want to actually ask them if I can get that verse. I can kind of keep it to myself and look over it. I thought that was awesome. And it did answer my question, because I was at first I thought you guys were just against women owning a business and things like that. So it answered my question.
All we require you to do is listen, man. Listen, sisters. Let me tell you on the stage, man. A man's job. Listen, let me give you an example. Smoker, let me ask you, since you the last person I spoke to was you. If you, let's say you're married, right? You're married, and you hear a noise downstairs. Your husband's asleep, you're asleep. You hear a noise. What are you gonna do? Your husband's. What do you do? What do y'all normally do? You hear a crash or something downstairs that startles you. What do you do?
Typically, wake my husband up and tell him,
To do what?
I guess to go check and see what the noise was.
Right. So why? Why do you do that? Why do you typically do that?
Yeah, I do it because he's stronger than me. So if there was a danger, not that I would want to put him in danger.
You would expect him to go down because he's the protector of the house, correct?
Right.
So God forbid he goes downstairs. It's a burglar. He goes on there. He fights the burglar. He kills the burglar, but he gets mortally wounded himself. What do you do for the family at that point?
You said me?
Yeah. What do you know? If your husband goes downstairs. He sees the burglar. He fights the burglar. They have a tussle. He gets shot. He kills the burglar also. He's mortally wounded. At that point, what did your husband do for the family at that point? As he's passing away, what did he do for the family at that point? God forbid.
He died for the family.
He died. So that's our job. Christ in the church represents marriage. Christ loved his church and died for the church. That's our job. You know what your job is? You know what your job is? You know what the woman's job is?
Right.
To listen. That's it. That's very simple. It's just listen. That's it. So many things can easily be alleviated regarding relationships with us if y'all just listen. Because sisters, y'all be on the defensive. I understand to a degree why y'all on the defensive, but one of the biggest obstacles we have with our sisters is y'all do not listen. And when you listen, it's so calm. You see how quiet it is in the room? No one's arguing. No one's getting ratchet. No one's being niggerish. I gotta curse them out. It's because y'all are listening. When it's lack of listening that causes the problems in the black community. Lack of listening, especially on your part. Because when we do have something to say, it's dismissed or disregarded because we're supposed to be main, we're supposed to be strong, we shouldn't have any feelings, what we do, and we want you to listen. When we bring the word of God out, you're supposed to be listen to us. We have a lot on us that's required of us. And all I gotta do is just listen and submit and be subjective, and that's it. That's really men are simple. Y'all know this. We're very, very simple. I'm gonna close with this. Men require the 4 S's. This usually starts the smoke, so I'm gonna leave the smoke here. Men require 4 S's, and we're very simple. You know what the number one S is? It's sex. You can make that like 100. You can times that by 50 billion. That's number one. Submission, silence, and support. That's it. And you can get, if you do those things, we will give you the world. When you find a way to go around any of those 4 S's, that's where chaos starts. That's where problems begin. And silence goes into listening. Because if you're quiet, you're listening. If you're talking while I'm talking, you ain't listening. So we acquire those 4 S's: sex, sustenance, silence, and support. Feed us, quiet, and support. That's it. And everything else that you expect us to do, we'll do. It's that quick. It's that easy. I'm a plane. Go ahead.
Can I just make a quick? I don't
Yeah,
want
go
to,
ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
but I do kind of agree with what I don't know if that was Tamar or Tiff who said it, but we don't really control the narrative. I mean, the media, and I know you're kind of like, well, hey, there are media outlets, but you got to think about it. A lot of us don't really agree with Oprah, and we don't really agree with the extreme feminist black women that are
Facts.
presented. And so
Facts.
it's like
Facts.
we don't even have control to tell them that, hey, you guys are not the voice for us. I mean, just like
Facts.
look at this room. It's like 1,000 people in here, and all of these women I can vouch. I mean, I can bet probably are submissive or agree with submission. But
Facts.
if you go in a room to where black women are dogging black men, that room probably only probably like 100 so women in there. And so I want to say that there are a lot of black women who believe in submission, but
I'm
we don't have control over the media.
tell
Facts.
you this.
Facts.
I'm gonna tell you. Okay, hold on. Don't kill it yet. Now, when it comes to Oprah and so forth, the main viewers is who? Like the Medea movies. Who is the main audience that they appeal to? Who are the main consumers?
The main
and
consumers,
viewers of these shows?
the main consumers of media, I would say,
Come on, don't say men,
Let
because
me
we
let
don't watch.
me let me let me
Hold on,
interject because I wait. Let me interject
Get,
because let me. I have to answer this personally because I've worked with him personally for 10 years.
okay,
So let me
okay,
answer. I'm telling you,
okay.
I'm
Go
not
ahead.
trying to cut her off. I
All
respect
right.
her because I love what she just said. Being
Okay. Go
in
ahead.
those shows, the main audience is women, and they're the older race. They've all been the older race. They have not been in our generation. I mute my mic.
Cool, but so it is women. Now, watch this. Now, another example. When it comes to real estate, a realtor, when they sell, who do they appeal to?
Well, that's a medium ground because I'm from Texas, so there's a lot of young black men getting houses
I'm
on
not.
their own.
I'm not.
So
I'm not denying that. I'm saying when it comes to the curb appeal of a home. See, come on, Jamal. Stop being slick. You know full well when it
nah,
comes to a home.
I'm sorry. I gotta say, my
Oh
black
God.
brothers have been
Me too.
in that real estate game.
I'm not denying that. But listen, okay. Let me speak as a name. Men, we don't listen. For the most part, we don't care about that stuff. When it comes to the big house and pretty bathroom and pretty, you don't really care. Your
Now if
son,
you said it like
your
that, you're
son.
right. You're right. I
Yeah, you
got
know
you.
that. You know this. You
Yes,
know what I'm
yes,
talking about. You know what I'm talking about. Come
I
on now.
got you.
You know what I'm talking about.
Got you.
So what I'm saying is, when it comes to like these like Atlanta Housewives, we're not watching that. When it comes to the Medea, the Oprah, it's primarily the primary viewership of these things that keep the shows going and the viewership high is the sisters or women in general. I'm not saying something I can put on y'all only, but women in general are the main audience. Even that bullshit BS tabletop, red table stuff. Men, we don't care about that stuff. It's women watching this stuff. So what I'm saying is that well, the main ones that I mentioned earlier about the deception, the main ones that are highly, give me what's Masai Moka about influence. The main ones in terms of media that are influenced, that have had the most influence in terms of viewership is the sisters or women in general. They're the
Can I
ones
interject here? Can I interject my brother?
come
So
on,
we
Tamal,
talked
come
about this.
on, come
No, no, no.
on.
I'm about to agree with you. No, no, no. When I
Okay,
interject, I'm agreeing with you.
okay,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
good.
No, no, no. I'm never disagreeing with you. I just want to interject from what you
Cool,
say.
cool,
So we
cool,
talked
good.
about this a month ago, my first time talking with y'all. And all praises to
Okay,
the Most
okay,
High. Being in the
okay.
entertainment business, and I told y'all this before, and you just nailed
Mhm.
it. When you get inside, the agenda is real. They are not going after the black straight man. They're not. And I don't know who this
Right,
is gonna
right.
offend. I don't have time to be
We
all
don't care.
pompous and
Continue.
we don't care.
We don't
That
care.
when
Continue.
you see the CEOs of companies, they are not straight black men or even straight black women. And it goes to your topic. Like the
Right.
CEOs of what, like the woman that's the judge and all this other stuff. Who is she married to? So you're right. It goes back to the agenda. It goes back to why this room is so important. It goes back to talking about the line and order and lineage and biblical order of stuff because it has been demasculated and all this other stuff. So I just wanted to make sure that I agree with you on who do they target. And you're right. When you only have women who are raising young black boys who cannot be at home to ask them simple questions. How was school? What happened in school? You got to remember, most of us had mothers who came in that house and said in the 80s, how was school? Your teacher said what? And what was our mothers doing? They were right down at that school because guess what? They had that father in the house. They had time to go do it. Most of them were at home mothers, right? So it goes to all of that, the order of them being able to take, and this goes back to what you say, even the biblical side of it. If women were doing what they were rightfully able to do, which is being at home and raising the children, we would not be where we are. So I just want to mute my mic and agree to that's what we're really talking about. And we're not having that because of the demasculation, the whole thing with the entertainment business, the women who are the CEOs of companies who are still not in covenant relationships. Don't get me started. If you look at some of the Broadway actresses who have been laid into TV and film, I look at every last one of them. Not one of them is married to a black woman. Please don't get me started. And people will say, "Oh, Tamar, that's just love is love." But you, all of them, all eight of them, ironically, are with Caucasian men. Not one of them is with a black man. Okay, and then the other ones who are lead are pride is this, love is love, but they are not with nobody. Oh, okay. But you want to say I'm not speaking biblically, or the Bible is this, or that was the white man's this, blah blah blah. I'm mute my mic. Please don't get me started.
Jamal, you all right. You all right. You get over excited, man, but I like that. You all right. You're all right. So, Mocha, you understand what I'm saying? And then Tamar pretty much brought it home, what I was saying.
Yeah, I do. But I just wonder, like, can we acknowledge though that a lot of Oprah, like, and when Oprah was in her prime, her main audience was white women because that's who her show is centered towards. Like, if you look at,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
if
I
you look
agree.
at
I
her,
agree with that.
right, and so honestly, she didn't really even cover that many black issues. She covered a few of them, but her primary audience is white people, and so, I just want to, I don't know. I agree with everything you guys have said. I love the show. But I just want to say we're in support of you guys, and more often than not, I see even ghetto black women that are now talking about submission and stuff. So um, the
Yeah,
way
yeah. I mean, that's good. That's good. I mean, like I said, I know I just use Oprah as a example because that's a black woman. That's oftentimes used as an example of black female success. I'm not saying that she represents y'all, but she's looked upon as a black female success. And a lot of sisters who are into that feminist thing, they run to her as an example. That's what I use her. Not necessarily because she has a black audience, but because of the fact that she's the poster child for black female success and wealth and success and prosperity. That's why I reference her. If you follow what I'm saying.
well, the last thing I'll ask you, Edo, is can we also agree that those women are also victims to the system, even if they're being used as pawns against their men? Like we have to also understand that they're in the same oppressive system that we are in, and so in a sense they are also victims too, because you just stated that Eve was misled by the serpent. So I mean, I feel like the serpent in this case was a white man.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not pointing. He is right. You're right. I'm not pointing any fingers. I said before, the black man not being in the household leads to a whole level of disruption in the black family. The purpose of this room is to point out the fact that a lot of our sisters do not understand that the black man is essential to being in the household because of what you're saying. So we're shedding light on that. Black men I know most black men understand that because we understand that the woman is a necessity in the house to raise a child. You don't hear no black men saying, I don't need a woman to raise no child. You don't hear us talk like that. That's not something you hear us say. But you do hear that, you do tend to hear that from sisters. You don't need no man. You do it on our own, things like that nature. So that's why we're targeting that situation tonight. You don't just target this all the time, but we do understand that there is a systemic um, evil going on behind the scenes that pretty much has shaped this situation that we're just discussing tonight. Understandable, but we do know that when it comes to the necessity of black men, there's very very few, unlike yourselves, there's very, very few sisters that agree with that. They feel they can do it on their own. They don't need anyone. They can do it themselves. That tends to be the general thought. So we're pretty much addressing that tonight. But yes, are they victims of a systemic evil, the devil, and so forth? Hell yeah, I agree. I definitely agree with that. Give me Wisdom of Solomon real quick about influence, and give me Isaiah 3.
The book of
Wisdom of
Wisdom
Solomon
of
about.
Solomon, chapter 4 and verse 12. For the bewitching of naughtiness doth obscure things that are honest.
No, it says influence. The word is influence. I think it's Wisdom of Solomon. This is pure influence. It's 724.
Yep.
Wisdom of Solomon 7. Yeah, read that.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 7 and verse 24. For wisdom is more moving than any motion. She passeth and goeth through all things by reason of her pureness. For she is the breath of the power of God, and a pure influence flowing from the glory of the Almighty.
The word
Therefore,
wasn't okay. I'm sorry. Finish it up.
therefore can no defiled thing fall into her.
So wisdom is a pure influence. So when it comes to anything that's against the Bible or outside of the laws of God or the divine order and structure of God, which is wisdom, which is a pure influence, is an impure influence. And that's where sisters fall victim to. A lot of our brothers fall victim to that, killing each other, the drill music, murdering each other, the gang violence, not taking care of their children, not being fathers. I mean, they'll be males. They're not men, but they'll be males. They'll make a bunch of babies everywhere and so forth and not take care of the children that they make. Or they don't know how to be fathers to the children that they make, or vice versa. So yes, there's definitely a systemic situation that's going on behind the scenes that pretty much supports this. And also, what was I going to say? Oh, what's my thought? But anyway, yeah, I'll come back to me. But there's definitely an underlying evil that's taking place regarding going back to that serpent back in the garden, going back to the powers that be today, who are the same serpent as back then, physically incarnate, doing the same exact thing. So yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. But that's what I was gonna say. But our people, give me Hosea 4. Our people, they were the same today as they were yesterday. Because you had our people before any influence of the systemic issues going on. We're doing this already. These things that you see America doing or pushing are reinforced habits. Men not taking care of their kids, sleeping around, hoarding around, women hoarding around. That was done before European influence. We were doing that before that, being wicked as hell. But the powers that be now, they simply they support it, or they encourage it and reinforce those bad habits. So therefore, in verse 6,
The book of
wrap it up.
Hosea, chapter 4, and verse 6. My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. Because thou hast rejected knowledge, I will also reject thee. That thou shalt be no priest to me, seeing that thou hast forgotten the law of thy God. I will also forget thy children.
And I'm going to have your children forget me also, because they're wicked as hell. So you read verses 1 through 5, the same thing that you see in Chicago, Detroit, Cali, DC, all those areas. You read about that same thing happening in Jerusalem before any European influence was involved. So what the Europeans simply did was they saw the evil that we were doing and said, we're just going to reinforce it and just make it worse. And then we're going to benefit from it because um, they get high on the drugs. We can get them drugs to get off. We can build clinics and so forth and live off of them, live off of their murders and so forth, and benefit from it. Their rap music, they're going to benefit from that too. Make record labels, pushing it, make more money. So yes, it's all the same. It's definitely evil behind it, but that evil was already amongst us before this. So I mean my mic on that.
All right, all right. All praise to the Most High. Next in the queue, we got Miss Nia. Miss Nia. Going once, going twice. All right, let's hear from Joanna.
Hello. I just wanted to say that the women that you guys are talking to, targeting in regards to saying that um, the mothers who say they don't need men, they don't need this, that they can do it alone. You never hear a black man saying that they don't need a black mother in the household. But you guys don't realize what triggers that. For a black woman or a black mother to say that she doesn't need the father there, the question is, what leads to that? Is either infidelity, rejection, mistreatment, disrespect. So we don't just wake up and say, oh, we don't need you guys. But why is it that we say that is the question.
All right, any other moderators want to deal with that? All right, ask that question one more time, sis.
The question is, we were talking about how black women who are mothers that say we don't need black men. We don't usually say that. What leads to that is how we were being treated, or how um, black men are dealing with infidelity, or something that's negative that allows the black women to say that. Us women, we always feel like we need our kings in the household. Like we are submissive, we are always bowing down, and we want you guys to lead. But if a woman says she doesn't need a man, it's because of what the circumstances are. So I don't understand how he was saying, as if like, oh, we're always jumping to say that we don't need you guys. That's not true at all. And I want to know.
Okay.
Would you say that that's the same for every instance? Why they say that? Would they say that? Because it seems like it's saying that that's the case in every instance where they feel they need no man because the man is at fault. But is that always the case regarding why they say those things? Because you
Well,
have instances where
I
you have instances where men want to be a part of the child's life, they want to be a father, and the woman says, "No, I don't want to be with you. Give me a check, get the hell out of my face. No, you cannot see your kids." So do you speak on behalf of just the women who've been hurt, or do you speak on behalf of the women who deliberately choose to not allow the father to be in the lives of the child? Because it's two different scenarios in that situation. Because you seem like you're just siding with just one side of the coin. There's two sides of that coin.
understand where you're coming from, but I don't think any woman would want to raise a child on her own and just collect a check. It's because of the circumstances of the relationship and it went sour. You know, majority of the
That's
time,
not true.
majority of
It's
the
not true.
time, majority of
It's
the
not true.
time, majority of the time, it deals with infidelity, disappointment, rejection, and I feel as if majority of women want their man in their lives. You know, they don't want to say, "Oh, yeah, I don't need him. I don't need him." No, if you happen to sleep with a guy and open your legs and have a kid with the guy, it's because you see a future with him. Okay, no woman.
Wait.
No,
Hold on,
no,
wait.
no, no,
That ain't true.
That is
I'm
not
telling you that
true,
right now.
sis.
That ain't true.
And when it comes to infidelity, it's just as much equal on both sides. Statistically speaking, men cheat as much as women do. Women cheat, men cheat. It's not men overwhelming numbers of men 80% cheating, women 20% cheat. It's equal. It's damn near the same numbers. So you can't use infidelity as an excuse because y'all be cheating too. So that's a poor argument. And in terms of women opening their legs for men they plan on having the rest of their life with, that's how the hoes I done been with. They want to be my wife back when before I got married and so forth. That's a lie. You got a lot of women that will go out there and mess around and so forth just because it just feels good. It's just enjoyable. And if they get pregnant, they'll go out there, they'll go and they'll get that baby removed, or they're like, okay, well, if I'm gonna get pregnant, they're gonna take your baby. No, well, I don't really want you around. Okay, that check. I've seen videos of women making it clear. This was a video I saw. I forgot it went viral. She said she had 6 different baby fathers, and she did the math. She said, if you get $600 from each man, that's like something thousand a month. You can live off of them. Those are her words. So you have instances where women do go out there, get knocked up, and do not want nothing to do with the men that they make these children with. So I need to understand. Z, you were saying something. I'm gonna cut you off.
No, I said
I was
majority
gonna
of women. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, a lot of times when women say that about the man and all of that, you completely absolve the woman of her choosing that man. It's not like this woman sat down and decided to get into a physical relationship with a man that was checked off all the boxes, and he was the grade A high quality man out there in the world. She chose the dude that ran the streets. She chose the dude that already had 2 baby mamas. She chose the man that didn't have that had many red flags, and she decided to stay with him and lay down with him before it even got to that point. You don't hear women complaining of men that are not on the streets, that are not in the clubs, that are not abusive, that don't have 20 red flags. When you look at the life of the women that have a man that's not in their life, that has abandoned them, 9 times out of 10, you see a paper trail. He was this way before he met her, and she still chose to be with him. You can't absolve the woman in a situation like that. That's not the man's fault. 100%. He was that way before she met him, and she decided to stay with him, knowing he was that way. Woman's at fault too. You can't absolve a woman from that situation.
Hey, Joanna, have you ever heard of the phrase "marry before you carry"?
Yes.
So, how do you feel about that as a woman?
From from where I was raised in Haiti, that's basically my culture. So you have to get married before you even consider having a child. And because we're all, Christian, because of, you don't want to have a child out of wedlock. Majority of us who are from Christianity. So yeah.
But you said something though. You said for a woman to lay down with a man and have a child with him, that means she sees a future with him. Meaning she's in hopes of eventual marriage, but she's willing to lay down and procreate with him. So where's the accountability for the woman? Because we're not talking about rape victims. We're talking about women that willingly open their legs before marriage and have babies with these men in hopes that they marry them, and it don't turn out like that, and it's all the man's fault and she's just a victim. Where's the woman's accountability on that in those situations?
Well, that's why when the woman says, I don't need him, I rather do this without him, that's where this comes from, I think. And that's what I was trying to say. It's like, okay, so if a woman decides to have a child with a man, and there's some women who do have kids and then they marry after. I've seen that. But if it doesn't work out and he decides to move on with another woman, or has another baby mama, then of course her attitude is going to be, oh, f him, I don't need him, just give me the check, like, like he was saying, give me the child support now, and he doesn't have to be around his kids. And you can't say, oh my god, she's downgrading the black man, or she's refusing the guy to be in the kid's life, when she was rejected and disrespected and promised certain things and wasn't given that.
I think you missed my point.
Hey, Joanna, niggas don't promise women nothing. I don't know what type of land of fruitopia y'all live in. Niggas don't promise women nothing, and you know that. They ain't never promised you nothing but sex, and they're gonna hit it right, and you're gonna be that ride or die bitch until they find another ride or die bitch. They ain't never promised you nothing. You know how that's true? They didn't marry you. If they married you, then they planned on promising you something. Other than that, you know it's a lie. You just choose to believe the lie.
That's the thing, Joanna. Women don't take accountability for them acting out of their lust. Y'all be getting caught up with these dudes and all of that, having babies and stuff before marriage, all these toxic relationships or whatever, and you may get done wrong, but y'all want to place all the blame on a man. But you stayed in that toxic relationship. You knew what type of dude he was before you let him get all in your box. But you don't take no
A lot of
accountability.
90% of the time, that's the reason why you even talk to him in the first place.
Exactly.
Cause you like the nigga that you saw. You saw it on TV. He represented what you saw on TV. You liked his swag, and then he used that swag to bust your ass down and move on to the next woman. And you're mad that what you liked in him, he didn't stop with you. Where did he ever promise you he was going to stop? He didn't. He never did. He met you in the club when you were wearing a sexy dress. What makes you think he wanted to marry you instead of sex you when you met him looking sexy? Let's start using logic, women. The days of the whole world being on your side because the white man painted you as the victim, them days is gone. God has given the godly man wisdom to be like, man, these women out here ain't shit. They cheat just as much as men. They divorcing black men at a higher rate. It ain't the black man that don't want to be with you. It's the black woman that's divorcing the black man. Hold on, wait a minute. They blaming us for them willingly having sex with us? Hell no, we ain't taking that no more. You wrong. Them days is gone. Why God has given us the wisdom to swing that table around, but like, black men, we have been under a microscope our entire life of generations since we've been here, since the days of slavery. Oh, you ain't did this for the black man. You didn't do that. You didn't do this. Oh, why did you rise up against the taskmaster? Why did you do this? Why did y'all do this? Why did you take this? Why did you do this? Why did you sell drugs? Not once did anybody look at the black woman and was like, you ain't shit either. That dude didn't rape you. You got 3 baby daddies. You chose to be with these men. It's time for some examination of you, and that's scriptural too. Give me that in 2 Corinthians 13:5, just to show you. But with this examination, you'll understand the godly examination. It makes you better. It brings you closer to God. Give me that 2 Corinthians 13:5.
The book of 2 Corinthians, chapter 13 and verse 5. Examine yourselves, whether ye be in the faith. Prove your own selves. Know ye not your own selves, how that Jesus Christ is in you, except ye be reprobates.
That's what God's commanding all of his children to do. Examine yourself, whether you be in the faith. Faith meaning, are you following after Christ? Examine yourself. Where did Christ tell you to have boyfriends and girlfriends? Where did Christ tell you to sleep with men before you actually get married? Where did he tell you to do those things? You got to examine yourself. Where did God tell you to dress like that as a woman? Where did God tell you to buck up against a man the way you do? Where did God tell you to be in a marriage 50-50? Where are those things at in the Bible? They're not there. You've learned those things from the white man who has given you all the liberties that God didn't give you in the Bible, which goes back to who? The garden. Eve talking to the serpent. You are still listening to that same serpent in the garden. He's just got a color now that you can identify, and you still ain't realized he's telling you, you can be a god too. You could be equal too. All the while, he's not telling you, as you buck up against your man and don't examine yourself, you're going to be a baby mama in the process. You're going to be bitter. You're going to be angry. You're going to be single. You're going to be used and abused because you want to be equal with the man and have never examined yourself, and you blame the man. He didn't tell you that when he said he was going to give you power to be like the man. He didn't tell you that you was going to be by yourself without a man. So that's where you got to examine yourself according to the scriptures to see, have you been living according to what God said, or have you been living according to the ways of the white man in this society? And if it's working for you. And most women, it's not. It's not at all. It's not working until your black man is on top, which is the Israelite man, until he's on top. And you have rest where you don't have to get up and work a 9 to 5. You don't have to whore your body out. You don't have to take naked pictures on Instagram. You don't have to straighten your hair out because your natural curly hair is not professional looking in corporate America. You don't have no rest until that black man's ruling. I mean, Mike.
All right. Any final thoughts on that, Joanna?
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
All right. Let's hear from Mike.
Hey everybody, how y'all doing tonight?
We good, bro. What's your
Right
thoughts on
on.
the topic?
Well, I mean, y'all spot on. I'm listening, and y'all brought me up, and but definitely, and I mean, listening to the last speaker, and just thinking of some women in my family who said, you know, we don't need a man, and they've had 3 baby daddies, Uncle Sam pays their rent. It's $50. All they have to pay is $50. They get food. I mean, the competition is stiff. I mean, if you can get all that, I mean, who doesn't really need a man? I mean, but I mean, as far as that goes, as men, as black men, we do have to step it up and make it able for our women to be those mothers, and we have to provide for them.
So you saying that black fathers in the household are more important than black women becoming CEOs?
That is correct.
Okay, all praise. That's good. That's good. All right. Let's hear from Tanisha.
How y'all doing? I'm gonna say to the topic that I believe that black fathers in the home is the most important. Um, I was around my father, but he wasn't in the house, so I don't know if I'm like biased based off of that. I just feel like if his presence was more, or yeah, if his presence was more, and I didn't just see him when I had breaks in schools and all that other stuff because he was in the military. I think my life would be totally different. But I don't know how much different it would be because I had 8 brothers, and with them, life was hard growing up with them. So like the other young lady said, you got the uncles and your brothers and
You said
your
8 brothers?
cousins.
So I'm sorry, so you
Yeah,
said 8 brothers?
yeah,
Damn.
8.
Oh,
So it's like
wow.
I got, they all got a story. So it's like you get the ones so they can see their kids, you get the ones who can't see their kids. And me, I used to be the mutual person. I ain't getting in between that shit. I just want to see my niece or nephew. I get the kid and keep it moving. So like, I'm not the one to argue because I'm one I will swing quick. Like the way if like people have conversations and you're talking, and as soon as they say but, my ears is turned off. I'm not even listening no more because the way I was raised, my father like anything after but is bullshit, and he don't even listen to me. So when it comes to somebody else, and I'm like, I be always saying like, listening to you guys, I be like, I love y'all, I really do, because a lot of these young ladies they don't have no guidance. It's like they looking at Megan Thee Stallion thinking they gonna be Megan Thee Stallion. I don't know. Let me go get my body done. They don't go buy a house, and say, let me create a residual income. I'm gonna move. I'm not even gonna live in the house. I'm gonna rent it out. No, let me get my body done. It's like it's the mindset. I call it the enslaved mindset. Uh, it's it's becoming sad, but I think it's like always been like that. I just been my grandmother. She kept me away from it. Like I felt my mom dead at 4, but if she could have been the CEO or something, I would have loved to see that. But my grandmother, she was the CEO and she had a second grade education. And I wish I could buy what she taught me to get to my kids, because they can't even get it from nobody out here. The people is just fake. They like phony, even the people you be around. And then, it's just like, they like, we didn't mean, girl, I didn't mean like that. I be like, just shake my head and just laugh. Like, I said, that's how people end up dead. Because they play games that you play, and they be like, yo, why you had to go? Why you had to take it there? It'd be like, because yeah, I be playing a dangerous game, but some people just don't understand it because they ain't never been put in that situation. Just like in the Bible, when God is going through things, He telling you, you better listen. How many chances you think you gonna get? Like, it'd be like, okay, you gonna do it again, dummy? It's like, you want to do it again? When the young lady said, oh, well, I thought we would have a family. It's like, no, baby girl, no, it ain't. We gonna have a family. It's gonna be you gonna raise this baby, and if he wanna man up, he's gonna man up. But a lot of men ain't taught that. They taught, oh, let me go sell drugs, or let me spend all the time on the corner, or they taught something different. They're not taught to go to work, come home, provide, make sure your family have. They're not taught that. It's just it's a sad society. And look at the kids ain't even in school now. Who teaching them? It's listen. The world is gonna be even worse than it is. It's like, and the people that talk, it'd be like the strong ones. I'm like, pro, yes, she got it on lockdown. And it'd be great. They be CEOs of their companies and run it. And then they have a king too that could run it because every queen needs a king and every king needs a queen. So it's like both of the roles is really important depending what role you play. Because my mother died at 4, so I ain't have an option for my mama to be CEO. But I'm gonna mute there, and I appreciate y'all and thank y'all so much.
So, uh, towards the end, you kind of landed your plane in the middle. You saying that black women CEOs and black fathers are possibly equally important. That what you were saying?
They're not equally important. I believe a father being there, because I think a father being there is going to lead to a black woman CEO. I mean, it just depends the structure your family got. Because if you got a strong king, it ain't no choice but for her to rise to be a CEO in the household.
Are you married?
Yes.
Okay, all right. That's good. That's good. So your kids able to grow up with their black father, right?
No, they can't.
Oh, okay.
He passed away a month ago.
Ah, okay.
hmm
So
But
you're a
it's so,
widow.
but they have uncles,
My
and I got
condolences.
7 brothers, and then he got a lot of brothers too. So it's like I feel like my baby gonna miss the father, but he gonna get the best of all his uncles. So
Okay. So you're a widow.
yeah, now I am.
Okay. Are you a CEO?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So what do you think your kids value more? Having a father and having a mother as a CEO?
I think they're gonna value both of it because the business is after their father, and that's what their father did.
I ain't saying they ain't gonna value one of them at all. I'm
No,
saying
I said
gonna
both of
value
them.
more.
More.
Hmm.
Mm, I don't know. I think I would value my father being in the house more because my dad, I just went to see him summer vacations and shit, when I was out of school. So I feel like that's the part that I missed. And then they dad just died. So it's like the part that they're going to miss is not having him in the house. So, I mean, you will want,
Sis, I'm
kids
sorry.
crave for what they want. You
Sis, I'm
crave
sorry.
for what you don't have.
Are you from New York?
Yeah, I am.
Man, oh God, Jesus Christ. Oh man. I can tell, man. Yo, it sounds so New Yorkish. Okay, I'm sorry. I cut you off. Go ahead. It's like my mama. Go ahead, go on. Go ahead.
Um, so I don't like, that's why I'm saying that. Like, if you got a strong king in your house, the queen is gonna rise to be CEO, especially if you ain't got no chump husband. Because I wasn't ready to do everything I had to do, but I had to rise to the occasion. Like I was enjoying being a wife, to be honest. I was enjoying it. That's why I be laughing. Like, oh, you don't argue with him. Argue for what? Like it don't. It's purposeless. But a lot of people don't think about those things until they don't have them no more. Because I know some men that don't even tolerate it at all. And don't insinuate, they will get up and leave too. Like, oh no, I don't have time for this. So thank you. Yeah, y'all just teach on.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. All right, Jim, are you there?
Yes, sir.
How you doing tonight, sir?
I'm good, and you?
I'm good. Can't complain. What's your thoughts on the topic?
It's simple. Uh, like how they say it, a king can make a female or a woman peasant a queen and respected. A queen can marry any type of man, but he will not be respected like a king. Facts.
Okay. Hey, plain and simple, straight to the point. I like that. Any of you moderators want to comment on that?
You're right. Absolutely right. That's it. As long as they understand that, that's the problem. That's the problem. Give me first Ezra's 5:72 regarding where this comes from. Just to give the sister Mocha had asked earlier about not women victims of the conspiracy of a divided household, a black family. I mean, they're the victim, but to be perfectly honest with y'all, that's always been in y'all. That's been in y'all since Eve, desiring equal power or equal footing with your man, and that led to the downfall of man entirely because the roles Satan introduced equality in the roles of a marriage, and once your mother Eve embraced it, once Eve embraced equality with her man, or the deception of equality with her man, that's what brought y'all menstrual cycles and labor pains. That menstrual cycle, when you bleed every month, the Bible calls that your sickness. That's a punishment given to Eve by God for her disobedience to her husband. And you having those contractions and asking the right man for morphine and any kind of painkillers you can get to avoid that pain and that baby coming out your vag, that's God too. That's God letting you know. Remember Eve. So I got Eve to thank for that. You know what I asked you to get?
The book of First Ezra, chapter 5, and verse 72. But the heathen of the land lying heavy upon the inhabitants of Judea, and holding them straight, hindered their building.
During this time, you had our people who had returned from exile. We decided to rebuild our land back to what it once was because the Babylonians were given the liberty by God to come in and to burn everything down to the ground. So at this point, this is the biblical reconstruction era. So Israel is trying to rebuild ourselves back to our former status in terms of our homes, our temple, and make repairs. And of course, once you repair the temple, that's where our place of worship is located, and that brought us closer to our God. And us being closer to our God made us formidable and powerful. And once the nations understood this, they were against it. So we're going to read what they did to try to maintain us from they tried to establish to keep us from going back to our God. Watch this. See what they did.
And by their secret plots and popular persuasions.
Stop. So secret plots goes into the WIC, the food stamps, the welfare, the public housing, the child support, all the media outlets. I think Tamar, I mentioned, she's gone now, but she mentioned now she was in the industry and she saw all these different so-called homosexual men and homosexual women that maintain the media, that have hands in the outlets. The influence comes from the media. You had the child support, things of that nature. That's secret plots. And popular persuasions goes into Christianity. When you look at the word denomination, it's synonymous with persuasion. All these Christian denominations, TV, media, fashion, music, billboards, radio shows, movie outlets, TV outlets, programs, the O Network, Tyler Perry's Garbage, Red Tabletop, that's popular persuasions. Go ahead.
And commotions.
Commotions goes into the protesting, Black Lives Matter, the feminist movement. Feminism is a commotion. All these different things. Go ahead.
They hindered the finishing of the building all the time that King Cyrus lived.
They hindered the finishing of our building or our rebuilding of our homes, our nation, our people, and our connection to our God. So secret plots, popular persuasions goes into your multimedia, your TikTok, your Instagram, your all these things. These are all distractions. Religion, Christianity is filled up with a bunch of single or old black women and young boys, their grandkids or sons, fatherless sons. They're dragging it along with them. That's popular persuasions and secret plots and commotions that hinder the building of our nation or the building back of the black families and couples and marriages. These are all hindrances. These are the hindrance, all a hindrance. It's not a benefit, it's detriment. All right? Go ahead, yo.
All praises to the Most High. All praise. Heavy points. Heavy points. All right. Next in the queue, we got Lady T. 40.
Hey
Lady
guys,
40. How you doing?
I'm doing good. About the topic, I definitely think it's better to have black fathers in the home than black moms as CEOs. And I guess it's because I'm just taking my situation and like, okay, my father died when I was like 5. Him and my mom were married, but then my mother died when I was 22, and I had siblings underneath me, and I was the oldest. So I was raising teenagers by myself at 22 years old. So how I looked at things, I was never paying nothing any mind but trying to, get by like on a day-to-day basis. And then when I met my husband, I could tell that my mind was like damaged, like from everything that I've been through. So what really woke me up, because I always say my husband was God sent, when he was literally getting ready to leave me, and what woke me up, because I sent them through hell, y'all, I'm not even lying. What woke me up was him saying, he just trying to love me, and how can I make it so hard for somebody to love me? So I had to start reevaluating myself and like, why am I like this? And it's because my father was gone, then my mother was gone after her, so all my life I was winging it. So I didn't know what position I was supposed to play or anything. So that's why I always say my husband was God sent, and absolutely, you would rather have a father in the house than a mother being the CEO.
So what you're saying is that a father not being in the household pretty much trains you to reject the love of your man in the household. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely.
So a father is essential in the household in order for women to have successful relationships with a black man, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, here you go. Rest my case. Court's adjourned, brothers and sisters.
Fuck your dead husband. All right. Hey, sis, you from Maryland?
Yep, Baltimore, Maryland.
All praise. Yeah, okay, all praise. Yeah, there's some heavy points right there, sis. That's actually, like you just said, the case really closed after that. Cause basically you saying, you know, like based on just the father being in the house, just dealing with the women in particular, you won't know how to love or be loved. Receive love from a man with the absence of that father in the household. That's a heavy point right there. They go, if your mama a CEO, you know what I'm saying? Okay, you might have the clothes you want. You might be able to go to the, wherever you want, whatever events you want to go to. You can afford to do this or this or that, but you won't get the preparation for life, relationships in life, as you become an adult without that father figure in the household. So
Yeah,
they're really, go ahead, sis.
it's because at the end of the day, I didn't have any foundation. And that's what I think it comes all the way down to, because the man is the head of the household. And if it's no foundation laid, everything you try to put on it is going to crumble. So you got to have foundation. And I believe that's a head of the household, and that's the man. And I didn't have that. So I was winging it all my life. Then God sent me my husband, and I was ready to lose that too, until I woke up and started reevaluating. So definitely, it's the truth.
Sister, all y'all winging it. That's the
Yep.
problem. I saw this
Yep.
room is opened up. All y'all are winging it, and y'all know what to do. It's like y'all on a plane, and the plane is about to crash, and y'all trying to figure that shit out on your own, and you about to crash into a mountain, man, because ain't no pilot. You're just riding around as a passenger, and there's no pilot in the plane. Y'all just crashing one by one. You trying to be the pilot, and y'all like, nah, I got it. And your plane is just going down. That's what's happening. And as soon as the sisters need to come to the same realization that you came to. I see a picture of you and your man in your icon. All praise the Lord, as a brother, not somebody, not something else. I'm happy to see that. But a lot of sisters need to understand that y'all need us, man. You're all you got, because again, the Bible makes it clear. Let me tell you 4:12 real quick. The Bible tells the black man who he is to marry. Now, some of you sisters may disagree, and I don't give it. I don't care. But I'm gonna read the Bible says regarding who the black man is obligated by law to marry. Thus said the Lord. Tobit 4:12. Read that.
Tobit, chapter 4 and verse 12. Beware
Hold
of
on,
all.
wait. Before you read this, this is a son, a father to a son. This is Tobit. This is Tobit Senior speaking to his son Tobit Junior. Okay, Toby as in roots, same name. Toby, Tobias, same name. Yeah, watch this.
Tobit, chapter 4 and verse 12. Beware of all whoredom, my son, and
Start right there.
chiefly.
Stop right there. Stop right there. So the father tells his son, beware of all whoredom. So a man can be a hoe. So he says, son, don't be a hoe. Don't be involved in whoredom. He's going to explain what kind of hoe his son can become without this advice he's giving him. Beware of all whoredom, my son. Watch this.
And chiefly take a wife of the seed of thy fathers.
He said chiefly, meaning primarily. Take a wife of the seed of your fathers. Now, during this time, the law was for a man, of Israel, to marry a woman of his own tribe, because the land remained within the land of your inheritance remained within your tribe. So, but he's going to also broaden it because Israel was scattered among all the nations. So he's going to broaden that. Watch this. So he said, marry your own kindred, marry your own race. Watch this.
And take not a strange woman to wife.
Do not marry a Kardashian. Do not marry a Scarlett Johansson. Do not marry a who else? Charlize Theron. Do not marry a Marilyn Monroe. Don't
Kim Jong
marry
Kim Jong Wong.
Kim Jong Won or Alabari, whatever the hell these nations. Don't marry no other nations. Okay,
And take not a strange woman to wife, which is not of thy father's tribe.
not of your father's tribe. Watch this.
For we are the children of the prophets.
He says,
Noah.
we are the children of prophets. We are the children of the men that are the most famous men in the world. The Bible records people that existed that are the most famous people in the world, who are recorded in the most famous book in the world. We come from them. We're children of the prophets. Watch this. He's going to name them.
Noah, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Remember, my son, that our fathers from the beginning, even that they all married wives of their own kindred.
So he says, listen, Noah, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, these are not tribes. He said, these men married their own race. They stuck to their own people. They marry their own kind. Do the same thing, son. Go ahead.
and and were blessed in their children, and their seed shall inherit the land. Now therefore, my son, love thy brethren, and despise not in thine heart thy brethren.
It
The
says,
sons of
son, love your brethren and despise not in your heart your brethren. And he says in this instance, your brethren, he means when your brethren, your brothers have daughters, marry their daughters. Don't hate the daughters of your brethren. Marry the women of your race. Read on. Watch this.
the sons and daughters of thy people, in not taking a wife of them.
He's saying, don't hate the sons and daughters of your people and not taking a wife. Well, not in this instance. Your brothers who have daughters, don't hate the daughters of your race. Marry a woman of your own nation. So at this point, he's broadening it. Marry your nation, period. Go ahead.
For in pride is destruction, and much trouble, and in lewdness is decay and great want. For
Lewdness, it says, in pride is destruction. Kanye West is a sign of pride. Lamar Odom is pride. O.J. Simpson is pride and decay and great lack, want. I mean, they lose their freedom, they lose their mind, they lose their children. Marry your own people. When you step outside of that spectrum, the Bible calls that whoredom, meaning love your own women. When I say your own women, I'm making reference to our women who are considered to be called today African American women, so-called Native American women, because those are the same people. Latin American women, that's the same people. The African diaspora, Afro Iraqis, Afro Syrians, Afro Brazilian, whatever. Our people come in different shades, sizes, complexions, features. Marry your own people. That's what God says. That's what Tobit told his son to do. So God tells us to marry and stick with our own race of women. So that's why we make these videos. That's why we focus on the black woman, because we know over these kind of rooms tend to attract who? So-called black and Hispanic and Native American women, because they know in their spirit that they're black women too. So the term black, you use that word, it's very, very broad, but we use it to attract or trigger the minds of sisters who know that they're so-called black. So Hispanic, we've had women come up in here who are Native American, Hispanic. It's all the same. Y'all just Negroes. Y'all just Negroes that speak Spanish or Portuguese. You still, as Jay Z said in his last album, you still nigger, just bilingual niggas. But nonetheless, God tells us men to love you and marry you and continue our race with our own women. That's what God says. Outside of that is whoredom and confusion and lewdness, which is sexual, which is immoral and want. So that's why we make these rooms, because we're trying to convince our sisters that you need us. God says you're supposed to want us and want to be our wives, because by law we can't go outside of you. We're obligated to be with you. That's what God says. So we have no choice. I'm pretty sure, biblically speaking, if the black man can go outside of his race, he would, because the white man has made y'all so destroyed and brainwashed. Y'all got a lot of brothers in the world who are not in this Bible, who are not in the faith, contemplating marrying outside their race. And the Bible tells us not to do that, because at the same time, y'all are so hate-filled and brainwashed, and you on autopilot, like Lady T was saying earlier. You're turning a lot of brothers away. And I'm not saying that brothers aren't turning sisters away. What I'm saying is that a lot of you sisters, you're the least married, and you're the ones that initiate the most divorces. Black men, we want to be married. So that's why it's important for y'all to just, like I said earlier, you need to learn to listen. All right, me my mic.
And can I say one more thing to what E
Sure,
said?
sis. Sure,
That's
go ahead.
that's absolutely true, because I'm not saying this all women, but I know what I was doing and where I was at. And as soon as a lot of black women who are now where I was take accountability for what they're doing in their actions and get right, it'll be more black men wanting to marry black women.
Absolutely.
Since you don't
Absolutely.
know how on point you is right now.
Hmm.
Let me ask you something, Miss Lady T. When you said your man said it's you making it hard to love you or something along those lines when he was about to leave. Did
Yeah.
y'all have kids?
Yes, we had a daughter.
Now, okay, watch this. So when we was dealing with Joanna, she was coming from the typical black woman that takes no accountability. Black women, we suffer so much trauma from the dudes they do us wrong, blah blah blah. And you said with kids with this man, you took this man through hell. You said that out your own mouth.
I did.
And luckily, he communicated with you and told you before he left, look, you need to fix this. You're making it hard for me to love you.
Yep.
And that was enough for you to come to a realization and be able to fix it. A lot of dudes, they don't know how to communicate like that and they just leave. And then a black woman just play full victim. Oh, he did me so wrong. He da da da. He just up and
Mm-mm.
left, and then they perpetuate that narrative to their children, and they never saying what you said. Yeah, I took him through hell. They not saying that. They just casting all the blame on him because he was fed up and just left. You know what I'm saying? Without taking that step and communicating for the woman to understand. But a lot of dudes do that, but they don't be hearing it to come to that realization like you did. So that's why I said luckily that's what happened with y'all. But a lot of times it's just the women take him through hell and he get tired and he get the hell up out the relationship. And then the
Yeah.
woman the woman just play like it was just all his fault. And they put that in the kids' heads too. It's destructive.
And that could, and the thing about it is, I knew he was a good man. And I was still like, my mouth, it was ridiculous. Like, I used to always talk back. It could be something minor. And he'd say, no, this the way it had. Because mind you, both of us had a child before we met each other. So, like, the way he's a father to the children. So the way he wanted things done, I'm like, well, no, I don't think it should be. And I had to backtrack because he grew up with a mother and a father in the house. So when you look back at stuff, you like, I really don't know. Like I told you, I was winging it. So why not listen to this man who had the structure that I didn't, and he want to run his household this way? So it took a lot. It was me learning. It was a learning experience, and I got it together before he exited. And then somebody else would have had my good man, and I wasn't letting that happen.
All praise. Hey, Abuka, can you get Ecclesiastes 26 and verse 14? Because like you said, since you was winging it, and, a lot of sisters, they have pride. They used to running everything or whatever and want to always get a 2 cents. When a man is saying, nah, we gonna do it like this, it's always pushback from the black women because what they might have went through with their father, and they looking at that man like my daddy didn't know, so I know you don't know. You know what I'm saying? Instead of just following that man lead. But this what the Bible say. Read that scripture.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter chapter 26 and verse 14. A silent and loving woman is a gift of the Lord,
Mm-hmm.
and there is nothing so much worth as a mind well instructed.
God said there is nothing so much worth as a mind well instructed. And that's what a lot of our sisters do not know. And it shows night after night on Clubhouse. You know what I'm saying? One thing the black woman has a hard if they got a hard time doing anything, is taking instructions from the black man. Even the black man under their roof, paying their bills in the same bed with them. they have a very hard time following instructions. God said it's nothing more worth than that. So what does that tell you? That's the type of woman that the man want to marry. That's what the black man want to marry. Yeah, he might lay down with you. You might got good this and good that. I ain't gonna get too vulgar, whatever the case may be. So he'll lay with you. He might slip up, put a baby in. But if your mind is not well instructed, you can't listen, you can't follow his lead, he gonna leave you. Because that's not what he looking for, a woman that's gonna listen. You know what I'm saying? That's just what it is. That's what the Bible says. So I just wanted to make that point based off what you just said. A lot of our sisters have issues dealing with that. You know what I'm saying? But that's a part of what's gonna change the narrative in our community. If black women just learn to listen and follow the black man lead, I'm telling you, it'll be a lot more prosperous relationships or marriages. All right. So let's go ahead. Let's move on. Next in the queue, we got Ronald. Ronald, how you doing tonight, bro? Ronald Huff. Going once. Going twice. All right, Jewel. Jewel G. Jewel G going once. Going twice. All right, Lord. Lord Wonder.
Yeah. Blessing life, blessing life.
What's up, bro? What's your thoughts on the topic tonight?
Um, yeah. I actually wanted to touch a bit on the last point in the sense that even with the story of Adam and Eve, Samson, Delilah, Jezebel, Ahab, all these stories with the very few who are considered jewels, right? The general, you know, perception is that women don't really listen, and I don't think they ever will. And I think men shouldn't wait for women to listen. We should just act. Because at the end of the day, we set the standard, and while we're waiting for women to listen to us, the world will continue to go down in a way, that is molded towards that type of lifestyle where now they think being a CEO is more important than having a father in the house. But thank you.
Okay. I agree with you as far as men don't need to wait on women to listen. That ain't really the point. It's more so, if women want the black men to marry them and take care of them, and for them to stop having these sob stories of how they was done wrong and he left me and blah blah blah, they need to learn how to listen for their benefit, for their good, and start taking accountability for not listening. That was more so the point.
Yeah, and
If
like
you
the reason where I was coming from is at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? It's that starts in the house, right? And that starts with the father, right? So if women are so unbearable that men just want to leave them, that also speaks to some fatherhood was lacking somewhere. At the end of the day, it all comes down to men, right? It all comes down to what we're doing, right? Because yeah, women mature once they become grandmothers, but continue.
damn, we saw you gave up hope on the sisters, man. Damn.
Facts.
It's like, you gave
No,
up on
to
the
be
sisters
honest,
already,
if we're
brother.
gonna be honest, right, we have to again, like the
I
onus
don't
is
want you to
always
lie.
in the
You gotta
household,
insist.
right? The onus is always, it begins with the father, right? Like my daughters, they're gonna have the best life. You know what I'm saying? And that doesn't mean they're gonna be out here living the way these women think, Beyonce or Kim Kardashian, that is the no. They're going to live the best life that is conducive to their bloodline,
But
right? So yeah.
Lord, do they have their mother? Is their mom present in their lives though?
Of course, like, she's going to have to be, but if she's not, right, she won't be present.
Well, of
She'll
course,
be.
but I'm saying, I'm only asking. I'm not saying. I'm just asking because we do know. I mean, if the mother decides not to be involved in their lives, you have to step up, of course. But we do understand biblically that a woman is essential to raising daughters. We can't do that
That
shit
is
by
that
ourselves.
that is a fact. That is a fact,
Right.
right? But like I was saying, like, and here's the thing, right? At this point in my life, I don't think I'm going to, engage with women who are not going to be there in the long term. You know what I'm saying? So, and even for men, like the times men make excuses of having there's no excuse for having babies, man. Like, get out of here. No, no, I'm tired of hearing people making, oh, it was this accident. No, that's the dance of life. What did you expect? You know what I'm saying? So, with being more intentional, because that is something both men and women, especially in today's generation, we're not taught how to be more, intentional with what we're doing with our lives. And so at the end of the day, it still comes back to the men, right? What is your daddy doing in the house, right? How is she seeing her father and interact with her mother for her to be able to, replicate the most, beneficial aspects of that character? But women don't have that nowadays. Men don't have that nowadays. So, but it begins with men.
Can I ask
Go
Lord a question?
ahead, lady. Don't
Okay.
argue, y'all. Go ahead, go ahead,
I'm not. No, I'm not gonna argue. I just want to ask a
go ahead, go
question.
ahead, go ahead.
I understand what he's saying, right? But you said like certain women like you're not gonna tolerate or um deal with women who don't listen. Like, what if this woman wasn't raised right? So she needs the structure of that man to teach her or say this is how it should be, this is what you should be doing. So sometimes like some certain stuff is not learned overnight. So you're saying that we're not supposed to have those chances to get it right, to be a better wife?
What? I don't know what you're talking about. Chances to do what?
Like I just said, so we don't have time to get ourselves right. Like the first time, if
Get
I had
yourself
a
right. You should
disagreement,
have got yourself right in your daddy's house.
didn't I just? Oh, never mind, y'all. He wasn't listening.
I was listening, but that's what I'm saying. All these are excuses. They sound like excuses to me at the end of the
What
day.
daddy house? And I didn't have one. That's what I'm saying.
Again, if
Okay.
even in houses nowadays, right, with both the mother and the father, it's like the mother is the one with the pants on. Otherwise, we wouldn't have all these single mothers out here, right? Where I'm from, it's a shame for a woman to go back to her father's house with another man's baby. She's going to be questioned to the T as to why she's
Lord, where
returning
you
home.
from? Lord, where you from?
I'm from somewhere in East Africa, but I'm in Georgia right now.
Which part?
So yeah,
Which part of Africa you from? Which part of Africa you from?
from the Meru tribe,
You what tribe?
Ameru,
Spell that.
Ameru, Ameru.
Okay, I only asking because we read earlier in scripture that's biblical that it's a shame for a woman to return to her father's house defiled. So I agree with you that is listen or that is traditional. And again, our people are in that area, live in that landmass, and oftentimes our people who have not encountered the colonized mindset understand traditionally that they should not be home
It's getting there,
raising a
bro. It's
child.
getting there, bro. That's why
Well,
I don't know if you're
I
sensing the
know,
passion.
but look, I know. Listen. Let me hear me. Hear me out. I'm not defending sisters, but I will say this: Lord, um, Lady T is an example of sisters. There's a few of them, not many. And Tamar earlier, they are examples of sisters. I think that as well, if she's still here. They are prime examples of a few sisters that are listening and understand that the role has been obscured regarding the man and the woman. And they understand that the man was lacking in the household, and because of that, their behavior and their mentality has changed and been mutated into something formidably evil towards their men. I'm not defending them; it's not an excuse. The black woman should have a father in the household. She should learn her role in the house. But unfortunately, many even of our brothers as well as our sisters who are raised in a fatherless household. I speak for myself as well, and many of us on this platform were raised in a household where the father was not present, were raised in a reverse role, or were raised in a plane with no pilot, as Lady T had mentioned earlier, or I mentioned earlier regarding Lady T's situation. And I can't. I'm not defending it. I understand. I have empathy towards it, and we do tend to attack it with veracity because a lot of our sisters tend to use that as an excuse. But some of them genuinely do not understand their role until the rubber hits the road. They're pinned in the corner, and they make a decision. Many of our sisters who are in college, brothers mentioned earlier before we came in the room, they put up an article about how a lot of divorces, 70% of divorces are initiated by women, 90% if they're college educated. So this is in fact an indoctrination that we have to deal with biblically. And those who are in the room or on the platform or on the stage, they've been listening attentively and they're following. Now, I understand your issue. They should know these things, but unfortunately, us as a people, we were not raised under the same traditions and values as our people living out there in South Africa that you mentioned regarding it is a shame to be a mother, a baby mama living in daddy's house. In America, in the States, where we're heavily colonized, that is the norm. So I understand your point of view being from there, but I also understand where I'm from, the States, it's common, and I understand how it's become common. So our objective in this room is to biblically return our people, men and women, to understand their biblical role, which you, from where you're from and from where we're from, you're obviously my people, from where we're from in that region, to those same traditional values of being a mother, a wife, a sister. But that's not instilled in us here in the States, whereas it is in that part of Africa. I wish it was, but apparently it's not. I don't want to cut you off, Lord. Go ahead. I won't be long. I'm very long-winded. Go ahead, Lord. I'm gonna cut you off. Go ahead.
No, you good, bro. And I was actually, I didn't want to keep going myself because, yeah, at the end of the day, there is like the daddy figure is replaced with something known as the parents patriot doctrine. So if you look that up, it's where the state takes the role of the father. And funny enough, for all these welfare programs and all this good stuff, this is similar to these black CEOs who was funding black women with $10 billion. Oh, it was this Goldman Sachs that and
I agree.
all these step ups for women to continue to contribute to these enterprises. At the same time, in the same breath, they complain about being oppressed and this and that.
Right.
It's weird at the end of the day.
Well,
So
well. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm sorry. Well, remember I mentioned earlier about the secret plots and popular persuasions and commotions. That ties into that scripture, First Ezra 5:72 and 73, regarding the nations setting these things up deliberately to cause these barriers to divide us men and women, or black men and women, as a nation, as a unity, as a family unit. These things are set in place. The black man is in fact the most essential part of our nation. We are the nation. Without us, there is no nation. That's why we're the ones that carry millions of babies in our ball sacks, excuse my language. And the sisters, their job is to carry those same gods into their womb and to bring them into the world. That's why the highest level of abortions, unfortunately, is in fact perpetrated by our sisters in the 1970s. It turns out that they found in D.C. a bunch of aborted fetuses, how you say it in plurality, but they found a number of aborted fetuses in the third trimester in DC. I'm not sure if you guys found the article. They found a bunch of babies. I saw the images. They're very graphic. And I saw that those children were our people, our children. Many of you who have brought forth children into this world, when you bring forth a child into the world and then they ask you, can we keep the placenta? That is not for the benefit of the world. That is for the benefit of government funded. They're selling organs. The Planned Parenthood even admitted to the selling of the organs of these placentas and these aborted babies, and for research. So this is why it's very important for the family structure to remain together. I understand Lord's frustration. I have it as well. And we all on the platform have it. Give me Isaiah 3,
And I
verse
have a
1.
oh, I
Sure, Lord. Go ahead.
was going to share scripture as well, but I guess we could listen to yours, and then if you may, it's Deuteronomy 19:15 through 20 as a solution.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll let you go first. Go ahead. 19:15 to 20.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
My book, go ahead.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 19, and verse 15. One witness shall not rise up against a man for any iniquity, or for any sin. In any sin that he have sinned, at the mouth of two witnesses, or at the mouth of three witnesses, shall the matter be established. A false witness, if a false witness rise up against any man to testify against him, that which is wrong, then both the man between whom the controversy is shall stand before the Lord, before the priest and the judges, which shall be in those days. And the judges shall make diligent inquisition. And behold, if the witness be a false witness, and have testified falsely against his brother, then shall ye do unto him as he hath thought to have done unto his brother. So shalt thou put the evil away from among you. And those which remain shall hear and fear, and shall henceforth commit no more any such evil among you. And thine eye shall not pity, but life shall go for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot.
Lord, you're on. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. It's very simple. Like today, what do we find? As majority of the reason men are in jail. It's domestic violence issues. Now, the parts where it's legit, that's why a lot of these institutions exist. But there's elements of these institutions that are used by women, black, white, Latina, as long as they're part of this society, this American society, they tend to become false witnesses against men. You know what I'm saying? And this thrives with this lack of fathers in the house. And like I was saying, man, it starts in the house, man. If 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 a woman can go back to her father's house with a baby that she got from another man and get away with it, that means there's some false witness going on somewhere, or someone is not analyzing the situation properly. I don't know, but yeah.
I agree. I agree to an extent. If you go up to the pin right here, it says police say 5 fetuses were found in a DC home where anti-abortion activist is believed to live. So this activist, this anti-abortion activist, brought these fetuses back to his or her home to show that they're storing or they're maintaining these fetuses. I'm pretty sure it's our babies in these clinics for research and storage and use. Stem cell research. Our babies have always, in fact, been an essential part of being destroyed or a part of business. Okay, of eradication. Abortion means to quit. When you abort a mission, you're a quitter. When you abort these babies, you're a quitter. That's basically it. Yeah, so that's the article right there. Give me Ezekiel 2. Ezekiel 3. Where is it? Ezekiel 2. Regarding people being rebellious. Ezekiel 2,
Yes,
verse
sir.
6.
Verse 6. The
Yeah,
book
verse
of
7.
Ezekiel,
Verse 7.
chapter 2, and verse 7. And thou shalt speak my words unto them, whether they hear or whether they forbear, for they are most rebellious.
So oftentimes we are frustrated and we are aggravated with our women who tend to maintain the stance of being equal or on equal footing with black men financially, because we are, as a nation, as a people, we are most rebellious. And God says to speak to our people whether they will hear, meaning they listen, they hearken, old English, or pay attention, or whether they forbear. Forbear means they ignore, they disregard, they dismiss. For we as a nation are the most rebellious. God told our forefather Ezekiel the prophet, we are the sons and daughters of the prophets, and we are to teach our people whether they hear or forbear. So regardless of their stance, biblically, we have to teach the word of God despite their opposition or despite their admission. It's one or the other. All right. So go ahead, y'all. Next, I won't waste time.
Brother E, can I just say real fast that in medical terminology, there's no such thing as an abortion. It's called a termination of pregnancy.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt. A
Damn.
child that's aborted is the baby is aborted. If a baby is killed 2 months outside the womb, no different from a child killed 2 months in the womb. I'm fully aware of that, Mike. Thank you very much, sir. I
Two
know abortion is
minutes.
BS. They feel everything.
And
I,
that's what we're saying. That this is just a disregard to life at the end of the day. Because there's the exceptions which we don't need to get into because we know what the exceptions are, right? But intentional, no. There's no way you get into the dance of life and then try to escape the consequences. It makes no sense, and then call that autonomy or freedom. That's demonic to me. At the end of the day, have fun.
it is right.
Oh, praise y'all open another can of worms with this abortion stuff, man. Oh, praise. Let's see who we got next. USA. USA name.
Shalom, I'm here.
Oh, Shalom. What's your thoughts on the topic?
Uh, Honestly, I would love to contribute, but I'm still not too sure what the discussion is because I came in not too long ago. So if you want to like reset or something, I don't know. But yeah, I would like to give my thoughts, but I'm not sure what's going on.
Okay. Let's go ahead and hear from Miss T since we're short on time.
Good morning. Yeah, just listening. To be honest, what I think of this title, I guess when I first look at the title, I just think about saying my parents' relationship, and yeah, their dynamic has been. I've just watched my dad basically put his foot down. He's got the final say, and sometimes I'll be honest, like my mom and I sometimes we don't like the fact that he has the final say, but for the most part, we accept him because for one, that's how my mom's been raised. That's how I've been raised as well. So that's what I've seen and been used to. So, and I guess my dad he works and then he's also at home from time to time as well. And him raising me, that's been helpful for me. So that's all I wanted to say.
So you saying that obviously the black father's presence in the household is more important than black women becoming CEOs.
Yeah, from how I've been raised, I would say so. Yeah.
Okay. Let's hear from Miss Linda. Linda Godzana. Linda going once. Linda going twice. Alright, what about Malcolm? Brother Malcolm Oliver.
Yes, yes, I'm here. So let me first say, first of all, if you think I'm a troll, which I get a lot in Clubhouse nowadays, I'm not a troll. Um, I will first say that what I'm going to talk about is the fact that my father informed me that he wanted my mother to abort me or terminate me or whatever you call it. So I'm gonna talk about that and what that's like for a man to grow up knowing. He told me that when I was 12 years old. 12 years old, okay? I'm mad. I've been mad all my life. Basically, I'm 27 years old. I'm mad all my life at my daddy. Mad as hell. Okay, I'm gonna be honest about that. Now, if you wanna go through my Twitter, my Instagram, whatever, let me tell you, I'm not here for followers. I'm not here to follow you either, okay? Like, I call myself spiritual nowadays because I grew up from the DC area. Calling myself a black gay Christian Republican, that was stressful as hell, okay? Now I'm over here moving to LA, calling myself a person who's focusing on breath, mindfulness, gratitude, and relaxation. Okay, you can read through my shit, and sorry for cursing, but you can read through my stuff and find out more about me if you want to. But let me tell you something. When your daddy says that stuff to you as a child, it messes you up a lot. A lot. Okay, now when I read the Bible as someone who, like I said, is gay, and let me just say, I knew I liked guys when I was 7 years old. Okay, it had nothing to do with my daddy or my mom and nothing like that. Okay, but
Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut you off, bro, but
I'm very
let's
confused, Malcolm. Hold on.
let,
Slow down some.
let's
Since you were 7? Oh, God.
yeah, oh yeah, I knew a lot about myself when I was a child. But I'll get back to the abortion stuff. So
hold
my
on, wait,
daddy had me. Okay,
Malcolm,
go ahead.
Malcolm.
You want to interrupt? Go ahead,
No,
interrupt.
I'm sorry. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So the topic,
Is about
uh,
abortion, right?
no,
I'm
no,
black fathers in the
no,
household.
it's
I
not.
knew
No,
my
It's
no,
father.
not.
no,
It's
no,
not.
no, 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 no.
It's
Not
not,
about
Malcolm.
abortion. It's about black CEOs or black fathers. What's more
Yeah, and I'm
important in
gonna
the
get to the fact
household?
that my mother is a businesswoman, independent businesswoman. My father
Okay,
actually is an independent businessman, and
okay.
my mother is one of his. I don't know. He's had three wives, but she wasn't one of them. Okay, three
Okay.
wives. She wasn't one of them.
So
She was in between
Malcolm,
wife number
Malcolm,
one and
wait,
two.
Malcolm, wait.
What?
You're
What is your
venting.
topic? Because you tell me the topic is one thing, but I've been hearing so many topics coming out of your mouths. So get on point. Get on point.
Malcolm.
Uh huh.
On
Oh, now
point,
you mad,
on.
huh? Yeah, I see.
No, I'm
Uh
not
huh. Go
mad.
ahead. Get your women. Get your women. Oh, that's what you're here for, right? Getting some women. Okay, go ahead. Get some
No,
hoes.
okay,
No.
no, I wasn't getting. No, everyone on the stage is in total agreement with what we're talking about. We just sidebarred for a moment. We're talking about the importance of what's more important: black female CEOs or black fathers in the household. What's more important? We sidebarred for a moment regarding Lord, and another Mike, but that was a quick sidebar. We're back on topic. Lady T also cute jumped in. Is he gone?
yeah,
Malcolm
I'm
gone.
sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh shit. All right. Hey, whatever. I mean, he is an emotional wreck. So, all right, let's just move on. I mean, I tried to deal with him. You know, I don't want them to think that these guys, people who are in the lifestyle, they tend to be very, very defensive and shut down pages. I was gonna deal with them, but whatever. Let's move on to the next person that's in queue. I apologize. Let's continue. Sorry.
All right. Did you want to bring him back up? He was the last person that you.
No, no. I
Okay.
mean, I think it was a bit. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm gonna happy you did it, but at the same time, I wish you didn't. I'm I'm conflicted. Um, because brothers who are very emotional, they come. Give me versus a man offended. There's a wall in Proverbs.
1819.
You get that, please, regarding brothers who are regarding a brother that's offended. He said his father left his mom and went and married somebody else and made them wives, but his mom was not made to be a wife. And the mother wanted to abort him. I mean, it's a lot going on. I don't, I mean, that's kind of off topic. If maybe Lord's will, we do a topic on abortions. I'm pretty sure this will have 8,000 people in it. and we might get banned, shadow banned, whatever. But it's okay. We'll deal with that one day, but not tonight. Give me that scripture, please, Abuka.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 18 and verse 19. A brother offended is harder to be won than a strong city,
So a
and their
brother that's a yeah.
and their contentions are like the bars of a castle.
So it's very, very hard to win a brother over that's offended. He's offended by the fact that he was a possible abortion. He's offended at the fact that his mom did not want him in this world, and that his father did not marry his mom and made wives of other women. So it'll be very, very difficult to really talk to that brother or assess him. He already was on the defensive about women. I, all of us on stage are so far from what I'm seeing on the same page, and he would have brought about a conflict that I was not willing to deal with. Emmanuel thought it best to just move him from stage, so let's move on. It is what it is.
All right, all praises. So we only got 10 minutes left. Um it's been a very, very great topic, very great discussion. A lot of edification came out. Um is there anybody on stage that has any last questions or comments for the moderators?
I do, if I may speak.
Okay, go ahead.
So again, just to kind of reiterate what you guys were talking about, and just to, I guess, go a little bit in on my background, because I'm listening to everybody, and I have literally just, again, a little background. I've been up since yesterday. I haven't been asleep. I've been on this listen tentatively, and I've been listening to some of the women. I have literally sat here and took 33 plus pages of notes, not trying to brag in no way, shape, or form. I say that to say this. I am streetwise. I grew up in the Crenshaw district of Los Angeles. I went to Catholic schools. I went to public school, 8th grade. I went, and all this ties in. And if you see that I'm pulling to the left, pull me back. But I say this because I'm listening to everyone. I'm listening to the dude, the gentleman from South Africa. I have brother-in-laws that are of Nigerian culture. I have family that has my dad Creole background. I have a Panamanian background. So listening to all the different, as you say, the tribes and things of that nature, and just the never have I ever moment I had today was Tobit, which, if I'm spelling it correctly, is Tobit. I've never seen that scripture in the. I know it's not in my version of the Bible. It's just so many things I want to touch on, the feminist aspect of what was being spoken on. My upper my higher learning, my education in a top ranking university in California, and its biblical background, and how we had to write every last paper with biblical scripture attached to it. I mean, everything almost to our math. So listening to everyone, and especially the women, I want to safely assume that the main ones that were speaking earlier were of a different generation than myself. And I say that because of the tone, because of the passion in some of their voices. I do still have that same, but I've learned to tone it down per scripture. Again, that's with the direction of Chuck and Deborah Smith out in North Carolina, or South Carolina. I think they're in Zebulon. At any rate, with that, just the self-sufficiency with the programs that, me again being retired from the government, the self-sufficiency and how you guys are speaking Bible to it. I've pretty much, I guess, at the end of this, I have to say I have to change my stance just a bit with regards to the topic. And that is, trying to find that page I wrote it on, is that no, I mean, I've always had it from my dad, was that the man was the head of the household. He was raised Catholic, um, which most Creoles are, but he didn't go to church. So that there is just I think it was just the upbringing, the cultural background of that era, with my dad and the Creoles and the French and all that. So it's so much. I really hope that you guys touch on this subject again, speak on it more, because I've learned so much tonight, even just from the younger generation, but I know that they need to learn so much more from us, because the way that some of the women were speaking, the interjection, what I would so use all the time, let me interject as opposed to interrupting. Um, so I get it. I get the frustration. I get the passion in a lot of the females' voices. Um, but again, I'm more with, I guess, the traditional biblical role of the husband and wife. But again, off and on with non-denominational Christianity, from about 2007 up to about 2017, when my pastor passed away. But I learned a lot from him, even with it being Christianity. But since following and really just having commune with Deb and Chuck over the phone has brought me closer to the belief of what you all are following in this chat room. So with that said, it's just it's mind blowing. And if a lot of these women do not get it together, especially the younger generation, um, it's a lot of correction. And to the gentleman, the South African gentleman, the tribe that he was from, and how he spoke of what did he say? He said something to the effect, basically, the young woman that came on, I think last, right before him, that basically, that's your problem. I'm paraphrasing, but that's your problem. Figure it out as far as how you're supposed to conduct yourself. Like, you should know that. And that, I would have to tend to disagree with him a little bit, with respect, but just the clarity of everything that's going on with the speaking and the scripture, and what we should be doing and what we shouldn't be doing, and drawing ourselves closer to God and knowing that we are the chosen one. Just a lot of epiphanies have been happening, a lot of confirmation for me. And again, with me just being in Atlanta for just a little bit over a year, actually, I started out in Coweta County, but I came to Atlanta, I think, in May. Um, I know that I'm here to stay. I know I was put here for a reason. I follow my kids out here. That was the thing. But with regards to this topic, is deep. And I really honestly don't think that, and this is just, me speaking, a lot of them still don't get it, even with having, being, quote unquote, a preacher's kid, or being raised. I was raised since 7 in the Baptist church in South Central. It wasn't even South Central back then. So being raised in a Baptist church, going to Catholic school, going to mass, I was a hot mess confused as far as religion. So when I had to write on it and speak on it, it was only because of the school. Because now that I think about it, I just did what was instructed of us. It's not necessarily that I agreed with what I was writing, but to get an A on the paper, that's what I wrote as far as Christianity, So it's a lot that I know that I can bring forth to the table, scripture wise. I'm still a work in progress. There's a lot I do know, tons of journals that I have with that. But again, it was under, Christianity, non-denominational, and finding out how you guys run and operate. It for me, it's a blessing. Um, and how you spoke about the men with the beards and this, that. That's the first I've heard about that. But I've always been, I would say, as a woman, been attracted to men with beards. I mean,
Hey sis, where you located again?
I'm in Atlanta. I'm on the Beltline.
In Atlanta. Okay, look. So
From the
I need you to do this for me.
sure.
I need you to email us at
Oh,
biblical smoke.
okay, got it.
biblicalsmoke@gmail.com.
Got it.
All
Yeah, I
right,
already had it open about an hour ago. But that
right.
was
And
nice.
you gon' Lord's willing, you get some information to get you, you know, to actually be able to meet us in person and whatnot, and just learn more.
That was a question I had too, was about a meet and greet with the women and the men, because
Yeah,
edification of it all. I mean, I know I need it. I'm gonna continue to need it, and I know the younger generation. They again, with the voices. I get it. We want to be heard. I was the same way. You're gonna listen to me. I'm gonna get the last word in. I was like that. I'm not so much like that anymore, but there is still a part of me that I'm trying to fix with regards to that.
right.
With meditation and reading daily
We the
scriptures.
right people. We the right people to fix
Yeah,
that. Trust me.
yeah, Deb said, I'm telling you.
But
And on Deb since the 80s. So, I mean, I know
yeah.
I'm pretty much giving up my age, but, I'm young at heart, and I would never, I mean, this age right here, I mean, it's like right about ripe season, and a lot of them don't get it. If you don't get it early on, which
Mm-hmm.
I had a lot of bumps and scrapes along the way, as far as life. I mean, my
Right.
story, literally my name, Toyana, it's a toy story. I mean, it's my own, but it's things that I have seen and things that I've done. But in hindsight, I mean, now things that I've been watching, devotionals and motivational things. The lady was talking about Oprah. I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
I
Hey
literally,
sis. Hey sis.
yeah,
We gotta shut the room down. Hey, but like I said, send us an email and we'll
definitely
get
will.
in contact with you. All right.
Yeah,
Appreciate
appreciate you.
you. All right. So look, I need everybody still in the room. Go ahead, follow the moderators. Follow the room. Lord's willing, we'll be back tomorrow night with some more fire. Booker, go ahead and read that Matthew 26.
The book of Matthew, chapter 26, and verse 6. Now, when Jesus was in Bethany, in the house of Simon the leper, there came unto him a woman having an alabaster box of very precious ointment, and poured it on his head as he sat at meat. But when his disciples saw it, they had indignation, saying, To what purpose is this waste? For this ointment might have been sold for much and given to the poor. When Jesus understood it, he said unto them, Why trouble ye the woman? For she hath wrought a good work upon me. For ye have the poor always with you, but me ye have not always. For in that she hath poured this ointment on my body, she did it for my burial. Verily I say unto you, wheresoever this gospel shall be preached in the whole world, there shall also this that this woman hath done be told for a memorial of her.
Praise to the Most High. So with that, like I said, Lord's willing, y'all see us back tomorrow night with more biblical smoke. Shalom.